For settling in. My name is Siabulela Mnyayiza. I've been requested to direct today's program. As you are aware, this is the program for the recruitment process of the Vice-Chancellor. Without much ado, we are a few minutes behind our intended schedule. I will now invite the Chairperson of Council, who is also the Chairperson of the Appointments Committee for Executive Management, to come and welcome you to today's proceedings. Professor Ngubetobi.
Thank you, ED, HR, Mr. Mnyayiza. I want to welcome everyone who is here and everyone who is also online and also present in our various campuses in Butterworth, in Komani, and in East London. The recruitment of a Vice-Chancellor is probably the most important function of a university council. The University Council itself does not manage and administer the institution, but it is required by the Higher Education Act to govern the institution. And there is often a fine line between governing, managing, and administering an institution. But what we do, we set policy for the university. We put systems to hold managers accountable, and we resolve grievances among the different stakeholders. Sometimes we are invited to intervene in a moment of crisis, and sometimes management perceives our intervention as interference. We like to think that we are playing a constructive role in helping managers administer the institution better. The second most important function of the University Council after the recruitment and appointment of the Vice-Chancellor is holding that Vice-Chancellor accountable. Having set out the objectives as well as the performance indicators that must be achieved, the Council is then responsible to assess whether those indicators have been achieved, and if they have not been achieved, it is entitled to refuse to renew a contract or to dismiss the Vice-Chancellor from their role. The power of dismissal should be sparingly exercised. For the most part, a University Council should play a supportive role to its executive managers. Our own council has been distinct in the sense that it's been a stable council. Most institutions are destabilized by the lack of stability at the level of governance. We have managed to keep the council together, cohesive, united, prompt, punctual, performing its functions that are required under the Higher Education Act. It is also a multi-talented, multi-skilled council, but it is also comprised of very strong and opinionated individuals. Not a single member is able to domineer above others. Even me, as the chairperson, I realize for the most part that I am simply first among equals. But having a stable council is only the first step. In order to have a flourishing and a successful university, we also need to have a stable management. And the primary office holder to ensure that we have a stable management is the Vice-Chancellor. Although we are responsible to employ staff that report to the Vice-Chancellor, we are not responsible to monitor their day-to-day activities. we ask the Vice-Chancellor to do that on our behalf, which is why when the institution fails, we do not ask the Deputy Vice-Chancellor why the institution is failing. We do not ask the CFO or the Registrar or the EDHR. We ask the Vice-Chancellor. And when the institution is failing, we ask the Vice-Chancellor to take accountability for the institutional failures. And in a sense, ufele izono zabanye abantu as a Vice-Chancellor. And so it is a profound moment when we are recruiting a Vice-Chancellor, because we are recruiting a person who will be an embodiment of all of us. We should not fear when we are in Johannesburg and we see that there is a student protest, that the following day the place will be burnt down. We should have the confidence that our Vice-Chancellor will manage the institution and take us out of turbulent waters. And we should be able to do that purely on account of trust. We should be able to trust that they have the wherewithal to manage a moment of crisis. We should also be able to trust that they will steer us into a new future. Although we set policy, we are still guided by the Vice-Chancellor, who is present on the ground. So they should be able to articulate what this institution will look like in the next 20 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 5 years, or indeed in the next year or so. So we are looking for somebody who is also future orientated. We are also looking for someone who is capable of managing different stakeholder interests. There is something unique about a university, which explains why universities have survived the years of institutional collapse in South Africa. Universities are not governed top-down. Universities are governed bottom-up. Universities are governed by the users. A university council comprises, in the first place, of students, of workers, of the convocation, of university staff, of parliamentarians, and of members assigned by the Minister of Higher Education, which means it is a stakeholder-controlled institution. It's controlled by the public. Our job is to facilitate the public control of universities, but it's not controlled by the council, it's controlled by the people who use it. Now that is very, very crucial, because if it is controlled by the people who use it, it means that they are in a position of trusteeship. We are entrusted to control this institution, which means that we must leave it better than we found it. So we inherit it from previous generations, but we have a trusteeship relationship with it. And therefore, as trustees of the institution, we must enhance it and leave it better than we found it for future generations. It is a public institution. That takes me then to my last point. When we recruit a Vice-Chancellor, we cannot only have the views of the councillors. We must also have the views of the users of the institution, which means members of the public. Hence today, sinokumkani undamase apha. Bekuthiwa ngubani isikhahlelo sona? Adlovyeza. Yes. Hence today, we are pleased to have ikumkani among us. Umtu who is an embodiment of traditional values. Because this institution, although it is regulated by the laws of the country, it is still an embodiment of who we are as African people, as abantu abamnyama. Secondly, it's also important that it's informed by what the workers of the institution want. So there's an element of worker control in a university. And it's important that the students also tell us what they want. And it's important that the people who teach in the institution tell us what they want. And so these views that will be generated today will probably dominate our own discussions tomorrow when we meet privately with the candidates. And so that's why it's crucial that we have a public session. Everything is transparent. We're not hiding the way we are recruiting the Vice-Chancellor, because this is not our Vice-Chancellor alone, it's the Vice-Chancellor of the entire institution. Once we have had the presentations, we have engaged with them robustly, without fear, without favor. We will have a separate meeting with them where we are going to assess the relative strengths and the relative weaknesses of each candidate. But we don't want you to be surprised why we chose a particular candidate, because we are not choosing this candidate in secret or in darkness. We're choosing this candidate in a public platform. But we cannot vote for a candidate. This is not an election. It is a selection, which means the views will be taken into account by the people entrusted to make the decision. So even a popular candidate is not going to be selected merely on account of popularity. We will have to balance that popularity against other matrices that are defined in the selection of a university. But the one thing all of the candidates that will be presenting, we must take into account. We have had a tough year in 2025, a tough year as an institution, characterized by cycles of instability and episodes of confrontation. We lost a student in tragic circumstances, where that student was shot and killed by one of our staff members. In the 50 years of the existence of this university, something like that had never happened before. We also lost a deputy vice-chancellor who was shot and killed outside of his house by common criminals who clearly had an agenda to assassinate him. That again had never happened in the 50 years of this university. Of course, a new vice-chancellor is not a guarantee that those episodes will be prevented. But we want the confidence that there will be sufficient risk mitigation, that the cycles of instability and the episodes of confrontation will be minimized and managed. We want a stable institution. There is no progress without stability. We want an institution that will be stable. So we want these candidates that are coming here to tell us in concrete terms what steps are they going to take to maintain institutional stability. But we also want to build a university of the future. So we want them to tell us how are they going to take this institution to a new trajectory. How do they envisage this new trajectory to look like? How do they want us to compete nationally? How do they want us to compete globally? But we also want them to tell us something unique about the Walter Sisulu University. This university embodies the aspirations of many disadvantaged, discarded black students coming from the poorest of the poor, primarily in the old Transkei. It's people that are unable to access university education if it is not for the existence of this university. So we still need a little bit of empathy to guarantee access, that the university must continue playing its role as an access university. But it must also play a transformative role, not only guaranteeing access, but being able to transform us as individuals. I myself am a product of this institution. Had it not been for the old UNITRA, I probably would never have received university education. So we need candidates that are able to tell us how they will guarantee access to marginalized students, but how they will also help to empower them, transform them into helpful citizens of South Africa. This university is a liberation university. Our role primarily is to end the vestiges of apartheid, tribalism, Bantustanism. It's to live out the dream of freedom. These universities were established as offshoots of Bantustanism, but they stood against Bantustanism, and what they tried to represent is the vision of black liberation. So we want someone to inspire us also as counselors, to inspire us as students, as workers, as well as academics, to show us that not only is there a place for us in the new South Africa, but there is a way in which we can influence the new South Africa back to its original dream of liberating African children. So this is the broad spectrum of things we will be expecting from these candidates that will be presenting today. We as councillors are not going to speak today. Well, we can speak, but not to the candidates. We are expecting people that do not have direct representation at council to speak. These are their candidates. This is going to be their Vice-Chancellor, and this is going to be the Vice-Chancellor for the next 5 years. We are hoping that the Vice-Chancellor can be with us for 10 years, that we will be appointing. But that is only a hope. They have 5 years to show whether that hope is justified or not. Okay? And so, if a candidate can present a 10-year vision, they will be considered favorably. Even a 5-year vision, if it is compelling, will be considered favorably. We don't want candidates to copy other candidates, to come here and present something that has been presented. So when Mr. Mnyaiza is presenting, he will tell you that we need to quarantine the candidates because we want somebody who is an original thinker. You see, an original thinker. So there will be a system in which the candidates don't copy other candidates. And so that when their turn comes, they are presenting an original vision. There is something I needed to mention. Someone from the Daily Dispatch, I don't know if they are still from the Daily Dispatch, who said they wanted to cover this session. I said it's public, they must come. I even sent them the program. So if tomorrow you've asked a question, you see your name in the dispatch, you must know that the press is watching you. Careful of what you say. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much to the chair of the Appointments Committee for welcoming us to today's proceedings. We'll go along with our program for today. I've now been requested to introduce the members of the appointments panel that are with us. The chair has indicated that we have a representative panel of the various stakeholders of the university with us. And so for the benefit of the university, I will quickly introduce the members of the panel as well as those that are assisting administratively with this process. The Appointments Committee for Executive Management is a committee of council, and so therefore its conduct and business is regulated by the charters that the Council of the University has. And so we gather under the auspices of the registrar of the university as the various committees of council so gather. The stakeholder representation on the panel is as follows. We have the new SRC president, Mr. Abenta, representing our students. Oh, yes, you've waved your hand. Thank you, Mr. Abenta. The institutional forum is represented as well in this process. Mr. Mbongo, its chairperson, represents the institutional forum. If you may just, for the cameras, to find you. Thank you very much. Labor, both our recognized unions, also participate in this process. APSA is represented by Mr. Nongadlela, and Nehau is represented by Mr. Ncizela. Management is also represented in this process. The DVC, Teaching and Learning, Professor Linnington, as well as the Executive Director responsible for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ms. Mukhatle, is representing management in this process. University Senate is represented in this process. So the academic voice of the university is with us. Professor Nguza represents the University Senate. Convocation is also represented in this process as a structure in the university, and Dr. Mantashe represents our convocation. And so our alumni are with us in these proceedings. We also have Professor Siepe, who is our external assessor, assisting our panel in the process of finding our new Vice-Chancellor. Professor Siepe would be quite a familiar name, having served in higher education for many, many years in this country. Professor Siepe. Our council is represented as follows. We have Mr. Kou, Mr. Bonakele, Dr. Tebelele, Ms. Chamzashe, Ms. Lamola, as well as the chairperson of council present. And so you can see 2 other members of council are not with us today, but they will be with us tomorrow. And those are Judge Fulatela, as well as Mr. Jahana. And so you can see that as a committee of council, the appointments committee, in line with statute provision, has a greater representation of its members being members of council. The registrar's department, as the persons that are exercising the administrative oversight over this process, is represented by the registrar, Dr. Ntonzima, Mr. Baha, as well as Mr. Magobiane, who is responsible for ensuring that proper minuting and recording of these proceedings actually does take place. Human resources, we have some of our colleagues here with us in Ms. Goqwana and Ms. Mphatiswa, who will also be providing necessary support to these proceedings. Insofar as, and those, ladies and gentlemen, are the members of the appointments committee that are entrusted with making the final decision that will be recommended to council as a final decision rather. The way that the process will be conducted, as the general public, you don't normally sit in these processes except that we are represented. We have, in terms of the Vice-Chancellor's appointment process, invited you as the Walter Sisulu community to also participate in these proceedings for today. Today, the various candidates that were shortlisted by the panel, all of whom are present with us today here in Umtata, will make presentations of their vision as outlined by the chair, for that was the brief that we gave them, to look at strengthening the present as well as building us a great future for the university. We will allow the members here present with us in the auditorium an opportunity to put questions to the candidates based on their presentations. We also have a connection with our colleagues, being a multi-campus university that we are, in Butterworth, in Buffalo City, as well as in Komani. And so members in the main hall do appreciate then the fact that we will also have to allow the colleagues in our other campuses opportunity to also participate in this process and not limit that only to those of us that are present here. As already indicated by the chair, once all candidates have made their presentations, we will allow panel to pose their questions. We will limit the time for questions to not more than 45 minutes. So we ask that those who will be asking questions don't have long preambles to your questions and go to your question that you seek to ask so that you can afford a broader spectrum of people the opportunity to ask. Once we conclude today's business, the appointments panel will convene tomorrow for the structured interview process of these candidates, after which then the recommendation will be made. The registrar has already extended invitations, as is required in terms of statute, that this decision, when it is made by council on the appointment of executives of the Vice-Chancellor in the university rather, it must be also consulted with the institutional forum as well as university senate. And so on Tuesday, the chair will present the recommendations of this recruitment process in consultation, therefore, with both the institutional forum as well as senate. And finally, a presentation will then be made to the University Council. And thus, we would then be able to conclude the recruitment process for the new Vice-Chancellor as the university. That is the brief I thought, ladies and gentlemen, is important for you to know. We will now be inviting our various candidates to make their presentations. We have given them not a timeline of not more than 30 minutes for them to make their presentations. And so we ask you as members of the university community to also honor the 45 minutes that we are providing for your own questions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sis Fundi, as you bring us our first candidate to come and make her presentation, I will introduce that candidate when she comes in the room. We had shared when the notice of the chair of this panel announced this process to the university. We had shared the CVs of the various candidates. And so as members of the community would by now have had sight of the 4 candidates that have been shortlisted. Both the abridged version of their CV as well as the long version of their CV were shared with you. So you will have that insight, and so we will not be presenting the candidates' credentials since you already have them. We're just waiting for Sis Fundi to bring in our first candidate. The candidates that were shortlisted by the appointments committee, as you would have seen in the communication we shared, are Dr. Thandiswa Mgwebi, who will be the first to present today, Professor Wezile Chita, who will follow her, and the other candidates as they come through. Dr. Mgwebi, welcome. Briefly, for your own benefit, Dr. Mgwebi, before you is the university community as invited by the appointments panel of the university. I will introduce the panel to you tomorrow. The panel is chaired. The panel is chaired by Professor Ngubai Toby, who is the chair of the University Council. It is a representative panel of the university. We do have your presentation already tuned, and so we'll invite you then to take the podium and make your presentation. We've got a fixed mic, and so we'll require you to stay very close to the podium at all times.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, EDHR, and good morning, Chair, and the members of Council, and good morning to the university community. It is very different for me to be standing here. When I was a student here, coming to the auditorium was for a different reason. And now it just feels very, very different. I am very grateful for the opportunity that has been presented to me to make this presentation to you this morning. And I was asked to speak to the topic, Shaping the Future of Walter Sisulu University through Vision 2030 and Beyond. And for me, shaping the future is an invitation to transform the institution, but it's also an invitation to connect the institution and extend the partnerships that the institution already has. So I'll start the presentation by taking through the vision that is locally rooted, but very much globally and continentally enabled at Walter Sisulu University. And I'll speak to what does this mean for the university? And in fact, what has the university has to do in order to be able to reach the vision that I'm going to speak to. And I'll dwell into the vision later on proposed strategic repositioning of the university and what will be the low-hanging fruit, but also mapping and charting the road forward to look at 2030 and beyond. Now, starting with the global context and the continental context, I want to take you through a bit back, 2015, 10 years ago, we had this moment of global optimism. You will recall there was mobilization through the global policy frameworks like the SDGs, the 2030 Agenda. It was seen as a united vision, a new world order, that's what we called it. And it was for a common purpose. In fact, the UN had this mantra that was saying, we leave no one behind. And I also want to take this going forward at Walter Sisulu University to say, leaving no one behind. And this was the vision that we were sold in 2015. And what happened during that time in response? The whole world, in fact, all nations, they mobilized. There was mass mobilization to foster sustainability-oriented knowledge and innovation. There was a call for teaching and learning renewal. In fact, it's learning and teaching that is very much these days. And the science and research mobilization. So there was this optimism that we are going to change the world. And what did that mean for universities? For universities, there was these networks because they were in alignment with the mass mobilization of this optimism. Networks and alliances, which have become very key in driving universities forward during this era. I am reminded of the networks of universities like the AAUN, which is the Australia Africa University Network. When I started as Deputy Vice-Chancellor at Tshwane University of Technology, this was the first network that on day one, actually, when I arrived, there was a meeting that was talking to universities joining this network, and it was the time that I presented the university to the network, and the rest is history. And also the one that I want to highlight is the Education Collaborative. The reason I'm making this about the Education Collaborative because it's a continental network that's driving the Africa agenda. And I'm very proud to see that the university that I was in before this, at Nelson Mandela University, when I started negotiating for the university to take part into this, it's now continuing, as I see in the social medias and also interacting with the university. And so these networks are becoming vehicles for very strategic and astute resource mobilizations of universities, because that's where you are able to leverage resources, you are able to provide opportunities for students, but also opportunities for staff to be globally connected. And also the moment of global optimism was also a moment of optimism for science in society. So what that meant is that universities were compelled to talk to society, to learn from society, and not to be these high-level structures that come to society and say, we know it all. We have now given an opportunity to talk to societies and societies to give us their knowledge, and then we share and co-create knowledge going forward. So we've got a global lens to focus our efforts towards impact. There is impact orientation. Public funds demand that we provide impact stories, but also to demonstrate impact. The emergence of the Times Higher Education rankings, for example, is one of the outputs of this science in society. I know, Chair, there's a debate about rankings, but I think you have to discern and make sure that when these rankings happen, you are able to use the rankings for visibility, for attracting funding, and the Times here education rankings for me, because they look at impact and they provided the opportunity for the university to self-organize. You may not use it for the ranking, but you use it for your own self-organization. This is the reason that I championed NMU for the inaugural Times Education Impact Rankings of the university. And it had fruits and benefits because we received a lot of attention, we received a lot of funding, and I initiated the Mandela Institute for Sustainable Futures based on the work for this Times Higher Education ranking that we did at the university. It's the same here, that there is an opportunity for taking the work that's already being done and putting it visible to stakeholders to attract partnerships for impact. At that time, there's also the aspirations for the Africa we want, which was 2013, during this time of global optimism. This was pursued under Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. So fast forward, 10 years later, we see a world of polycrisis. The world is completely changed. There is a lot of climate change impacts, there's extreme weathers, and I don't want to read all of it. But it's a world that's characterized by siloed, polycentric responses that are not benefiting society to the maximum. And also, Chair, I know we love multilateralism, but we're seeing the failures of multilateralism and not serving our institutions at this time. I use systems thinking in terms of solving challenges in line with the global systems thinking analysis. And this is a map here showing the global risks and how interconnected the risks are. The big dots, don't worry about the whole picture, but the big dots are showing where the problem is. The red dot in particular is showing inequality, that inequality around the world has actually advanced. And when inequality happens, it's interconnected with other things, with misinformation, disinformation, and so on. So we have a challenge as universities. The SDGs have shaped how we talk and how we think about the science, and the concrete transformations in policy and practice have not happened. We did not get the world that we wanted when we started with this promise of 2015. In fact, the Global Sustainability Report 2024, the latest, it makes it painfully clear that progress is patchy, regress is real, and we need course correction. And that course correction can only be led by universities. And I think Walter Sisulu University, where it is located, in every region in the Eastern Cape where it is, we have an opportunity to start that course correction. Now, the national context, we're sitting with a higher education landscape that has got issues and challenges. Financial sustainability is a problem. High student debt, which is also at this university. Poor recovery from NSFAS. The shifting, unstable international funding landscape that's affecting us. And the unsatisfactory student experience. Student accommodation is an issue. And students are living in some cases, very horrible conditions. And unconducive learning environments and high levels of graduate unemployment. These are the real issues. I had to highlight this because we see the landscape and all the opportunities, but actually the challenges on the ground are quite high. Financial sustainability, the funding landscape as it is shifting, it's exposing our vulnerabilities, not only here in the Eastern Cape, but I think in the African continent as well. The impacts of the US funding, for example, the cuts, has infected health research. It's affecting public health. It's affecting how we leverage resources. And locally within here in the Eastern Cape, where we are in the province that has got a big land mass. I know, Chair, we are expecting land, but now we're talking about how do we use this land mass for the university to make leverage of resources, but also an opportunity for students. There's deep poverty in certain areas within our province. High proportion of young people unemployed. Is very high, great need of sustainable socio-economic development. And here we are as Walter Sisulu University, a unique, comprehensive university with a lot of potential, but also a lot of respect for the people that have come from this institution. And therefore, we need to utilize this opportunity within the Eastern Cape, its geographic advantage. I was very privileged to champion the geographic advantage of the province by pushing the agenda of sustainability at the Nelson Mandela University because it's in the Eastern Cape. So we have an opportunity to connect the universities in the Eastern Cape region so that we can produce something impactful for society. We live in a province where there's dense TVET and university and higher education ecosystem. So there's a great potential for collaborative postgraduate and skills pipeline, including undergraduate opportunities. The resources that we have for sustainability leadership, industry, we've got the special economic zones in the province. So there is an opportunity for expanding the opportunities for entrepreneurship for our students. At Mandela University, I was very privileged also to lead the propeller incubator of the university, and we extended it during my time into a township incubator. These are the opportunities that are low-hanging fruit within the university. So I mentioned all these challenges. So amid these global and national challenges, there are real strategic opportunities for the university. We are called to transform. Transformation, I mean, when I say transformation, I mean the profound system change, the skills, the beliefs, the values. We need to look at the behaviors of how we transform. And this university was established in 2005. Chair, for me, it's not 2005, it's actually 50 years for me. I came here in 1986 as an undergraduate student when the University of Transkei was just opened. So what I see at the university, since 2020, there's profound actions that have been taken by the university, and with Vision 2030 in 2021, and we are now being offered an opportunity for reflection and renewal in 2025. And my vision is that by 2030, we will have a transformed, a modernized, and an optimized university, and that is connected. We've got these enabling frameworks I spoke about globally, continentally, through the Africa Union Agenda 2063 and its implementation plans. Globally, the UNESCO, for example, we now have a direct connection with UNESCO through the the new ambassador of South Africa in UNESCO. So we've got opportunities and networks that I'm personally connected to. And national alignment, I need not stress that more. So what that offers is an opportunity for us to expand the PhD pipeline at this university, to build chairs and align with national programs. I was the founding executive director of the South African Research Chairs Initiative and Centers of Excellence. I've got first-hand experience in how to do this, and I've done this also at the universities of the Western Cape, at TUT, starting the industry research chairs at the university, something what is not common at universities. The regional networks and the innovation and entrepreneurship networks that we have the opportunity to bring. Chair, I just want to take a small moment now to talk about our education landscape and how we can leverage the education, how we're structured as the landscape here in South Africa. If you look at this diagram, we've got 4 levels in our higher education and science landscape, level 1 up to 4. Higher education institutions and the TVET system is sitting at level 4, which is for training and for education. What you see there with the level 1, there's advisory of government, the Council on Higher Education, the National Advisory Council on Innovation, the ASAF, which is the Academy of South Africa. Who sits there? It's the people who are at the universities, who are supposed to provide advice to government. So it's important for the university with the scholars here and the knowledge that we have here to be elected to serve on those committees so that our agenda as the university is pushed forward. I just wanted to highlight that. So we've got a big value proposition as the university in terms of access and equity. We offer opportunities for first-time graduates. Regional development, research, human capital, that's our value. And so what do we need to do to extract this value? We have to be a people-centric institution. An institution that talks to the people at the university, talks to the people in the communities. We have to attract and grow talent at the university, grow our own timber, and manage that with international leveraging and finding new partners. Recognizing research, teaching, and engagement, that there is an intersection. And also, new frontiers and convergent science. Convergent science is actually transdisciplinarity. Now coming to the vision, with all this background, I think, Chair, you see where I'm going. The vision, my vision for 2030 and beyond is rooted on 3 values: transform, modernize, and optimize. And there is a very long description of transformation usually. And with me, transformation is very broad. It starts from transformation in academic spaces, epistemological transformation, transformation of research. Who does research? And what research are you doing? Who consumes this research? And how are we structured within the university? And modernization in terms of digital transformation strategies at the university. Optimizing how we look and how we look at the world and how the world views us. There is a new dimension in higher education and sustainability at the moment, that higher education institutions are unsustainable. We're working in silos within universities. You see the administrative actions not linked to the operational actions. So we need optimized systems to improve education so that we can have a sustainable higher education. So I use a theory of change for moving forward, for Vision 2030 and beyond, for an impactful technology-infused African university, as we say here at Walter Sisulu University. I see you've got 9 goals in the strategy, Vision 2030, and I've taken a deep look at these goals, and I want to propose that we optimize the goals. And if you look at goal number 4, it's transformative community engagement and partnerships according to the current goals. And I'm proposing that this be broken down into transformative community engagement and also internationalization and partnerships. And the relevant, impactful research and innovation to be a big goal of innovation, research, innovation, engagement, and global engagement. And this is in line with what I've read about the CHE audit recommendations of the institutions, which also brought at the same point. And secondly, the other ones, quality, impactful in teaching and learning, and people-centeredness. I'm proposing that the goals that look at the people or that talk to the people of the university, they become clustered together to become people-centeredness, the empowered staff, and also the enriching student experience. And also the sustainable education practices. I spoke a lot about sustainability and the sustainability of higher education. And I'm putting all these sustainable actions of the university into a big group of sustainable institutional practices. And also, because Chair, the university is very much enabled by the communities that it serves. I think community engagement needs to be a standalone goal in the strategy going forward so that we can report on it. It also champions our transformation agenda. And we know there's a National Transformation Oversight Committee that has got its goals that speak to community engagement of the university. So this is my proposed vision going forward, taking into context what has happened in the past in terms of the strategy at the university. So we'll need to identify clear outcomes that demonstrate strategic success. We have these goals. What do we want to do? What do we want to see from each of the goals? From quality, impactful teaching and learning, we want to see inclusivity, access, success, and diversity within the academic project. And we want to see motivated staff to provide opportunities for staff. But also we want to be engaged in terms of curricular activities, the issues of decoloniality, the issues of systems thinking for sustainability. And in terms of research, we need to work towards impact. I can't stress this more, but also increased formal partnerships with industry, with government and civil society. We need a vibrant postgraduate pipeline with sustained outputs. People-centeredness, high employability of graduates, student retention, progression, and completion rates must improve, but also the staff component that I've already mentioned. Transformative community engagement, I've spoken about this dynamism of an ecosystem that we need to create. UWC, I'm sorry, the WSU must be recognized as a leader in translation of research outcomes because we've got this opportunity. In terms of institutional practices, we need long-term financial resilience of the institution. And what enablers now that we've got this strategy and we've got what we want to do as outcomes, how do we enable it? For me, the enablers are clear. We have to fully capitalize on our multi-site location. Open engagement with internal stakeholders of the university, statutory bodies, Senate, students, staff, they all need a voice. They are the enablers of this strategy. And also bringing transdisciplinarity to life. We've got an opportunity with our communities that are diverse in the Eastern Cape, and therefore we can do this. And fit for purpose, smart collaborations and partnerships. I consider myself as an expert in collaboration and global engagement and partnerships, and I think this is a much opportunistic moment for the university. And also integrated knowledge management. So now we've got these enablers. What are the pathways? How do we go there? The road here requires, my theory of change is to move from siloed initiatives to cohesive institution-wide action, taking those enablers into context. And we need to move to intentional, purpose-led strategy, not control, but purpose-led strategy, from dependency to financial resilience and diversity of income streams. So in terms of modernizing and reprioritizing activities for impact, I'll go to the impact-driven research, innovation, and global engagement. That with this one, we need to be able to look at what the university is doing. I'm proposing an exciting, I think it's exciting, Chair and colleagues here. I've looked using SciVal, which is the Web of Science, quick analysis of the university. I must confess, I only looked at the research outputs, but they give me an indication of what is happening within the university. The diagram you see there is the areas that the university publishes in, and this is an analysis over a 5-year period. It's very clear the way the opportunities are in terms of medical sciences and the natural sciences of biochemistry and immunology and the social sciences. And also it's very clear on the engineering cluster and also environmental cluster and multidisciplinarity. So what I'm proposing, Chair, is that within the first year, we need to start thinking about adopting signature themes of the university, building on what we already have. And I've got these signature themes there as health sciences, water, food, environment nexus, sustainable and just futures, using our energy anchor, rebuilding the academic project. Because I also did an analysis of the staff at the university in terms of qualifications. There's been great progress, and we need to accelerate that, and rebuilding the academic project. And I would look at council for that commitment to rebuild the project. I've got experience in this because the previous university, we had the professors project. That was also a council-initiated project to build the academy within the university. So I call this a signature project of the university. But also student leadership program, where we would have the global engagement focus. I've looked at other universities around the world and also in South Africa. I can mention the University of the Free State, for example, that started the F100, where first-year students were sent around the world. I've got readily available networks for sustainable and partnerships for us to test this at the university. In terms of sustainable institutional practices, I want to take a moment to talk about the opportunity framework that we have for building the financial resilience of the university. And I've put in 3 clusters. One is partnerships for resource and also partnerships for leveraging our time. The diagram on your right there is on partnerships with Walter Sisulu University at the center, and with all these partnership opportunities from local economic development ecosystem here, national partnerships that I have linkages with, regional and continental partnerships that I have with the AU, and also the global engagement with the networks that I already manage in my current position. And so these are the opportunities for us to leverage and build opportunities for staff and students at the university. 4, resource mobilization. The second one cluster is on commercialization and entrepreneurship. Our system, we are fortunate to have the EDHE that's offering support to universities, which is in the Council on Higher Education, on systems of university entrepreneurship, so we can tap into that opportunity. The third one is on fundraising. I think direct fundraising, which is also my job, my current job at the NRF, on fundraising, on targeted fundraising campaigns, on alumni and friends of Walter Sisulu University that we can start immediately, but also on international fundraising. And I note, Chair, in your report, annual report, that you mentioned the establishment of WSU Business Enterprise and also the WSU Legacy Fund. So it will be a great opportunity to work with those structures of the university in terms of fundraising. Within the 2 years that I've returned to the NRF, I've been able to mobilize the presidential PhD program, which is a 1 billion rand initiative to be managed by the NRF. And I must say that it is through those initiatives that I think we can also leverage resources here at the university. I'm hoping that the university has also applied to the presidential PhD program, but that's a conversation for my day job currently. And The alumni and friends of Walter Sisulu University, Chair, we've got a very extensive network of alumni of this university. I'm also one of the alumni of the university. And we've got high-level people in high places that were cooked at this university. And so to start an alumni and friends program through the alumni office, I think it's a no-brainer for the university. And also international fundraising. I've been to international fundraising workshops and also convenings where we see philanthropies. And some of these opportunities are not advertised. So you are not going to respond to a call. You have to be there as the face of the university, as a Vice-Chancellor. So stakeholder engagement is crucial for fundraising. And I'm happy to speak about this in terms of my experiences in international fundraising, scouting, and stewardship of resources. So the road ahead, it's not linear. It's bumpy, I know. It goes up and down, but we need resilience as the university. And my personal journey here, I started here in 1986, as I said, doing my BSc. I went on to do master's and higher diploma in education. I was in the Faculty of Science. And later, I actually did a little bit of work as research assistant in the medical school here at the University of Transkei then. Since then, I've built a very strong, distinguished career that spans research, innovation, and higher education leadership, as you would have noted from my CV. And my journey has contributed in shaping national research capacity, but also advanced institutional transformation and global partnerships at the intersection of science and policy. So I see myself as very capable of doing this, and I'm very excited about the opportunities that are low-hanging for the university. So this is a homecoming for me, but it's also, I think, a calling for me to come back home to apply this knowledge and skill that I've gained over these years to the roots where it all began. And therefore, in summary, Chair, my decadal vision at Walter Sisulu University is to deepen academic excellence, to strengthen research capacity, to foster entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems, and to modernize governance, digital systems, and infrastructure for efficiency. And the first 100 days, I think they're crucial. I don't know if you've read the book about your first 100 days, but they're really crucial in determining what's going to happen in the future. If you were to assess with all the leaders and CEOs around the world and look at the 100 days, it's actually a reflection of what's going to happen in the 5 years or in the 10 years. I have a plan and a vision of the first 100 days, that the first 100 days, the phase 1, would be to reaffirm identity, values, and people, with launching 100 days of listening campaign. Leadership starts with listening, and I think it's important to listen to all the voices at the university, and also to reaffirm Vision 2030 of the university. And I think it's important, based on what I said about student accommodation and infrastructures and challenges in higher education, it's important to do an infrastructure audit of the university so that we can see exactly where we need interventions when necessary, and convene executive leadership retreat for cohesion so that we build one vision of the institution. And the phase 2 would be laying the digital and structural foundations for efficiency, and phase 3 would be driving performance, efficiency, and sustainability. And we've got enablers for doing this. Leadership visibility at all the campuses is important so that we own what we say as leaders. And partnerships to engage with the Department of Higher Education and Training, with the Eastern Cape, with CETAs and global networks, and also stakeholder confidence, to build stakeholder confidence at the university through transparent communication, but also in the region. In closing, I say, Chair, the first 100 days will mark the foundation of a renewed Walter Sisulu University. that listens, that leads with purpose, and delivers through accountability. So in closing, I say we transform, we modernize, and we optimize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi. You can take a seat, Dr. Mgwebi. Thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi, for the presentation. Without much ado, we will now allow the House, including those in our other campuses, over the next 45 minutes, hopefully, opportunity to engage with your presentations through questions, and you'll be afforded an opportunity to respond to those questions. Our ICT colleagues there at the back have our roving mics, and so those wishing to put questions to please so indicate, and I will start with this side and move to the middle and then to my far left. Can I then please note the hands that we have in the room, and can I also ask for those who may have arrived late not to have long preambles to your questions, and that you go straight to your questions in order for us to preserve our time. I have a colleague right here in front as the first colleague. There is number 2 on my right, there is number 3, and there's number 4 here in the middle, and that takes care of this column. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all my colleagues. I am excited. These are big ideas. Hey, I wish it can happen. And wait for the implementation. I'm not campaigning. However, let me indicate that we academics, we work under fear sometimes. Which fear? It makes us pray every morning. That we don't hear any student strike so that we are not able to finish our work. Now, I want the presenter to talk about the big elephant in this university. These student instabilities. Let her good ideas, let her tell us how we are going to interpret those enablers to stop, to tame our students and address those gaps, because it's happening every time we are worried. Thank you. Please, let's tell us those enablers, how they are going to interpret to tame our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a hand on my left. There's a mic. Oh, okay. Is that mic not working? Okay. And just quickly give us your name so that we can note as you put your question. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Sinetemba Matiwani. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Mgwebi. But I think we spoke too little on the actual academic project. In particular, as it pertains to the curricula. We appreciate the curricula as it is, in terms of competitiveness, but in your opinion, do you find it responsive to the needs of a university in the Transkei? That would be the question.
Thank you very much. There's a hand, number 3, right where you are. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for presentation. I am Mbulela Mapegula, PhD candidate, medical school. I have one question. In your traveling, you seem to have traveled a lot. What ethical dilemmas have you come across? And if you have come across any ethical dilemmas, what were they? And how you encountered? How did you overcome them?
Thank you very much. The fourth question, right here in the middle.
Thank you, Edie. Morning, colleagues. My question is simple, Dr. Mkwebe. One of the problems that lead to instability in universities is the issue of communication and accessibility from the top, from the bottom to the top. Often than not, it leads to instability and lack of information. I just want you to give me a clarity or an idea of how you're going to manage communication. Also, it's a very complex university. There are many stakeholders in university, because sometimes it happens that the decisions that are taken at executive level do not cascade to the last person on the ground. And it leads to the people on the ground singing a different tune, what management is taking something completely different. How are you going to manage the communication within the university? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can, Dr. attend to those four.
Thank you. I want to start with the student strikes and the strikes and the instability. Sorry, I didn't get your name, sir. Professor Kanende, thank you very much for your question. Students will never be happy if they're hungry. And students will never be happy if they are not consulted. And students will never be happy if they feel alienated. And I think the last point that was made now actually answers your question about communication as well. I think it's important to engage. We often, I think as leadership at our institutions, not only in higher education, often underestimate the importance of communication. In a university, there is no over-communication. In a university, communication is also through the formal structures of the university that needs to be engaged. I'm not saying there's not going to be problems. I'm not saying that students will not go to strike. They've got their right. It's a right to exercise. But the understanding between management and the students is key for me, and to find out exactly what the issue is. I'm not privy to the internal dynamics per se of the university, but I'm very much aware of the principles that lead to instability and that can also curb instability in a way without it becoming uncontrollable. So I think the respect for each other, and also how do we instill the values of respect within the institution, will also lead to respectful communication between students and leadership of the university. Mr. Matiwane, the academic project question on the curriculum, and I think you were asking whether as a student at UNITRA those days, did I find it responsive? Was that the question? The answer is yes, during my time, because I was able to pivot from being an academic scholar, and I pivoted to leadership in higher education and also in the research landscape based on the work that we had done here. So the curriculum, yes, I mentioned it in my strategy, that it's something that we need to pay attention to in terms of curriculum transformation, which is one of the reasons that I put community engagement as also key, because we've got learnings from the communities that we can also bring to the university, so that we've got experiential learning for students in industry, experiential learning for students in communities such as NGOs, but also experiential learning at the university as well. So I think curriculum transformation is one of the key goals that are part of the strategy going forward. So when doing an implementation plan, we'll have to do steps, take steps on how do we get there in terms of curriculum transformation. So it's one of the key things that are in the strategy. The third point, I also didn't get the name, about ethical dilemmas. Yes, I do travel a lot, representing South Africa in many platforms globally. we recently, I've been at the United Nations speaking about financing higher education and science. And one of the ethical dilemmas that we usually face is how Africa is viewed by the rest of the world, but also one of the dilemmas is also we say we leave no one behind, but we actually look at displaced scholars around the world that are not being taken care of. How do we respond as South Africa? How do you respond as universities? And how would you respond as the Eastern Cape University situated in a province where we need to demonstrate the impact of the university to our societies? So I think what helps me a lot during conversations that are challenging ethics is to recall the values system where we come from. I also come from a family that has helped me has shaped my value system. So that helps me in terms of the grounding also in traditional settings where I grew up. So that's a plus for me in terms of how I've progressed also within the system. In terms of communication and accessibility, I think the 100 Days launch, the 100 Days campaign is one of the initiatives that I would like to start being accessible throughout all the campuses. When I say 100 Days Listening, phase 1 is to visit all the campuses, is not to call people to one campus, but for the Vice-Chancellor to be able to speak to students at all the campuses, but also to see what's going on. But also to speak to the communities, obviously through communication platforms at the university on how to engage with the university, including the Eastern Cape government. So managing communication within the university is definitely through, I'm sure that the university has got a communications division that is well resourced. If not, we make strategies on how to craft communication to reach the intended recipients. I think that was, yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I had two hands here in the middle, and I remember, okay, the left column, I'll come to you. Let me deal with the middle column over here. Right, I have you, Prof, noted as one, Mr. CL as two, Luvo as 3, and then 4. Those are the hands that have been noted.
Thank you, Chair of the session.
And 5. Prof, is that a hand? Okay, thank you, pardon me. 5.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mkewi, for the great presentation. My question is what your experiences are on working with accrediting bodies for accrediting academic programs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Siele?
Hello, and Yabulel. Kutamsan Ngasiel. AMI question, it also touches on the issue of teaching and learning. I wish you to just tell us, what are your views that are most urgently reform needed in WSU, teaching and learning portfolio? And as an appointed leader, how would you lead them if you are given a chance? Diabulel.
Thank you, Mr. Siele. Mr. Kumba?
Yes, my name is Mr. Luvo Kumba. I'm going to ask a question in relation to financial resilience. In your presentation, you mentioned about commercialization and entrepreneurship. And I wanted to check in terms of what will be your key priority projects in relation to addressing the issues of commercialization for the university, given the high debt increase, unsustainable debt increase for the university, especially the HDIs, and also including how can you also accommodate in the area of commercialization, the industrialization. And we talk about this issue, we see from every 10-year NDP program of the country. But however, there has been a little progress in relation to that area. And how can the university capitalize on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumba. Mr. Mushwetsi?
Thank you, ED. Thank you for the presentation, Doc. My question is around leadership. What government reforms would you prioritize to strengthen compliance and accountability across WSU? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Modi?
Thank you very much. My name is Albert Modi. I am the Executive Dean of Natural Sciences. Transformation is a phrase or opinion sometimes that is overused, and generally it can actually lack the original thought that it was set for. Part of that is decolonization that we talked about. So my question is this: as someone who is leading a faculty in this university, how should I define a suitably qualified graduate of WSU, given the challenges that we face globally of artificial intelligence creating an artificial graduate and the employer requiring a graduate that is similar to the big thinker, a deep thinker of 1980 and 1990?
Thank you very much. Those were the 5 questions. Doc, if you may attend to those, and we'll have our final round.
Okay. I've got first-hand experience in dealing with accreditation bodies. I have my former boss there here in front of me that I worked with at the CHE. I led one of the projects as the principal investigator for the CHE, so that has been a very rewarding experience, thank you, for me. So I do have that experience, and also by working at universities, we constantly had to engage with accreditation issues ranging from TUT to Nelson Mandela University. So I do have that experience, I can confirm. With teaching and learning, in terms of, Mr. Siele, you asked about how to lead the teaching and learning portfolio. What do we think are the key things within Walter Sisulu University? We've got the DVC in front of us who's leading this portfolio. From what I read from the audit recommendations also for the CHE, but also from the reports of the university, there are 3 things that come into mind. The one is the need for alignment with the future of work. The future of work requires that we produce graduates that will be future ready. And future readiness is not only the technical skills. In fact, the technical skills are now becoming almost, I would say, secondary, but the big skills that are required are more what we used to call the soft skills or the professional skills. So if you combine the technical skills and be sharp in the technical skills, you also have to elevate the professional skills. And I think we need to have that debate at the university through Senate. And secondly, it's also important that we train the current professor of, I'm not talking about Walter Sisulu only, I'm talking about the system, that we've got the university system with professors that are also struggling in terms of being able to produce future-ready students. When I say struggling, I mean if you are not taking any action to update yourself, then of course you're going to be struggling. But if you are, it's well and good and you can see the results. So I think there has to be a 2-pronged approach that's focusing on the students and learning from the students and taking learnings from the students as well. But also there has to be an approach on making sure that we learn from the professorate and the communities, and also we provide opportunities for the professorate for global engagement, so that we can benchmark ourselves against success stories. Mr. Kumba, on financial resilience, you asking about commercialization, what we think will happen at the university, or I would do at the university to support that. There are two elements, there's commercialization and there's entrepreneurship. Firstly, on entrepreneurship, universities are usually quite concerned about entrepreneurship at undergraduate level. And that's well and good to provide an opportunity for undergraduates to explore, to innovate, have some innovation areas where the students can experiment. But also there's an opportunity for postgraduate translation of research. So we need to strengthen our technology transfer office at the university, because there are opportunities in South Africa through the national, the NIPMO, the National Institute for Intellectual Property Management Office, that provides opportunities and funding, in fact, for the universities to strengthen their offices. My experience has been to work with the Dean of Students or Deputy Vice-Chancellor and institutional support to develop an entrepreneurship center at the universities where I've worked, and that also helps in terms of allowing and providing an opportunity for students to experiment. In terms of industrialization, this is a very interesting question for me, because it's been at the core of how I have led the conceptualization of the current PhD program, the presidential PhD program. The conceptualization of that program is such that we want to produce graduates that have got these four main attributes. That one, innovation, so they can be immersed in industry. So industry partnerships are crucial, so that there is an opportunity for students to go to industry during the course of their studies. The second one is on being able to be offered opportunities for entrepreneurship. So we have to be intentional about networking the students with venture capitalists where they've got projects that are promising. That's also a second dimension. The third one is for the students to be, for us to be intentional, giving the students an opportunity for policy and advocacy work. Policy doesn't start when you've graduated and you are now a manager in a company. We need to start this from the ground and offer the opportunities for students to be able to know about policy making and advocacy. The last one is also about students being able to find themselves in higher education and training. We need professors of the future who've got the skills to train and engage for development in our communities. So that's how I see the question of, I would answer the question of industrialization and commercialization and entrepreneurship, is that we need to build from the base to provide the skills, to provide the networking opportunities for industry. So we have to build programs where we take students from here and we put them in industry for some time during the course of the study. But also we need to be intentional about bringing industry experts to our faculty advisory boards. And I've seen this work elsewhere. And that's an important dimension for us to influence the curriculum. The other one was on leadership and reforms for compliance and accountability. It will be very important for us to speak with one voice in the beginning, from the beginning, before we implement the strategy. In fact, the strategy needs to be co-created so that there's shared vision, and also there has to be some element of performance management in terms of managing how our KPIs are structured, so that we we work towards a common goal to improve accountability, but also to be clear about our roles as leadership of the university, our roles as the second layer of leadership at the university, and how we come to, and also our roles of council, and also how we come together under a common vision. I think for me that is a very important point on how do we actually do the work in accountability and accounting for our actions. We have to keep each other in check so that we comply and we are accountable to each other first before we are accountable to other people. Prof. Modi, I must also commend you, Prof. Modi. When I looked at the website, I know you are the Dean of Natural Sciences, as it's called, and I've read your newsletters, and I think your newsletters are quite telling in terms of the exciting work that's happening at the university. And those are the kind of things for communication and also for taking these stories elsewhere. We could elevate that, in fact, and put it up on the NRF website, put it up on the DHET website. They're always looking for inspirational stories that are coming from the university, and I would really like to commend you on that. And you're speaking on transformation. Yes, transformation is I won't say it's a buzzword. I think it's a word that needs to be defined for the purpose of achieving institutional goal. I don't think we've lost its intent, so I slightly disagree with you there. And we have to be intentional about what are we transforming and why are we transforming and who are we transforming for. And I think this is what the strategy I'm proposing is trying to answer. The National Oversight Committee on Transformation has put 9 goals for the universities to respond. But internally, you could put that in different ways so that it answers those 9 goals. So I think, Prof. Modi, transformation is at the core of what we would like to do if we want to produce the desired outcomes that we put for ourselves. But for us to be able to even deliver on that transformation, there has to be a very clear and deliberate intention from the deans, executive deans, the Senate, and the heads of department. It has to be owned. If transformation is not owned, it fails. So I think, I hope I've answered your question, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mkwebi. We will now take our final round of questions and hope all. We'll keep it to 5 so as to ensure that I try and keep to the time that we have. Here in the front, I've got number 1 and 2. I've noted that hand. I will give it its own special attention. Number 3. Oh, yes. Number 4. Number 5, Professor Twala. There's a hand. Okay, there's a hand there. Number 6, and lastly in the opposite, Mr. Mduzulwana here. You will then be the last. Let's start here in the front with Mr. Somkoko. Yes. Oh, pardon me. Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, that's.
Thank you. Let me probably stand up. My name is Mr. Hweku. It's a bad surname, sorry. I'm coming from Nyandeni Kingdom. I'm coming here with our king, Damas and Damas. I think the main frustration maybe I want to say is that every time, every year, when you pass this gate, there's a strike. Whether you pass this gate or you pass the Butterworth gate or another gate, there's always strikes. And I think maybe the issues are always sitting around the issues of access to opportunity. Meaning that in some cases you realize and find out that there's issues of admission and all of those things. And then again, there's issues of access to finance, student debts and all of that. We all know that maybe half of this room does not have access to credit at all. You can't go to a bank and borrow money. Further to that, you'll find that there is always another access to training, which in this case I would assume that when I see a lot of students around a shop called Spa here, it just tells me that there's no mentor on these students. Because what they do and what you see during working hours or after hours or weekend, especially when there's NSFAS money, you realize that they don't have mentors. Around the community that we present, or maybe the last part could be the access to management. I would say that when you listen to all what has been said here, you would realize that maybe you do not have a specific project management tool that will deal with all of the scope, the quality, the cost, especially the communication that has been said here and all of that. But maybe let me just go straight to us as a community. We see and appreciate the health sciences department that is here, because you realize that first the students were flocking down from UNITRA to the hospital, but at a certain point they stopped because there was a facility that is built on the other side, and you can see also at the university side that there is a serious recognition of the health sciences department. But we don't see the same on the agriculture department, if there is any. Because our issue here, as a rural located university, we would expect maybe that a specific agricultural department that is going to be able to assist us as a communities, especially with the land that we have. We've got fallow land, and the challenges that we find is that everyone is trying his own best, uncoordinated way. But we're hoping then that maybe when we get a Vice-Chancellor, that probably would focus on the agriculture department, and that would probably assist us quite a great deal. Thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Somkoko, next.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mtutuzel Somkoko. Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Muhwebi. In your presentation, you have touched on resource mobilization, which is very, very important for the sustainability of this university. The question now is, how are you intending, because you have mentioned international funding. You have also mentioned alumni and convocation and presidential funding. So how do you intend to ensure that indeed this university receive the so-called third stream income? Because as the university, we are very weak in that area. Because we cannot afford to rely only to government grant and also student fees. That's the first question. The second one and the last. In your presentation, you also touched on infrastructure and operational issues. This university have got services like cleaning, security, catering, gardens and grounds. What is your view in relation to insourcing or outsourcing of those particular services? Those are the two questions. The last part, Chairperson Tolo, in fact, I don't think we need to assume that wonke umuntu olapha understand the English. Mhlawumbi, at the end of the session, you must find a way, because we've actually heard from the council that this VC will be our own VC, all of us. So maybe we need to do something there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samko. Mr. Majova?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, the presenter. I've got two questions for you. The first one, you mentioned something on your first 100 days. I thought that you will be saying to us, in order for you to understand this university very well, in order to achieve what we intended to achieve, is to subject this university to an intensive university audit. I know that might be very much painful to others and very much stressful to you, but you need to do that. Do you promise that you will do that? Then the findings make them public, not put them under the carpet. That will assist you. I want that assurance to you, that you will do that in your first 100 days, failing which will show you the gate. Secondly, any institution, whether it's a university or what, is in two folds: governance and administration. And in order for you to be able to achieve what we intended to achieve, you need to have an effective and efficiency governance and administration. What tools that will bring and use or employ to make sure that the administration or the management of this university will be an effective and efficient management? Because without the two, can't separate the two. They are twin sisters, efficiency and effective. The minute you break one, you are going to fail. So I need those tools to show us or to tell us that these are the tools that will make this management be effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next candidate hand is right there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi. That was a very impressive presentation. But looking at your CV and the track record of your professional movement, we noticed that you are coming from the NRF. You took the N1, stopped by TUT, and then to the Western Cape, again the N2, you're at NMU, then now you're back at the NRF. And all the while you are spending an average of 2 to 4 years per institution. Now in terms of sustainable leadership and looking at the complexity of WUSU and its nuanced identities at different campuses, do you think you'll be able to sustain a position here, or do you think the moment somebody else comes with a brighter carrot and they're headhunting you, you'll be taking that again? Because what WUSU right now requires is somebody who is really ready to put their boots on the ground, and as such, you need somebody who can guarantee that they can be here for the long haul. But now looking at your CV, it would seem like your strategy is this short burst of stance at any institution, and then after that, you move on to the next job. What guarantee can you promise all these people here that you are here to actually make impactful change that will lead to real transformation, and in the process, do all these things that we've been talking about? Advocate Kaitobi talked about somebody who's going to be here for the next 5 years and possibly 10, but given your record, you haven't been at a place for more than 5 years. Would you care to comment a bit on that?
Thank you very much. Move slightly to the back.
Thank you very much, Idi, and thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi. A brief question. It has been asked, I think, 2 times already, but I think I should ask it my own way so that I can get the response that will satisfy me around the curriculum. My name is Baseza Totobayo. for the records. Dr. Mgwebi also serves a diverse and often under-resourced student population. Now, what specific pedagogical strategies have you led or implemented to address learning disparities in such contexts? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have Professor Twala.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mkhweb. I think my question is around if you can just give us 3 problems that WSU is facing and how can you solve those problems? And then the second question is around the issue. We have got executive deans. They run the academic project. And then you have got Senate. Senate is the one who runs the university in terms of the academic project. In fact, in your strategy, how would you ensure that you have got a strong executive dean and a strong Senate? And give us examples where you have a TUT, you have got an MAU, to say what have you done in relation to that? Because part of the issues that we want to have strong executive deans who are going to run the academic project, which is linked to the sustainability of the university in relation to the finance. If faculties are run very well, we're going to make a surplus. And the university, we're going to run out of deficit. So therefore, that's the kind of the VC we want. And the issue of Senate must take its role to run the university. So therefore, what assurance can you give us and give us example in relation to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Nomachila. Oh, you're covered. Thank you very much. We can then move to the left, Mr. Mduzulwana.
Chair, it's unfortunate, Chair, lento bekwamva. Because, Chair, I have 2 questions for Doc. One was asked by Usomkoko. Chair, what is your plan kulento insourcing of services? Team K raised that. The second one, ilento kaDoc angahlaliyo kwezi university ibuzwe apha. Uzibona ezakwazi nohlala kule yethu university as difficult as it is. Ngokwe-CV yakhe uhlala 2 years and go. Asikho sure ke noba akazurova nalapha na. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mduzulwana. And then the final question right at the back.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Doc. Doc, I would like to understand on the issue of curriculum decolonization. You have been saying it in passing. So I would like to understand if you have a specific framework that talks to curriculum decolonization. If yes, how are you going to integrate that to this emerging digital world? Thanks, Dikupila Zandengo.
Thank you. That was the final set of questions. Doc, if you may attend to those in the last few minutes.
Yes. Yeah. I would like to start with Mr. Khweku. Ndiyabulela kwenkosi uNyawuza, ndingumzukulwana kaNyawuza by the way. Mr. Khweku, you're talking about the matters that are very serious in terms of shaping the future of students for society here that are coming from this university. You're talking about what you observe as lack of mentorship, the need for training. You're talking about access issues, admission opportunities that must be given. And these are real issues that I've touched a little bit. I only have 30 minutes, unfortunately. I wish I could have another hour or so to talk about this in terms of what my thoughts are. In terms of admission and the processes, this university has got capable leadership and registrar championing, I'm assuming as it is at universities, championing the processes related to admissions and all the administrative and governance frameworks around that. And should there be anything that needs to be strengthened there, I think the Vice-Chancellor would have to engage with the registrar on strengthening that. But also what I want to say about that point is that it's very important for a Vice-Chancellor to understand where the students come from. It's very important for a Vice-Chancellor to understand the struggles and the aspirations of the communities where the students are coming from to be able to provide the service that is required for the students. So I would give you my assurance that coming from this region and having grown up here in Tabankulu, here in the Eastern Cape, I think I've got a full understanding of the dimensions of and the diversity of students across the Eastern Cape region that we will need to take care of. But also you raised something else, Mr. Hweklu, that you talk about agriculture. When I look at the opportunities that we have in the region for agriculture, agriculture is not only bringing sustainable food to the table, it's also an opportunity for entrepreneurship and innovation through agriculture, which is why when I looked at what the university is doing in terms of research and output, I strongly recommend a signature theme that's talking toward water, food, and environment. And that would strengthen our partnerships with industries in agriculture, with farmers in the communities, and also embed the students in the communities where these are. At Nelson Mandela University, I know we started this project of food sovereignty, and we were able to take students to do food gardens with the communities. And that's helping in terms of knowledge from the community being passed on to the students, but also the students learning so that in future they are able to think about opportunities that they can present for themselves. So I truly appreciate your comments. Some of them were not questions, but comments which I highly regard. The second one, Mr. Somkoko, I think is the one who asked about resource mobilization. In terms of funding alumni third stream income. It starts with a fully defined strategy of generating third stream income. It doesn't come on day 2 of taking over an office of fundraising. It starts with partnerships and the visibility, and the Vice-Chancellor being the face of partnerships and how those partnerships are stewarded and shaped. So my point about having industry being involved even at faculty boards as advisory is one of the ways to approach this. Our president in the country is now fully utilizing the business sector to help government to improve certain areas of our country. It's a big opportunity for universities to immerse themselves into those clusters of business. But also we've got the B20. After I know B20, the G20 is ending now, but the outputs from the B20, which is business-led, needs to be taken up by universities. And we need to engage universities, industry, not only as individual industries, but I think in terms of sectors, the Energy Council, for example. How is the Energy Council looking at Walter Sisulu University and seeing a spark at the university for them to invest in energy-related initiatives at the university? So I would say in terms of industry engagement, it's through training, of course, we've got to provide the skills and opportunities for the students to experiment, but also to be immersed in industry. But we need to build the partnerships that are crucial for us to go forward and strengthen our own administration and governance. In terms of insourcing, you're talking about insourcing. Insourcing, I think, has been a crucial and for most universities, a painful reminder of how universities are anchors in the communities where they are. Universities serve as anchors, they provide jobs for people that are around the areas. I think I would have to have a conversation with council on where we are at the university, because I'm not privy to the details of that. But in my view, I think these are the things that need to be done in phases. So that we look at the resources, we look at the implications, and we look at the phasing of certain initiatives. That's my view. Mr. Majova, I think you asked about understanding university audit. I think listening first before you just ask for audit. I think it's better to listen and hear out what's happening at the university, because I'm not a person who rushes for audit. Of course, I would want to do an infrastructure audit to find, not that kind of audit, to find out the state of infrastructure at the university. But in terms of the whole institutional audit, I think we have an opportunity with the CHE audit that has already been done most recently, and the university has responded. I think that's our starting point to look at institutional audit. And then maybe later we can engage on how deep we can go into the audit. In terms of tools for administration and governance, we need a proper digital transformation strategy at the university that will look at the state of digitization and modernization of the university. Once we have a strategy, we'll be able to map out the plans and how we get governance and audit to be efficient. So efficiencies will have to be enabled by modernization and digital transformation. In terms of sustainable leadership, this is why you're asking me about the 2 years there and the 2 years there. I started at the NRF in 2008, and I spent my first 7 years there building capacities and working at the intersection of science and policy. And from there, it was a deliberate decision to go and have experience at universities for higher education leadership. It is at that time that I actually studied tertiary higher education management with the University of Melbourne. And from that, it was an upward trajectory for me to go to Tshwane University of Technology, as I was headhunted for the position, as they were struggling to find a person, particularly, I think they were looking at transformation and a person capable who's a woman. And that was an upward opportunity for me to TUT. And because I'm a woman, and the women are faced with many challenges, one of them being to raise children. And it was very important for me to be able to come back to the Eastern Cape. And it was at the time when my child, or my children actually, I had to force them and to integrate with the Xhosa culture, which is very important for me, because this is how I was raised. And it was important for me that they learn how to speak isiXhosa, because you know the problem now with the people like us who are mobile. Even our children can't speak our languages. That is a shame. So I didn't want that shame to be on me. So this is why I went back to the Eastern Cape at Nelson Mandela University. Then I was called to national duty again because of the rebuilding of the NRF. They needed experienced people to build sustainable higher education, in fact, which is now what I'm doing. So now I'm being called. I think this is a homecoming, as I said, it's a homecoming. I've acquired skills. I'm I would say a woman of a certain age, and I've acquired skills that I think it would be best for me at this time, over a 10-year period, Chair, to apply them at this university, which is why I said, Mr. Majova, a decadal vision. it's a 10-year plan. So that's my answer for you. Thank you very much. So there is that guarantee that I've reached, and I've never been a vice-chancellor, so this is also an opportunity for me to apply the skills and how better to apply it at a point where it all began. So for me, this is a complete full circle moment, should I be given the opportunity. In terms of curriculum design strategies, it will be very important to work with the DVC of learning and teaching here at the university to first look at where we are and look at the desired state. We've seen transformations in higher education. I think for me, Africa is the best teacher in terms of what has happened in other regions within the African continent. I've got a lot of partnerships that I hold dear with universities in the African continent that are also struggling with the concept. It's not an easily implementable strategy to just change the curriculum. It's an ownership that needs to be with the deans, with the Senate, with the HODs, but also with the students themselves. This is why I said we need to determine the research. What research are you doing? Who are you doing it for, and how are you doing it? How are you treating people that you're doing research for and with? So that those things, they infuse back into the curriculum. And we need to develop a proper strategy for curriculum design and decoloniality. And for me, I think the mindset of changing into solving global and local challenges is a mindset that's calling us to integrate disciplines of social sciences and the other sciences and the economy into one so that we solve the problems. To look at traditional practices and what can we learn from that. We are very fortunate in the South African system that we even have an indigenous knowledge framework that's approved by Parliament. How are you using that as the university for us to have those practices in the curriculum? So we've got the tools available to us. All we need is to co-create the implementation. Professor Twala, you asked about the 3 problems and how I would solve them. I'm not here with a magic wand, so I would be very sorry if you believe that I have a magic wand that I will do this and things will turn into water into wine. But I know the challenges that we are facing, and I think I've got an extensive network that have built over the years that we can utilize for the benefit of the university. The first one, as I indicated, was the financial sustainability. There, in terms of the academy, I'm not just talking about money that would go into salaries, I'm talking about pushing the agenda of the academy. I've had experiences in establishing joint degrees and mobility networks for students and for academy, for the staff. I'm very much in touch with the frameworks, for example, the EU Innovation Agenda that's in partnership with South Africa, and there's actually now a discussion on how do we implement it, at which universities are going to be part of that. I'm fortunate that at Science Forum South Africa in the next 8 weeks, I will be part of a small committee that has been established to look exactly at that. The thinking is that historically disadvantaged institutions that we are pushing for will be the ones that are at the center of those mobility networks. That's just one example, using the SAEU Gateway partnership. That is on global partnerships. On continental partnerships, I champion a network of 18 African countries in South Africa called the Science Granting Council Initiative that has got 18 countries that have committed to build their capacities of higher education and research. And that is an opportunity that is funded highly funded, and have been able to mobilize to the tune of about 700 million rands to come to the NRF for that. And that money at the NRF is not for NRF, it's for universities. So there are opportunities that are, Chair, that I think are low-hanging, that we can use as resource mobilization, because we do joint degrees, we take staff to spend time, we make opportunities. I've been successful, even though you may say it's short stints, but I've been very successful in also establishing UNESCO chairs at the university, not only the South African research chairs, the UNESCO chairs at TUT, UNESCO chair at Mandela, and the industry chair, but also UNESCO chair at University of the Western Cape, which have got leverage for bringing resources. So those are the national and global partnerships, and also continental partnerships. Very much in touch with science, technology, and innovation agenda and the strategy of education in the African continent with the EU. The second one is on, the second challenge that I think is very important, as I indicated, is on student experience at universities. Student experience is a matter that needs particular attention. That's why for me the infrastructure audit is very important, so that we can know the conditions of where the students are. And we can also provide opportunities for students to have global engagement and industry engagement so that they can develop their skills better. The third one is on staff. The progression of staff who can supervise, progression of the numbers, it has happened, but it's not at the pace that I think we can do this. So it's important for me to open up those doors and opportunities for staff to be able to complete their PhDs, those who are doing masters, to start their PhDs through opportunities of leverage. By that way, we are building the academy. At the same time, we are creating confidence in our partners, but also in the local communities. Mr. Mduzulwana, you spoke about, was it insourcing? I think I've answered the insourcing question. Yes, thank you. And also the framework on curriculum decolonization. I think that framework will have to be developed, but as I said, that we need to strengthen our community engagement activities first and define the desired state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi, and thank you to our audience for this opportunity to interact with them. We now have concluded this round of questions. We have communicated with our other campuses, because they are receiving our engagements, that when we start the next round, we'll then start from them and come in. But we're trying to ensure that we manage the time. We should have concluded at 11:15. It is now 25 minutes past 11. So we just have to ensure that we manage our day accordingly. Thank you very much, Dr. Mgwebi, for the time that you've had with us as a university.
Thank you.
We will now be pleased to hear from the next candidate, Professor Chita. And as we'll be setting them up, do feel free to take a very quick 5 minutes break, and let's please be seated at 25 to so that we then are able to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please be seated. That will be much appreciated. Let us please be seated. And maintain our silence as we have done so wonderfully so far. Ibu panel ya. Ure George na. Thank you very much. We're just waiting for some of our panel members to find their seats. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There were two external councillors that are not here. I'm just awaiting the deputy chair to find her way back into the auditoria. Oh, there she, yes. Thank you very much. As the final of our panel members find their seats, ladies and gentlemen, you will now be pleased to hear from our second candidate, Professor Chita, whom I now invite to the stage. A round of welcome, please.
Mandi bulele sihlalo and bulele ne panel yakho and kahlele Dlovuyazi. Given the topic shaping the future of Walter Sisulu University through Vision 2030 and beyond, I've chosen to reimagine WSU with a particular focus on excellence, innovation, and impact. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we stand and where you may be following these proceedings from. I pay my respects to all current, former, and future traditional leaders who may be here today. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge the institutional stakeholders who comprise the fabric of this university. These include our government at all levels, our university council, executive of the university, the senate, academic staff, students, student leadership, alumni, convocation, our staff, labor unions and their leadership, and the institutional forum and the broader Eastern Cape community. I further acknowledge the families, friends, and communities of those who have endured pain as a result of our actions or inactions. I do commit to to processes that support justice and facilitate a healing process. I am Wezile Chita, born and raised in Lusikisiki in the Eastern Cape, an executive dean in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences currently. I have served at the University of Witwatersrand at Dinari and at Dinari here at Walter Sisulu University. I am a medical doctor and a health economist by training. I hold a PhD from Walter Sisulu University. I've established a reputation of raising funding estimated to be over $1 billion over about 15 years of my career. I am an innovative manager, as exemplified by my work in the Mowbray Maternity Hospital in the Eastern Cape, Frontier Hospital in Queenstown, Walter Sisulu University during my last time as a dean, at Wits University. Those areas have demonstrated how to do innovative management despite challenges. I am a master of stakeholder relations. I have managed to stabilize relationships between the university and the stakeholders at difficult times. In particular, our relationship with government through their proxy, which is the Eastern Cape Department of Health and the National Health Laboratory Service. I led a WSU Faculty of Medicine to a research award in 2017. We became #1 in the university that time. I am leading a #1 competent gauge faculty in the university, and I oversaw a pioneering of a program in South Africa called Integrated Longitudinal Clinical Clerkship. I have a history of building on strong foundations for continuity of any organization's business. My leadership style is visible leadership, hands-on leadership, with particular emphasis on transformation, inclusivity, and data-driven decision-making. I do believe in the statement written here. Leadership is not about title or position. It's about impact, influence, and inspiration. Together, we will build a WSU that is a beacon of excellence and societal impact in higher education in Africa. I do commit to lead this institution with vision, respect and humility, honesty and integrity. I commit to fostering a culture of transparency, service, performance, and accountability. We will drive together with my team institutional excellence through data-driven decision-making. Where is WSU now? I believe that WSU is sitting on strong foundations, in particular in its teaching and learning programs, community engagement, research. It is still very much at infancy stage when it comes to innovation. There are pockets of excellence, but there's uneven performance and weak accountability mechanisms. Where must we go? I believe that WSU's destination is an institution that should be a digitally empowered, research active, academically productive, globally connected, locally and internationally relevant, and financially sustainable institution. How will we get there? I propose a focus that deals with strong strategic leadership. I believe that this gap, we need to close it. Inclusive transformation, leave no one behind. Curriculum transformation, aligned to order of the day in terms of curriculum, but take into account our origin, where we are embedded in our communities. We are in Africa, measurable outcomes, and I do emphasize accountability for performance. There is a WSU that we talk about, the WSU that we want. In summary, I say it should be the WSU that is a flagship university of the Eastern Cape, that is able to play its role in the continent and recognized and respected internationally. My vision for WSU is to align with Vision 2030. Yes, we have to revise revise the goals based on our own internal assessment of the last 5 years, but the vision remains an impactful, technology-infused African university. I suggest the following focus areas: cooperative and ethical governance, collaborative leadership and management, building capacity of the university to deliver on its mandate, including insourcing and reduction of dependence on contract employees, academic excellence, positive student experience, positive staff experience, community engagement, digital transformation, enhanced innovations, and a commitment to equity, quality, and access. This is the WSU would like to develop, and we're making a commitment today that will develop a center of excellence in education, research, innovation, and community engagement with these 4 areas. We would have in the next 5 years, as we move towards 2030, that we push WSU to become a beacon of excellence in higher education. Number 1, community engaged university in South Africa, top 10 in research productivity in South Africa, and an improvement from the current ranking to top 3 in impact rankings in South Africa. I am proposing a strategic framework for inclusive growth, excellence, and societal impact with the following 10 pillars. First one, cooperative and ethical governance and leadership. Impactful university program. Technology and digital transformation program. African university program, promoting excellence in teaching, a university research, innovation and internationalization, enriching student experience. I have added a pillar on enriching staff experience, empowering university program, and a focus on institutional sustainability. From a governance, management, and administration point of view, I argue that the university must be planned, governed, funded, managed, and administered as a system. I also emphasize that everyone must play his or her role. The governor must govern, the leader must lead, the manager must manage, the administrator must administer, the teacher must be in the classroom and teaching, the student must learn. I am also emphasizing particular areas that we must attend to. From my experience, I believe that if we touch on these areas in intervening in our leadership, we are likely to be together as a system and a team. Cohesive leadership, operational leadership, academic leadership, transformative leadership, and strategic leadership. I will talk to some of these areas as I proceed with the presentation. These are key interventions I'm suggesting. Some of them I believe that they would need to be immediately implemented if I am successful. The first one is to strengthen the Executive Management Committee through the inclusion of the Executive Deans and the Executive Director of Student Affairs in the Executive Management Committee. The second one, strategic role of the Office of the Vice-Chancellor needs to be strengthened. I have proposals in that area. One of the proposals is actually having a Vice-Chancellor's Advisory Council. The reason for this Advisory Council, I've experienced it in health sciences. It works wonders. Third one, implementing the performance management systems, the risk management framework and quality assurance framework. But I want to also emphasize that we need to intervene at operational level and manage operations per campus. And my suggestion there is to set up a campus operations committee that brings all stakeholders in that campus under the leadership of somebody designated by the Vice-Chancellor. I also propose that Council should consider establishing a strategy and performance committee of Council in order to ensure that all levels of the university are able to account for performance, and also following the midterm review and alignment of plans, we should be able to strengthen or review the terms of reference of a committee called a Senior Leadership Committee to focus on performance monitoring and accountability. I can't go without engaging with the stakeholders, especially to ensure that we are ready for the year and we are ready for the journey together. And before the end of the year, there should be readiness engagement for 2026. I also propose that we should consider implementing a social cohesion enhancement program, a deliberate program to ensure that we bring everybody, irrespective of origin, background, gender, language, culture, and we are able to engage on an continuous basis in a deliberate and intentional program for inclusivity and equity in the university. The second pillar talks to impactful university program. I am suggesting specific activities to ensure that we continue to strengthen our role as an impactful university in society, in the community, in the continent. And I suggest university flagships, even though they can be faculty-based, community partnerships. I also emphasize community transdisciplinary platforms that we need to encourage as a university to ensure that faculties are able to work together towards common goals in solving community problems. Faculty-led initiatives that connect students with communities. We know some of the programs that we do in teaching, like work-integrated learning, but I would want to go beyond work-integrated learning. Strategic MOUs here is partnerships in particular with local communities, local government, and provincial government, because we are often based in towns. Would love to have a long-term relationship with the towns where we are based, following the so-called university town approach, develop infrastructure, support services, but also ensure that we're able to grow the economies of these universities together as partners, as we're the university in those areas. We would like to encourage research projects that involve collaboration with communities. We are doing very well in public engagement, dialogue, and advocacy. So we'd love to strengthen that and build that and extend it beyond the province and into the country and the continent. Implement short learning programs, online programs, or part-time programs in order to reclaim our history, but also to continue to engage all people that need our services. The third pillar is the African University Program. My proposal here is a WSU with an African agenda. First step is to promote Africanization of the curriculum. We know when we talk about decolonization, that was one of the demands. Harnessing assets in the African environment, especially in the area of indigenous knowledge systems. Ensuring that academics and students recognize the African context in their scientific work. The second point here is to reflect Africa in our points of existence, naming our university facilities to reflect this particular part of our vision. Setting up African Knowledge Systems Hub in order to start to build bases for various indigenous knowledge systems, various ways of lives of African people, so that from a science point of view, you are able to explore, document, and write, and take this to the world. I also propose a partnership between the university and the traditional leadership within the province, in the country, and in the continent. My first program that I want to propose is a traditional leadership capacitation program. We know in rural communities, as well as rural-based universities, we are anchored by traditional authorities, and they play a very important role. So we need, as a university, to play our part in order to ensure that they've got the necessary capacity at all levels of their work in order to discharge their responsibilities. So that's the first program we want to propose. The second one, we would love to have a program to celebrate the best kings and queens of our times, honoring them through public lectures through this university. The third point, we would want to... Third point is inevitable that we must work with traditional authorities because they are overseeing an important population within our sphere in terms of community development. I am also saying, as a university, we must deliberately celebrate Africa Day have thematic expressions in the course of these days in order to continue to engage with our African people, keep in touch with the rest of the continent, but also moments of reflection of where we are and where we are going. Why I also propose that we build on the existing strengths when it comes to African languages and have a focus on African languages development program. Definitely, without scholars, we need to be able to bring African scholars together, in this, and ensure that we continue to exchange knowledge within the continent. The third pillar talks to digital transformation. My approach is twofold. We need to continue building on the work that has been done and technology that is being infused in the institution, but we must strengthen that by focusing on a technology-infused academic enterprise. In particular, continue to build smart classrooms, implement blended learning, AI-driven analytics, ensure that we continue to train our academics and students in digital literacy. Second part of this is to ensure that we have a digitally enabled university administration. The first frontline function is to automate all workflows and business processes. That's the work that we need to focus on, but this work must be aligned to the priorities of the next 5 years, from governance to management to administration. We also need to create a critical mass of a digital workforce through a digital training program, which we need to focus on and be deliberate about creating this deliberate critical mass. An AI center that we have recently agreed on implementing in the university should provide us a leverage to leapfrog some of the challenges. I would like to promote excellence in teaching and learning through the following interventions. First and foremost, implementing the blended learning policy and plan, curriculum transformation with particular inclusion of certain key areas in our curriculum, WSU values, ethics, decolonization, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and innovation. We would like to restore university flagship programs. We know of the School of Law, the School of Accounting, and the School of Medicine. We would like to continue to drive the growth in engineering and ICT, in particular through introduction of the degree programs in engineering and postgraduate programs in that faculty. We would like to propose establishment of a business school through the Faculty of Economic and Financial Sciences, and establishing a Center for Public Administration, which I believe that is work that has started through the Faculty of Management and Public Administration Sciences. Would like to invest in building Komani campus as a center of excellence for education programs in the university. Establishing a School of Agriculture to respond to the need around our region, ensure that we establish the 5th WSU campus in the Eastern Pondoland to respond to higher education disparities. It is my intention to appoint quality assurance officers and faculty managers within 100 days of my appointment if I am given this opportunity. I would like to also propose a focus on excellence in research and innovation. First point, we are building on a work that has been done, but we need sustainability of what has been started. It must continue to grow, and we have identified a few areas that we think by focusing on them, we will be on the right path. The first one is to build a research and innovation ecosystem within the university. There is a second point there that talks about streamlining the research value chain. I am told it is painful to do research in our institution, and therefore we need to relieve the pain and find interventions to ensure that we streamline that chain. ensure that we've got a pipeline of researchers through our postgraduate programs and emerging researchers, ensure that we've got sustainable research capacity in the form of research infrastructure. But an important point is a performance management system that sets targets for every staff member. We need to enforce that, ensure that every staff member is able to produce at least one research unit in a year. We will also include in our support programs a research mentorship and training initiative, building on how we've been working now, introduce a postgraduate education growth initiative in order to drive across faculties growth of postgraduate programs with a focus and zeal in order to comply with our targets in the enrollment plan. I would also want to emphasize a need for implementing a university research leadership improvement program. This area, if I were to touch, we have started work here, postdocs, we have started work sending people for PhDs. We must have strategies to retain. But we must also have strategies to recruit research-dedicated staff to assist us and the faculties to move to the next level. But we must also be able to keep or recruit international stars. We will not fly in this space if we are unable to attract international stars. So there's a lot of work that we need to attend to. My last proposal is a roadmap for development of centers of research excellence so that we continue to create a research infrastructure for sustainable research productivity in our institution. In terms of enriching student experience, in addition to dealing with infrastructure, which we've done great work on, improving ICT, which we've done great work on, I also would like to focus on particular areas, to take this work forward. Obviously, we need to strengthen student leadership and governance. We need to ensure that in this case, we've got a well-rounded ethical leadership among students. We need to ensure that we attend to social and health and well-being of our students. As you know that we've got an increasing burden of mental health burden, and also in our midst we've got challenges with respect to recreational facilities. So we'd love to attend to this particular area, including access to food courts to mitigate some of the challenges that students experience, like hunger. I am aware that students would love to have a program that prepares them to have driver's license before they leave the university. I've taken that project on, working together with the students. We've got the challenge of student hunger, and I would like to collaborate with students and partners in order to mitigate against this particular burden so that our students continue to learn or come here to learn. We are aware that there is a challenge of student debt, and I've seen the work of the convocation in space. Would like to partner them and ensure that we are able to make sure on an annual basis that particular marathon and other activities are supported by the university in order to continue to mitigate against student debt. I would love to strengthen ties with alumni in order to make sure that they support us in all our aspects of our life, including contributions to funding and reducing debt and hunger. We have a challenge, that our graduates out there do struggle to get employment, and we need to ensure that we give them or improve employability skills before they leave. So amongst the suggestions is to strengthen the work integrated learning, ensure that all faculties are supported to implement it properly, and continue to engage with alumni to mentor-mentee relationships, support any support that is possible, but also introduce or strengthen existing student entrepreneurship programs. I also suggest that in order to support students, we must make it easier to access the support through an integrated student support portal, and create a dashboard to monitor student life and evaluate as we continue to get feedback and improve. I've added this goal that we have a responsibility as a caring university to enhance staff experience. Through our staff, we improve the life of the students. we achieve the targets and performance indicators of the university. And I think it is fair that this goal is specifically focused on. I have got the following suggestions. Promote work diversity, inclusivity, and equity. Implement a performance management system. I would love, within 100 days, to ensure that from academic HOT level up to the VC, everybody has got a performance agreement. Strengthen academic leadership and university administration. Ensure that staff are provided with tools of trade. Strengthen staff wellness programs. Implement institutional climate surveys. Strengthen orientation and induction of new staff. Promote a culture of service, honesty, respect, and accountability. And strengthen internal communication channels with staff. We need to continue to put our university in the international map, building on the work that has been done by the previous leadership. And we will build on that by focusing on these areas: academic staff and student mobility, recruitment of international students and scholars. It's important for me to touch on this component because in the country we have got a challenge, that we are creating an impression that there's a section of an international community that we are not interested in their service. I want to say I am part of a global village and I would love to globalize the university. I am not aware of any university that grows and be recognized internationally only with local talent. We will balance the transformation imperatives in this area, but definitely we need international scholars to take us to the next level. So if we want to be in the top 3 in impact rankings, we want to be in the top 10 in research, we want to be a beacon of excellence in Africa, we cannot do it without our African talent. We will continue to encourage a global knowledge exchange through international symposia, seminars, and conferences, through involving academic associates and visiting scholars. Would like to encourage collaborative international research and innovation partnerships, especially through our research niche areas. We will also promote participation in African partnerships, taking advantage of existing networks that we are already part of, or will pursue some that we are not part of, and strengthen partnerships with Global South. I have spoken about a pillar of an empowering university program. I am personally not a fan of patchy interventions. I believe in a systematic approach to developing leadership, from the lowest to the advanced. I propose these 4 areas as part of the menu to empower our staff, especially to lead in teaching, in research, innovation, community engagement, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So we will continue with existing staff enhancement programs, though I might want a better coordinated system, monitorable, and so that we are able to set appropriate targets and beat them. The second one is to have a Vice-Chancellor's Institutional Training Academy for leadership development. Essentially, this is to focus on academic leadership training. We have been identifying HOTs. HOTs were taken as ordinary academics with experience, given a challenge to lead a team of academics. I want to say it is not easy to lead academics. And therefore, it's important to ensure that at least our academic HOTs are equipped with capacity to lead. They need to understand the university, how it is governed, how it is administered. We need to empower them with project management skills, financial management skills, human resource management skills. I want to say to them, we need to empower them with ability to be able to meet with unions toe to toe. I've got experience of people who fear to work with unions. I can't lead people who fear to work with other stakeholders. Then it's important that we empower them with the skills to engage so that the university can be appropriately led from the lowest level to the highest level. I am also proposing a focus on having a university administrators course. And this is the reason is that departments are administered by what we call departmental administrators. Most of the time is trial and error. So we need to reduce trial and error. They must have guidance on most of the things that they are doing. So I am proposing that we must soon develop a course where we are able to take our administrators, all the relevant ones, in terms of what is expected of them and what is it that the university standard expects of them. We can't improve quality, we can't improve audits and all that because the problem is in those administrators, Chair. I also have grown up in an environment of a student leader. And I know that you have got students who get into leadership. So we need to prepare them when they take the challenge so that they can understand the role they are getting in and how to work with university management, how to work with other stakeholders. I'm proposing a WSU Future Leaders Program. We should also take care of those who have exited leadership so that we are able to continue supporting them, directing them so that they can make better choices about their careers in future. I'm also proposing that our labor, we need to have a training program, a leadership training program for all unions. When people have been elected, they must be inducted correctly, they must understand their role, they must understand the relationship between academia and corporate, and they must know when to intervene and when not to intervene. You see. We will also need the challenge to address emerging leaders challenge, but also a particular sector, of our transformation program, the women, a focus in there in order to be able to produce a pool of people who are able to compete for positions within the university. I suggest that we consider setting up what I call a postgraduate advancement and research development academy, driven by academics and researchers in order to drive that postgraduate education initiative I was talking about. Our future, our money lies in those programs. We need a focus. Our future lies in having a university research leadership. So we need a focus on that. And our future lies in developing that research infrastructure to those centers of research excellence, research niche areas. So this area, academy, would focus with a package of support to enable us to achieve those targets while leapfrogging some of the challenges that would have delayed us. I also end this area by proposing an academic entrepreneurship initiative. I happen to have worked at the University of Witwatersrand, and this area, they had a very strong program on encouraging academics to become academic entrepreneurs. And we have potential here. Ours is to enable people to be able to transition in this space. They will need us to drive initiatives to bring money into the university, working together with them. A very important pillar is institutional sustainability, and we have a tendency to focus only on financial sustainability. I am not saying it's not important, it is important. But I think if we do basics right as an institution, we will be able to even respond to financial sustainability. I propose the following approach. A more focused strategic planning and direction, a good understanding at all levels of our funding model or streams, an operating model that we can afford as a university, improving on governance and the decisions that we take and our governance structures, how they meet, where they meet, and why they meet, managing our enrollment plan. That's the core of the challenge, is the source of our current challenges. In particular, managing our targets, because time and again we get penalized for failure to meet targets, introduction of new programs, but also reducing dropout rates, improving graduation rates within that particular space. But there are two painful parts of our work that we need when we are looking at this. The first one is better management of what we have. We have got grants, I've got personal experience of how generally they are managed, they are used. And I've been in grants management for more than 10 years. I am not happy with that, so it's one of the areas that I have to attend to if I'm appointed, and I'm very clear on the best way to go. Second one is our brand. Yes, our brand, has been struggling. It's quite battered, but it's battered by self-inflicted damage. And the damage that is self-inflicted is driven by us, ourselves, and failure to agree on finding solutions to our problems. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is that I do not think we are investing enough, let's say through marketing and communications, to actually get this brand out there. Thirdly, I don't think we are documenting enough of our activity to showcase what we do. We are doing great work, and we are just failing to tell our story. We are focusing on news updates. Not many people go to our website to read a news update or go to Daily Dispatch. There are mechanisms of taking yourself out there that I think we are underutilizing as an institution. So we need to manage our brand and reputation efficiently. The last one is efficient management of student debt. I'm aware of the current policies, procedures, and the challenges associated with that, but we should continue to innovate in this space in order to improve the return. To touch on long-term financial sustainability, obviously, as part of executive management of the university, I would love to set up a fundraising group that will focus on our strategy to approach financial sustainability as an institution. But I want to propose a menu that includes some of these activities. Setting up an office of fundraising and resource mobilization, and intensify donor activation and alumni relations. I want to take responsibility directly for this, and I would love this function to report directly to the office of the Vice-Chancellor. And I am aware that there's an office of advancement which I would want to propose that we change it and capacitate in order to become an office of fundraising and resource mobilization. I've spoken about the role of alumni in relation to fundraising and funding in general. Secondly, I've spoken about promoting academic entrepreneurship initiatives amongst our staff. We need to focus on increasing our third stream income. It includes making it easy to do a project in that space. At the moment, we are not as ready as we sometimes say to manage third stream income projects. So if we are serious, I think we must consider alternative ways of managing or administering third stream income. I therefore suggested the last point there. With my experience of the Vet Health Consortium and seeing its benefits, I think that model can assist the university to leapfrog the current challenges, quickly improve its reputation on managing external funding, build better relationships, account for funding, and attract more funding. So I propose that, Chair, we need to consider having a university-owned grants management company. The task will not be complete if we don't talk about similar infrastructure in other universities. They would have a foundation. I'm aware in our case we have got what we call a WSU Legacy Fund, but we need to build on all these initiatives to create infrastructure for receiving, protecting, and accounting for donor funding. And I am aware of the initiatives of the university to set up WSU PTY Ltd, and I support that. It will assist us to manage various areas of our work and also be able to interface with the external world that want to partner with us in terms of our commercial development. If successful, WSU is poised to become a transformative African university, aligned with SDGs, African goals, national development plans, and other local imperatives to ensure inclusive growth, innovation, and societal impact. Together, we will build a WSU that will be a beacon of excellence and societal impact in higher education in Africa. Let's shape our future with courage, clarity, and commitment. WSU cares. WSU lives. WSU leads. If I may ask you, who cares? Who lives? Who leads? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chita, for sharing your insightful thoughts on the future of the university. We will now allow for questions from our audience. As I had indicated, I would like to request that we start with our campuses in this round of questions, and then we'll come to our colleagues here in the main hall. And so if the campuses can please indicate if there are any questions from the campuses. I will start with Buffalo City and get an indication, Dr. Lukosa, if there are any questions from Buffalo City.
Thank you, Edie. There is no question from Buffalo City.
Thank you very much.
For now.
We'll then proceed to Butterworth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, there is one question. I'm not sure whether you're taking or just noting for the time being.
I'm now taking that question.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My question is directed to, I would have loved to direct this question to all the candidates, but it's fine. With the present WSU policies that we have, how do the candidates want to realign, especially those policies that are still in play until, let's say, 3 years? How does the candidate want to realign them with the visions and the prospects they are putting forward? Most of these policies, based on what I've been listening to since morning, they kind of negate those prospects. So how do you want to realign those policies to align with what you have in mind for the institution? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, that's the only question we have.
Thank you, Prof. Balkaran. Can we then proceed to Komani and get an indication, Mr. Peter?
Good.
Do switch on your mic.
Yeah, earlier on, and they would have loved to raise some of these questions to our panel members. But let me ask these two questions for them. The first one is the issue of safety. Safety and security, the two issues that are very key or pertinent currently across the universities in South Africa, not only particular to WSU. The issue of the safe environment, how will we address the growing issue and ensuring that there's a secure environment for our students, but also maybe also for our staff members as well, particularly for our students in the context of what we are busy with currently. Secondly, Chair, is the issue of, we know that as former WSU student leaders, we have experienced a number of issues, historically and otherwise. the issue of NSFAS, financial sustainability. Both candidates have indicated that there is a need for sustainability in terms of finances, coffers of the university. But in terms of zooming into the main issue, which often affects the academic calendar of the university, the issue of NSFAS. A number of our students who are struggling to come into the system and the strikes, so on and so forth, which affects when we start and how we start the academic project at WSU. And needless to say that the external stakeholders have been complaining that we take 2 to 3 months, 6 months in terms of the academic project, and then we produce graduates. And the quality of graduates, quote unquote, raise a number of issues when it comes to that. So how do we ensure that as a university in your capacity? Lastly, Chair, specifically to Prof. Theta, I saw the plan to say Komani as an educate programs. I'm not sure how he termed it, but I wanted him to elaborate on that one. Just to understand, Komani is a campus, there are programs and education, so on and so forth. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, Koman, for those questions. They will be responded to as part of the first round of questions. I will now start on the left so that some people don't feel aggrieved that their questions have already been asked. All right. I have Mr. Mbanya and Dinoko Mkulu. That hand will be my third hand, my fourth hand, my fifth hand. Those are the, all right, Mr. Mtuzlan, those are my five hands that we'll ask in this round and will then respond, including the Komani. Mr. Mbanya?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, based to the presentation of Prof. Trita, number one, he spoke about restoring the certain program, flagship program, which here at Amtata, to believe so. And this also brings the contradiction of having a united WSU. Because even if you go previously at WSU, BCC, and also IBIGA, there are flagship programs as well there. Why is it only these three at Amtata, not others as well in other campuses? And secondly, Chair, I will also want to know, Guti, let me just by saying that there's a saying that says, practice what you preach. Prof. Trita talks about improving research and academic enterprise. How is it going to be doing that if maybe when you look at his CV, it's very limited in terms of research and also teaching and learning experience? Lastly, Chair, I'm looking at the CV of Prof. Trita, of which I will see that he was just job hopping. There's 1 year, up, and so on. Coming to when he was a dean, like from acting dean, let's say acting dean and so on at WSU. And then he went to be a dean, and then he started to say that the reason for him to move to the dean is professional growth. I fail to understand to say that if professional growth, how come it can be a professional growth when you go to be, when you went to be an assistant dean? You know, when you went to be an assistant dean, but it's a professional growth. And also, there's a kind of ambiguity, I'm not sure, with the anything that is above that deanship, all three positions there were done simultaneously. Now, when I was listening to Prof. Streeter saying that lead the university with honest and integrity, I just want to check. When he left WSU as a dean for professional growth, like your reason is professional growth to assistant dean at VES. Was that a proper reasoning that he left WSU? Saying so, Chair, because this position of VC, it needs someone with integrity, honest, and ethical. And we want to make, which is the last question, what was the main reason? Because there are also allegations that were there against Prof. Streeter during that time.
Thank you. The next hand, Lilaphe Bukhosini.
I respect protocol, Chair, especially on the basis that I stand here on behalf of the kingdom. We have seen Prof. Streeter and the other delegation that came to Nyandeni Kingdom in establishing an MOU between the Nyandeni Kingdom as well as the municipality of Nyandeni and the WSU. That delegation, as much as it is initiated by USU and under the past VC, I'm not sure if she's passed already, current VC, Mamusong, we want to double check and make sure that is Prof. Streeter willing to take that MOU forward if he is actually taken. I think that to us is very key and important for the community-driven approach that the university has started. And we really want to see the sustainability of it going forward. And I think that to me is the first question. Second question would be, I think I appreciate the fact that we've seen on your slide the establishment of the agriculture section or department within the university. I think that is where maybe our assistance is going to come from. And as much as that is a comment, on our side, we believe that we've got smallholder farmers. If you have seen the exhibition of yesterday at Nyandeni Kingdom, where we were visited by Minister of Agriculture, there is various smallholder farmers that are there that need assistance. And they vary. Others are in vegetables, others in fruits. There was bananas that were exhibited there yesterday, abanye benza ubusi and all of those things. So I think that help is actually needed on our side. We've already spoken earlier on maybe with the issues that affect us all here, especially the strikes at the university. I think it can't be correct that the university every year there's a strike. It means somewhere, somehow, someone is not doing his job. I don't know who. Because it is clear that the problems of previous years, they they're not solved. Someone thinks that they're going to solve themselves, and then they come up again. I think there's always this issue of access to opportunity, especially around the students. You've already spoken and alluded to the fact that the demographics in all of these areas are not the same, and maybe our students in our areas are not the same, but this issue that there's always a complaint about access to enter the university in terms of admissions, I do not know how it can be dealt with. In the launch of the MOU at Nyandeni, there were lots of kids that were there, and they were complaining about the same issue. And we were happy when we saw the university to come in to say that, okay, this is how we can assist you online. Because remember, some of these kids, they've got ambitions. I want to be an engineer. Someone does not have a maths, he wants to be an engineer. Someone must be able to advise and say, this is the area that you can get into, other than to let, because now when you've got an online application, you are all alone there. I think that is our challenge, because our youth there now, as we speak, there's teenage pregnancies, there's issues of alcohol abuse, there's issues of unemployment, there's issues of not even accessing the training, or many other programs that they are unable to. In fact, you find that poverty is being multiplied as this is going forward. So we really appreciate the fact that some of these issues have been mentioned. And I think lastly, just as a last question, the issues related to audit.
Sure.
You've mentioned them. But I think audit all the time is always a past experience. It would be better for us to see audits that are done either quarterly or monthly, so that at the end of the day, whatever audits that they are there, you can't be talking an audit of last year. You should be able to say internal auditors have done their jobs and there were actions during that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now proceed to the third question. If you may just move up the stairs. And just to reaffirm with colleagues that less preamble and direct to the question, much appreciated in managing the 45 minutes. To proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. Good afternoon, also colleagues. Prof, I saw during your presentation, there was one slide where you're talking about the strategic framework for inclusive growth. One of the pillars was promoting excellence in teaching and learning. My question is, in your view, what are the most urgent reforms needed in WSU teaching and learning portfolio, and how would you lead them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next hand is immediately next to you, sir. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Prof, I would like to know, when I read through all the candidates' CVs and things, I noticed that out of the 4 candidates, you are the only one who has not held a role of being a Deputy Vice-Chancellor. So my question is, how are you positioned?
Thank you very much. Number 5, Prof over there, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Prof, for your presentation. You almost made it impossible to be able to want to ask questions, because not only did you identify problems, you also were able to provide solution and how you were going to do it. So that is a good one. But during your presentation, you made mention of 2 things that stood up for me. One of it is insourcing. Because in an institution where we're talking about austerity measure now, you still find out that most things are still being outsourced. So you're talking about insourcing as one of your focus and ways of solving problems really stood up for me. And also, you talk about implementing PMS, which is one thing I found that was lacking when I joined this institution here. So those are two good things which I believe for an institution that is talking about austerity measures might really be able to help address some of the challenges we're having. But I just want you to share more light on how you intend to implement these two pillars of your visions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. If I hand Mr. Mduzulwana, you may just go up.
Thanks, Chair. Let me first welcome the progressive input from Prof. I have two questions here, Prof. One, kwesi sikolo kuthetha nabani ameradweni athuthethela isikolo. Do you have a plan to establish the office as spokesperson for the university? We have a problem here. In line with insourcing of services, garden, security, and cleaners. Those are my questions, Prof.
Thank you. And I think we had the last question right at the back, and we're done with this round.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation. From my side, I'm looking at the gap between this year and Vision 2030, and I'm looking at your presentation. You have a lot of things in plan for the institution, but I want you to make a little comment on the gap between 2030 and now as to how long do you think you will be able to achieve all these things, or mostly the most important things, which will put you at the level of your Vision 2030 that you can see. And also, in terms of the development of Walter Sisulu University, we are a rural concentrated institution, if I'm not mistaken, and of which we wish that the institution would increase or maximize the access to the rural people. So do you have a plan as to how we can increase the access to the rural people? And also lastly, one thing that might hinder your plan for Walter Sisulu University, which I think previously has been hindering the council and the other vice-chancellors and all those people, is the fact of the attitude between the students, the attitude of the management, and the attitude of the staff. And without touching those attitudes of those people, I don't think you will be able to deal with the plan. So, is there any comment as to any initiation of or plan as to what are you going to do with the attitude of these three or more stakeholders, which students, staff, management, and even the leadership as a whole from the student government and all those things? And also, you talked about financial sustainability. I would like to ask, because you're talking about internationalization and all those things, do you have a stable plan in terms of, because we know that the university, one of the things that is keeping the university is losing its sponsors, and of which we both know from the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences that we are losing sponsors and bursaries. And is there any plan as to how we are going to regain those funding stability in terms of those sponsors and all those things? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof. Peter will now afford you an opportunity to deal with the questions.
No, thanks, Program Director, and also thank you for the questions. The first question was realigning policies in line with the vision. My understanding is that as a university we have a strategic plan. It's called Vision 2030. We are right in the middle of that plan. I think that what is normally done in that situation is to review your past 5 years, identify where you have made progress, and identify where you are lagging behind, identify challenges, and then look at your goals, redefine them, revise, and develop a revised strategy for the next 5 years. That revision will have to take place and touch all key areas of the university, which will be teaching and learning, research and innovation, community engagement, internationalization, and partnerships. So that's broadly the framework that we normally follow. Secondly, we have regular plans that we submit to the Department of Higher Education and Training. We again review those plans on an annual basis and continue to refine, to align our policy framework, our capacity to deliver, and the resources. That process will continue. The third point is that we have policies as the university. We have been struggling with ensuring that we realign to our consolidation of campuses and rationalization of faculties. So all policies, including policies guiding the core business, we are busy working on them, realigning to that particular destination that we have defined. So I think that part, I'm not concerned. I am not here to change. I'm here to reinforce the path that has already been agreed and the path to be traveled. There will be a few revision of goals, but not necessarily policies. When we review policies, we need to review them from a point of enabling realization of our vision, and that is not a significant departure from policy, it's an enabling environment being created. So that work will continue to be done. The second point, I think, talks to creating a safe environment for staff and students. As a university, we are committed to creating a safe, secure environment for our staff, our students, our visitors, and our property. We do not do this thing alone. We do it as internal stakeholders, as management, with our students, with our staff. My belief is that your safety starts with you. That's my belief. The second one is the one next door to you. The third one is the one that you invite. We need to make sure that we create an environment where we are able to agree on a regime that will ensure all of us are safe. But what we do when our safety has been breached, we must agree on procedures and penalties that must be in place. So that part, I think it's important to agree as internal stakeholders. We must remember the university is a cooperative governance space, and therefore finding each other inside first and foremost is very important. Guidance by the authority, which is our council, is important. Working together with law enforcement agencies around our immediate vicinity, having a plan on how to respond to that is important. These days, there are strategies to be implemented in order to enhance. We have been speaking about automation, we have been speaking about biometric systems. All those measures, we need to consider them in order to agree on a regime that gives us the comfort that we are safe and secure and we are able to continue with our business, which is to teach, to learn, to conduct research, and partner with our communities. I think an approach is required to manage and prevent the things that lead to an unsafe environment. The third question relates to NSFAS and its related challenges. I want to say, as a country, we are governed, by a national policy framework, and that national policy framework prescribes various ways of funding higher education. And one way of funding higher education is called NSFAS. It comes with its own challenges. I think that has been debated, and we hope that the debate will see certain things being considered, others might not be considered. But we're also at early stages of evaluating NSFAS and its impact. But there are immediate challenges. What do we do with them? My understanding of Walter Sisulu University is a university that first takes steps to engage. So we engage your students, understand their challenges, engage NSFAS, understand their environment, and try to find a way to find each other between your challenge facing your students and NSFAS. Build a relationship that is progressive. Whenever there are issues, you are able to look each other in the eye and find solutions to the problems. I think we have done that. As a university, we have generally held a good relationship that has assisted us in the solution. The question I think, colleagues, we need to grapple with. Our argument on the demand in the 2016 was universal access to higher education. We called it fee-free higher education. The truth of the matter, now the fees are paid through a particular vehicle. Is this vehicle assisting us towards achieving universal higher education? I think that's the question. But I'm not here to debate that today. The issue must manage the immediate challenges, working together with NSFAS. Together we will find solutions and improve in the relationship. Internally, with students, we need to be able to be open door policy, deal with the challenges they emerge, find alternative ways to respond so that we are able to manage anything that follow as a consequence of failure to manage NSFAS challenges. One of those consequences, the question was disruptions in terms of our academic calendar. My experience, from student days as getting management, the answer lies in the people who are affected. It's important before the end of the year to make sure that management, readiness program for the year, students, are we ready to embark on 2026 as a meaningful, fruitful academic year with minimal or no disruptions? Would love to engage labor, engage students, and ensure that we find each other before we start with the year. What would be the issues that will lead us into this strike? What is it that we can do with them before we get into the year? Where do we need support, and look for that type of support? But what I'm requesting is readiness program before we end the year, agree on what we can do together, and agree on what we need to go out to engage on, but how to ensure that we start a year in a manner that is self-respecting, in a manner that ensures students are in class, in a manner that ensures that teachers go to class, and we're able to start a university on a good footing. That would be my approach, Chair, when it comes to this. I know that I am not talking about comprehensive strike management, but we will attend to strike management, a protocol, agreeing on consequences that must follow if we don't follow our protocol, ensure that we are able to lead over this and deal with it decisively. I do know it is not going to be an easy ride, but I'm committed to it. There is a question about Komani as a campus. My understanding is that the university has taken a strategic decision as part of consultation of campuses that Komani Hospital is a campus of the university, and that campus will be occupied by the Faculty of Education. That is why I spoke about a Center of Excellence in Education programs. Our job is to ensure that we implement the agreed framework and work within available resources to deliver the necessary infrastructure, ICT, and operation support towards this particular goal. So the university has got its plans, and what is important is that we evaluate the plans, start to implement some of the plans. But the goal is a center of excellence in education programs of Walter Sisulu University. And that's what strategically towards 2030 we have positioned ourselves to do. There is a question about mentioning 3 flagship programs and not in other campuses. I think it's important first to remind the audience that I have mentioned all campuses in my presentation. I even gone to answer about what do we do where there is no higher education institution in terms of Eastern Pondoland. That's the first response I want to give. The second one is that flagship programs by their nature, have become lifeblood of the institution. And therefore, we need to ensure that if we are to respond systematically to the Vision 2030, internationalize the university, embed the university in local communities, ensure that in the country we are recognized and we grow as a country. You have to start from positions of strength. And our flagship programs are positions of strength. So I want to start there. Now, about the other campuses, you start from where you are and you go to the other ones. I said we will engage and ensure that all campuses are involved in the plan, and this is a suggested number, and of those that we know. School of Medicine we know, School of Accounting we know of our lawyers that we have produced in School of Law. We're building on that. And then now we need to say, what do we do in Butterworth? I have mentioned the Center for Public Administration. There can be another thing that we can build on there. But my vision is, through that Center of Public Administration, I am pretty sure in South Africa will be known for something, especially in the Eastern Cape. And when we talk about positioning ourselves for a business school, it's because I've looked at the terrain and how we approach education at this university. We wouldn't want to develop a traditional business school. We want to develop a business school that is innovative to respond to the rurality of this province. And that decision of where we're located is a decision that will be made by this university. There is a question about my experience in managing research based on, or producing research based on CV. I want to say there are a few things I must emphasize here. Firstly, if you look at my CV, I started in management at a very young age. Starting in management means you are taking adult responsibilities early. It means in certain areas you are going to add research to management, to teaching, doing all of them at the same time. So it is not true that I do not have research experience. I have never lost touch with research. I am a recognized principal investigator by the South African Medical Research Council. I hold a multi-million rand project that is in this university, in the bank account of the university, as a researcher. It was awarded by peer review. That project was awarded by peer review. It was not a political appointment. It was not given because somebody knew me, because somebody liked me. I also want to say I'm a proven research manager. I take responsibility in this university as an acting deputy dean. I'm given a responsibility out of all seniors of my faculty to represent this university in negotiations with a collapsed relationship with the Department of Health. Professor Mfenyana says, if you fail, I will accept your failure. You are given that responsibility to go and engage a hostile government who is upset with how this university manages its affairs, how this university is failing to account for grants that have been given, money that has been transferred to the university. And you are told, restore the relationship, restore the work that must be done. I did that. The agreement that was signed, I called it a stability agreement. At that time, Chair, the HOD in health had taken money from here, 20% or so of the money that should have come here, because of this disbelief or belief that we can't manage our affairs, and given it to some other university somewhere within the province. You have to negotiate in that hostile environment and restore a faculty to its glory. And I did that. The agreement was signed. We restored the registrar training programs. We started new programs. We appointed registrars. We appointed specialists. And at that time, when I took off the responsibility, somebody said, I am young and inexperienced. So that's one example of this inexperience that sometimes we can get into. So in managing a difficult faculty and its transitions, you know, when we were implementing the divisional management model, I was appointed as a dean, and my task was to establish a new faculty. We established about 10 departments. Then we appointed HODs. I was the first faculty to appoint HODs to stabilize, you know, the faculty. And we implemented programs culminating in us getting, you know, in medicine, we trained specialists. We were sending them for about 18 to 24 months outside the province. And then accreditation in 2015, I led it successfully as that young dean, and I got postgraduate accreditation for almost all the disciplines today that we are saying as a province, we don't have to go somewhere else. In that accreditation, it is unusual, Chair, to get a standing ovation from an accrediting body. I was grilled. Dr. Matiba and Dr. Matiwane were trying to protect me from the grilling from the accrediting body. But because, you know, I've been well coached, well mentored by the guys who built this faculty, I took the job head on. We won the accreditation, we introduced new programs in that area, and today we are benefiting from those programs. You see, we are seeing specialists coming through from those new programs. Today, you have got family medicine in Matwaleni, you have got family medicine in Zitulele, you have got a stronger family medicine department in Umtata, you have got anatomical pathology in Nelson Mandela Academic Lab, and that was the person who was deemed a young teen inexperienced. What I'm trying to highlight, I take challenges, I deal with them. I deliver on challenges, I thrive on challenges, and I believe I have not disappointed. I want to come here, Chair, because you appointed me to come 2024. In my first year, I increased postgraduate students. I followed in 2025. It's the only faculty that has increased postgraduate students with the number that we have increased. We moved from about 300 enrolled to about 699. That is my work, focusing hands-on in guiding the priority of this university. The second one is I found 30 PhD students, you know, enrolled. Today we're sitting at about 50 PhD students enrolled in the faculty. That's the focus of the work that we are doing in line with the priorities of this faculty. In my first year, we increased the number of research units by 51%. So what experience is required to drive an institution? You see, so that's the commitment I'm bringing to the job and my capacity to marshal forces to deliver on the mandate. And I am requesting an opportunity to deliver for my people. There is a question about job hopping and how I left WSU. Chair, I must first clear this with you. Do you want me to speak the truth, but nothing but the truth? I would like to get that clearance because I am proud of this institution. My request to you, Chair, because you don't know what I'm going to say, let's have part one and part two. Part one, I'm asking you, Chair, give me tomorrow to now answer for the first time. How did I leave? Who was involved? Why? I will give you names. I will give you what happened and all that tomorrow. All right. But today I want to say to the people, what I've learned in management, when you subject yourself to a public office, you are opening yourself to public scrutiny. I came here because I know I have no skeletons. I have nothing to hide. I am availing myself. I'm allowing my counsel, you can institute any investigation to investigate me and check anything. And if you find anything untoward, I'm prepared to step aside. My name has been damaged many times. Whenever I apply to come back to Walter Sisulu, if you talk to people out there, they will tell you that Walter Sisulu is my home. Ne? It is my home. Ingxaki zathi indlalifa zibuza imibuzo okanye izinja zendlalifa zithunywa ziyokukhonkotha. Time and again, there are two issues raised about me, how I left and why I left. Let me start with how I left. I think around September, October of, I think 2016, I was told by one of the administrators in the university that there is a plan to remove you. I was told by the administrator, unfortunately she is no longer alive, may her soul rest in peace. She told me, who is going to replace you? Yeah? So that's why I'm saying tomorrow I can share names. And in telling me, she told me that there's going to be a meeting when you come back from America. But before I get to the meeting, I was sent to America as part of the plot to remove me. You know, I don't know what delayed. I don't know, Chair, so I'm sorry. But I came back. When I came back, I was summoned by a CFO. My secretary at the time I was working in, she didn't even allow me to sit down. We're told to tell you before you sit down, you must go and see CFO's office. What have I done? Okay, I went down, we met, there were people who were in the meeting. The discussion was about grants in the faculty. So, one thing, Chair, about me is that I know my grants by head. I know how much is there, how much is there, how much is there. So some people, they can interpret it in that, hey, I know because I want to eat there. So I was asked these questions. Luckily, my finance person was there, my projects person was there, and I said, no, I can explain this, they can explain that, and explain that. If you want records, records are available in the faculty. Everything being done there is done above the table. So we left there. This CFO at the end of the meeting hugs me. He says, I'm proud of you. And then I said, why are you proud of me? He said, stay strong. That time I didn't know what he meant. Ne? So that's what happened. Then in the afternoon, there was a meeting called by the Vice-Chancellor with my HODs. Remember, I've been told that there's going to be a meeting to remove you and replace you. So I walk into the meeting. You know, I grew up in politics, Chair, I'm sorry. And in politics, you strategize. So I hit first, offered to resign. Walking in the meeting, I offered to resign. The HODs in the meeting rejected it. They said, no, why? We're not going to accept that. So the Vice-Chancellor of the time said, hey, we're not ready for changes in leadership. Remember, I have been told there is a plan, and the plan was going to be executed that moment, but I strike first. That's how it was delayed. The frustration in the office, not signing work that must be done, contestation of quotations between officials that are working with me in the office, they're working with the campus rector's office, that was one problem. So I'm answering this thing, that how do you live in this thing? So I said, I offered to resign. I'm not married to this. I came here to work. I didn't come here to be a dean. I'm prepared to go back to the department. VC, we are not ready for a change. Sorry. we are not ready for a change in leadership. I think a month, then frustrations continued up until somewhere early December. We were supposed to open that building in the medical school. That building was open without the support of university management. I was frustrated to open it. Procurement was instructed to block and not pay service providers, but we opened because I needed to honor my commitment to the university, to the students, to the faculty, but also to the stakeholders, Department of Health and National Health Laboratory Service. We could not accept this thing that we just decide to stop, after letters were out, invitations are out because of internal politics. Now what one does not know, I think the opening was on the 11th, on a Friday. I wrote the letter of resignation. I went to facilitate the opening. I sent it out on Sunday evening. HR can confirm. I was always ready to step aside to allow the university to bring their best team. But in the course of all this, there's never been a question of whether I've eaten money or I've abused money. Never. There's never been a question of that nature. I've never been told I'm being investigated for anything. Now, when I'm going to go, I went to meet with the CEO of the institution. I said, Chief, I can see you don't need me here. He didn't deny it. We agreed to part ways. Within 30 days, I said, I'll serve my notice. People who are offering me jobs are ready for me to leave. Let's just agree. We go. Now what happens? The faculty stopped working. The faculty wanted answers. They were refusing to pass students. Exam boards were not, they were refusing to sit. They were refusing to admit students. The university requested the CEO of the hospital and Dr. Madiba to talk to me, to talk to the faculty so that they can do their work. The university was struggling to manage the faculty. I organized a telecon with the HODs. They were refusing. I asked them, not in my name. Not in my name. And they went back to work. The faculty continued to work. Before that, I'd set a Dean's Advisory Committee because I could see what's going to happen so that there is transition committee managing affairs of the faculty. They all refused to take responsibility of an acting dean. They all said, no dean here from the faculty is going to sit above us. That's the crisis that we're in as a faculty. But I was not an enabler of crisis. I assisted the faculty to transition to ensure that the business of the faculty continued to work. If I was this angry person, this corrupt person, and all that, I would have just said, hey, leave me alone. That's not what's elected. Not in my name. You see, so how did I leave? There was a pressure that I must leave, Chair. I received a phone call around 1700 hours. It says, don't sleep without talking to me today. That person is still alive. So if I am forced, those people must come forward. We discussed. What surprised me, Chair, the knowledge of that person about the university was more than I know my faculty. But this person is not a university staff member. It shocked me. He told me what we are doing in the faculty. I will give you examples. I changed accommodation of students from B&Bs in the community to hospital-based accommodation for various reasons. Remember, we send clinical students there. They must participate in calls when they are there, work after hours and all that. So my preference was inside hospital accommodation. When we calculated, we were going to save about 2 million rand per year on this, right? When we made this decision, one of the directors in the faculty came to my office, stood by the door, and said, "You have stopped somebody else's food." I have not eaten the 2 million. It was saved because with health I negotiated inside the hospital. We're not paying anybody else. It was done in the interest of the faculty and the university. I'm trying to just give this example. The second example, we're training medical specialists outside the province for 18 to 24 months. So we would sign agreements with accommodation providers outside the province, in particular the Western Cape. There were 3 challenges that the Eastern Cape Department of Health picked. Remember, Eastern Cape Department of Health is the funder of this activity. 1, we pay even if it's not occupied. Who has money for that? The second one is staff in the faculty were using that accommodation as a holiday home in December. That's what I am telling you. When you employ us, this is what you have to deal with. Then, so the third issue was, who are these people who are contracted to provide this accommodation? Some of them are your staff members. So now, when Zile Trita comes into a meeting, is given and faced with these facts, and then the Department of Health, correctly so, request to take over this thing. Why would I disagree? I'm not losing anything. There will still be accommodation. So who is the loser? That's why this is the second point I was told by this official who's not an official. Everyone here.
Just sit there. Okay. All right, let's do this. We've come here to hire a Vice-Chancellor, not to conduct a forensic investigation. If anyone has any allegations, they will give them to the registrar. Let's proceed to the next question on the criteria for the appointment of the Vice-Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. The next question is raised by the Nyandeni community in relation to Nyandeni Community Engaged Scholarship Initiative. Without wasting time, sir, we take note of some of the areas of concern in relation to our reputation about strikes. We take that perception serious. We will attend to managing these issues. Second one, you talked about agriculture. You will remember in my presentation, I touched about a need for a school of agriculture. And School of Agriculture, the university is grappling with achieving that particular objective. Support on online applications and career exhibitions. I'm sure you will remember when we were there, we sent a team. So now that we've got an ongoing relationship, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to, all sections of the university, to align with that type of relationship and the support required and the work that we need to do together. There is a question about being the only candidate that doesn't have a DVC experience. I would like to say, Chair, in my sector, I'm aware of at least 3 VCs that have not been DVCs. First one is Max Price, was a DVC at UCT, and he moved from being a dean at VETS to being a DVC at UCT, a VC at UCT. The second one is the recent retiring VC of Stellenbosch. And that VC moved from being a dean, actually we're in the same committee of medical deans, and he served his full term at Stellenbosch. The last one is inside here, Professor Mfenyana, in many times, even from UNITRA days, has taken responsibilities to provide leadership in the university whether it was during administration times or post-administration times. His last stint was when I was a dean here. He served as an interim vice-chancellor. These are mentors that I've worked with. They've coached me, and I've observed their path, and I am proud of them. There are things that I've learned from them. They might have inspired me to take the challenge today. Now, moving on to the DVC experience. I think, Chair, I want to say, having worked as a dean here before, now executive dean in the faculty, the nature and the scope of the work of executive dean in the faculty, I think it does give me an opportunity to participate in leadership and lead. And I think we've demonstrated in many tasks. When you are faced with a heavy Department of Health, somewhere else a dean is escorted by a delegate of the principal. It's normally a DVC. In my life, I've never had that. I've always had to lead, represent my institution with integrity and deliver what is expected. I think I've already demonstrated the examples of the type of work. Leading on those things like your Community Engaged Scholarship Initiative with Nyanden. We read, we saw MOUs that are available here. We knew that there was a historical relationship. We started it over and ran with it and implemented it without involvement of any DVC. I want to say, if you look at that MOU, it opens for all faculties. It's a university MOU, but the faculty was a stimulator, and the champion will be inviting other faculties to follow suit in order to do that. That is done at faculty level, but in the interest of the university. It's just an example. Meeting with funding agencies, your MRCs. I increased funding here in my last time to about 45 million in research by me sitting and negotiating with MRC at all levels. I have never felt inadequate. I have never invited a vice-chancellor. I have never invited a DVC. I delivered it without really any support. I think those examples are showing. My management experience, you go into mobile maternity, you are told you are young, inexperienced, is a unstable hospital. You get given a coach, the coach in 3 months writes a report, says, no, leave him alone. I think I've been supported in many respects, mentoring, training, coaching, to be shown leadership. And there are people who said, leave him alone. It happened there. In less than 24 months, we delivered that hospital to be #1 in the whole of Western Cape Public Service in 2008, before I left for Queenstown. And that, to me, is a demonstration of somebody hungry to make a difference. The other example is Queenstown. I was told, transform this hospital. You know Frontier Hospital, I'm sure. It was a district hospital when I arrived, but I was asked to transform it to provide specialist services. And in that process, I needed to create innovative strategies on how to do this thing faster so that we were able to get accreditation of COSASA, which was coming. Now, we did that. There are two things that happened. One, the baseline of COSASA was 40%, about a year or two before. A mid-term review by COSASA, a follow-up survey, was 47%. The only person who arrived after that 47% was me. And at the end, that survey was 68%. And the question people were asking, what did you do? You see, so you have got proven managerial skills in turning around difficult institutions. So I'm giving that example to say, I've been in this institution in the past 24 months. I was here before. I believe I'm part of the furniture, but I'm availing myself to support the institution to go to greater heights. There's a question about insourcing and austerity measures. We know that there are austerity measures. We have an institution to manage. We are employed to manage under those circumstances. Our job is to continue finding ways to achieve that. One of achieving a successful, effective, well-managed, well-governed WSU is to ensure that you build a WSU with its internal capacity to run its affairs. So that's the first thing. I know that when there is no money, we tend to think otherwise, but we must continue building that capacity. Now, building that capacity means certain functions ideally reside inside the university. And we would need to identify them together with our stakeholders, guided by our council, what priority areas would we go for in order to insource. I know that is going to be a hit when we do that. But the bottom line is that we can't permanently outsource. So the process gets followed, managed through feasibilities, guidance, financing, and all that. That process we have to follow and agree with stakeholders. My belief is that all stakeholders have got interest of the university at heart. What we do it together. We will agree on what we need to do, where we start. But insourcing should always be part of our agenda. How we navigate the roadmap is subject to feasibility, financial affordability, but also guidance by authority. How do we implement a performance management system? My understanding is that there is a certain level of the university that is already implementing it. We might not be implementing it to my liking or to my satisfaction, and we are moving into the next layer. At my understanding, where we are is executive deans, but I would love to expand it to senior, to directors, and to academic HODs. And my target is to push that within 100 days, that we must have performance agreements. It's a difficult institution to manage, Chair. We need the simplest tool to be able to hold each other account. I am not saying it will be perfect, but we will implement it. Are we going to have an office of a university spokesperson? I think we do have a university spokesperson. Perhaps what we need to look at, it's, most in management, all management have preferences depending on the leadership style. But there is a university spokesperson. Personally, I would want to realign the university spokesperson to report directly to a Vice-Chancellor. I am not a person who likes talking in between and through people. I like to be clear on my instruction and the content of what I have agreed to, and I must be able to provide that guidance so that I take full responsibility for good and bad of our communications. Are you going to include security cleaning services in the WSU enterprise? Chair, I would want to discuss WSU enterprise firstly as a developmental initiative for the university. So it is important that we don't cloud it with things that might delay its realization. We need it as an urgent alternative. We have a difficult university to manage, and the difficult university to manage, earlier on I spoke about our readiness to support third stream income. Our administration, particularly from finance and procurement and HR, are not ready for this type of initiatives. And therefore, we need to create alternative arrangements that will enable us to start playing in that space in the shortest possible time, while we are nursing HR and procurement to reform in order to reform with the university. So we need to accept where we are when we come to this thing. The concept is proven. It's known, it works somewhere else. It's an issue of how, as a governor, we govern and make sure that it is not used for unintended purposes. I think that's what I would say. Security and cleaning services, some people mention it in relation to insourcing. Others might say you need a middle route to manage at arm's length. So those things we'll discuss and debate them as the university, as the executive management, together with our council for leadership and guidance. But nothing is off the table. We need a thing to go in this direction. gap between now and 2030, how to transition and what measures. I think I answered this question by saying the university is a dynamic environment. It has run in the past 5 years and it has performed well, performed badly in some areas. We'll review and improve. When we review and improve, we will develop a revised 5-year strategy. In that revised 5-year strategy, we might redefine priorities, areas of emphasis, revise goals in order to achieve the intended vision, an impactful, technology-infused African university. I think I would love to leave it there, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Krita. We now have had an hour, 5 minutes for this session of question and answer for Professor Krita, instead of the 45 minutes that we had set aside for ourselves. And so, in the interest of ensuring that we conclude the presentations today, I would like to end the question and answer session for Professor Krita here and now. And for us to once more express thanks to Prof. Krita for engaging with us. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Krita. Mr. Krita will take care of you.
Let me just clarify this thing, misconduct, so that Banga believe in the one association. All right. I hope the professor has left the room. It's only us, the selectors, that are remaining behind. Let's do the following in relation to questions of ethical conduct. Those are automatic disqualifiers if there is a real ethical issue. What we are looking at today are the criteria that were published that relate to experience and performance under the published criteria. If there is a genuine allegation and it's not mischievously made, it will automatically disqualify a candidate. But it is not up to this room to discuss that. We will allocate Professor Krita enough points based on his performance. We will ignore the allegation. Once we have made that decision that he is number 1 or number 2 or number 3, whatever, it will only be at that point that we will ask a company that we are working with to look at his ethical background before we offer him the job. So if that could be understood, that this is not intended to be an examination into misconduct allegations. If you do have genuine misconduct allegations, you don't have to tell us who you are. You don't have to even tell us what your sources are. Go to the registrar and do so privately. And the registrar will communicate those to us. So the next 2 candidates, please let there be no questions related to misconduct or ethics. Let's focus on experience and performance. Take your misconduct and ethical issues to the registrar privately. Don't tell us who you are, and give them to him, because those are automatic disqualifiers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will now have a 35 minutes break for some refreshment, and we'll convene at 10 minutes after 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be settled? Thank you very much. Let's just wait for the final people that are settling in. Thank you very much. Professor Twala, those are my panel members there you are engaging. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have an opportunity to hear from our third candidate, who should be entering the room soon. And may I ask in between, just in the interest of time, that we allow our candidates to make their full presentation. And I know panels or the audience sometimes does want to react to presentation. If we can try and limit those, and remember, we're still in a meeting of a subcommittee of council. We don't clap there in terms of my registrar standard rules when points are being made. You are allowed to sit as an audience in that process, so let's still respect this process and the room that we're sitting in. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Namavola. Prof, welcome to Walter Sisulu University. As has earlier been indicated to you, you will now have opportunity to present your vision of the future for a period of not more than 30 minutes. And we will then allow an opportunity for the WSU community to then interact with you. Without much ado, can I please then welcome you to the podium? The presentation is cute. We'll just try it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. On the 12th of June 1964, something terrible happened. And it was the arrest, and perhaps even when Walter Sisulu was sentenced for life. But fast forward, on the 15th of October 1989, Walter Sisulu was released. And that, in my view, signified the new beginning. And my vision today will be about new beginning, the relook, and the re-establishment. And therefore, my vision for WUSU, or Walter Sisulu University, is to transform this great university into Africa's most enterprise university, a living legacy for Walter Sisulu himself, and a place where ideas liberate, enterprises uplift, and innovation builds nations. This vision will ensure that this university is transformed from a subsidy-dependent institution into a more self-sustained enterprise university, where every idea becomes income and every innovation builds independence, and every graduate contributes to shared prosperity. So, Chair, I will be talking about the topic as given, shaping the future of Walter Sisulu through Vision 2030 and beyond. And I've crafted my presentation and I've called it a pipeline. A pie as in a mathematical pie, and also a pie as in the pie that we all know. So this is a pipeline. And here's the question. What if every graduate who walked across our stage, our graduation stage, created one job instead of seeking that job? What if? My vision will indeed look at from now until 2040, 2050. And I want to stress here that in 2030, perhaps we could look at becoming an entrepreneurial university where the focus really is about making sure that we commercialize knowledge, but going forward, we look into the to becoming the enterprise university where we are more self-reliant. And up to 2040, we become a university of shared prosperity, where a university will, this great university will now look at becoming the continental leadership and sustainable growth. Therefore, in short, my presentation outline I will look at my vision and my leadership intent. I'll go into the context of this university, and I will then look into the pipeline as I've described. And the pipeline really simply means, stands for people, institution, and enterprise. I will then look at how I'm going to implement this vision. And fifthly, see how this vision aligns with the regional, national, and international entities. And finally, I will present on how, after implementing this pipeline, what the university will look like. So in short, my vision is becoming an ethical in governance, ensuring transparency and accountability, excellence in scholarship, fostering academic rigor and innovation, and lastly, entrepreneurial in spirit and encouraging creativity and enterprise throughout the institution. And this, I have no doubt, will put WUSU as a technology-infused development university. My mission is to restore governance integrity by implementing ethical leadership practices, modernize systems and processes to enhance efficiency and service delivery within the university, empower people, as I've said, P stands for people, so empower people to deliver skills, foster growth, and finally to translate knowledge into livelihoods by promoting practical applications. My intentions are simple. I would like to build trust through transparent and consistent communication with all stakeholders, unions, students, staff, council. Ensure financial sustainability by adopting a sound fiscal management strategies. Drive innovation by fostering a culture of creativity and technological advancement. And lastly, to really try reposition WUSU as Africa's leading enterprise university through strategic initiatives, and I will go through them. So, who am I? I lead with integrity, ethical leadership rooted in transparency. Decision-making will be based on data. Apply evidence-based solution to the challenges. And my leadership will also be very inclusive, actively listening to staff, unions, students, and communities around the university. And lastly, my leadership will be around making sure that we see a university that is impactful. So in short, what will deliver its transparency and ethical leadership, zero surprises in terms of the governance, ensuring that we have proactive communication, early risk disclosures, and shared accountability so that all stakeholders are never caught by critical developments. So I'm emphasizing the issue of openness. So here's very critical check or reality check that for me is very important for this university. I see financial fragility. There were operating deficit. Our liquidity ratio is sitting at 0.82. I think that is very dangerous for any organization. I mean, as we all know, if DHET may decide not to pay as they have, or they pay later, or they transfer funds later, it shows that we may have challenges as a university. Secondly, personnel costs, I think, are too high, 70%. The national averages are 62, 63, and there's a lot that needs to happen. Academic decline, graduation output, and lastly, governance and trust. And if you look at your CHE audit 2023, you would have seen that there are a number of challenges, including quality management systems that requires urgent attention. So what I think needs to be done is really to immediately ensure that a governance maturity audit is conducted to strengthen oversight and accountability. Leadership compact should be developed. And finally, I think that it's going to be very important for the financial recovery plan to be designed in order to restore fiscal health and sustainability. So Eastern Cape has 3 pillars, economic pillars, and one is in automotive and advanced manufacturing, and is sitting at about 15% of the GDP. The second layer is trade, finance, and business services, what I would call professional services, logistics, ports, and blue economy. And lastly, agriculture and renewable energy. Those are the 4 pillars. And the question that I want to ask myself is, how aligned are we as the university to these very important pillars within the province? It is a fact that the unemployment rate is high, especially the youth unemployment in this province, sitting at 51%, and again, much higher than the national figure. And that's why my view and my strategy is really leaning towards ensuring that also becomes an enterprise university. There are 4 campuses within the university, and I think it's important that they are divided into very strategic areas that could contribute towards this vision that I've presented. Agro processing and agriculture could be in Queenstown, entrepreneurship, ICT and creative industries, and health innovation could happen here in Umtata. The pipeline that I'm presenting is not just a strategy, it's really a scaffolding upon which a new Walter Sisulu University will rise. So it is about people, it is about the institution, and it's about the enterprise. People must be empowered, and systems and processes and everything that happens within the institution must be transparent, and leaders must be accountable. So just going into detail about the pipeline, the pillar 1 is people. So as I indicated, we need to develop a governance maturity audit, university leadership compact where every stakeholders will commit on how we engage with one another. Stakeholder roundtables, it's very critical to listen to the voices of everyone. Ethical Leadership Academy is also part of the pillar 1 that is around people. So when you go to pillar 2, which is institution, it is about rebuilding systems and finances of the institution. So here, I would like to initiate smart campuses, ERP and AI integration for seamless decision-making where data is available for any important decision to be made. And I think it's also important to look at the expansion of the university, where the university could double its capacity using alternative delivery. Also have to look at the future programs. Most of the programs that some universities offer do not inspire future. And lastly, under this pillar, I will look at green energy and water, and also academic transformation. The last pillar, which is about enterprise, it's really about building the enterprise university. We must introduce programs that will allow students to graduate as entrepreneurs. Every student should be exposed in entrepreneurship. Our research should be commercialized. Advisory boards must be established. And we have to look at the micro-credentialing and the ODEL. And lastly, we need to establish industrial parks and innovation hubs across WUSU campuses. I think it's also important that when a new vision is in place, to also look at how it aligns with the governance structure or architecture of the university. So I would propose that we also look at ensuring that we establish committees at different levels, from Senate to operational to even possible council, where there is a seamless information flow from one area to the other. One such committee could be Innovation and Investment Fund Committee. In terms of learning, I believe that we need to move towards a more practical based learning, a more hands-on, a more project-driven, industry-linked learning, project-based learning, problem-based learning, challenge-based learning, design thinking. These are more practical based learning that I think are going to be important as we implement this vision. And secondly, the intelligence where AI or technology is infused in our teaching and learning. Thirdly, equity and ecosystem learning, to ensure that our learning is more inclusive. Mentorship support or supported learning will be critical as we embark upon the new vision. Also, our research must change towards a more commercialized base. And here I've divided into three. It's infrastructure, so we need to ensure that we establish infrastructure that is able to support researchers, including students. So as we move forward, I would like to propose the following as the bold, measurable commitments. Establishment of WUSU Entrepreneurship Academy, the maker spaces, development, incubators on every campus, dual sector pathway with TVET. This is going to be very important. business school for Eastern Cape that will only focus on enterprise, futuristic set and other programs. Secondly, we need to establish new research institutes and centers, renewable energy, grid resilience hubs, agri-tech and rural enterprise network, automotive, software and mechatronics, academy. I think this aligns with the economic pillars of the province. And I just wanted to emphasize that it is possible that in 2030, we could generate 2 billion rand as part of the third stream income. So I bring the following flagship project or projects. WUSU Labs for Africa. This is to transform WUSU into a maker-driven space where students and staff design and build affordable open scientific hardware in partnership with the TVET colleges. The smart academic leisure, we will be the first university in Africa to implement these fraud-proof digital certificates. Of course, this is important as we move towards micro-credentialing. And the third project is the WUSU Innovation District, where university and local communities work together in solving a particular problem. So this is how I think it's going to be possible to generate 2 billion rand by 2030. If we focus on entrepreneurship and skill development, micro-credentialing, as I said, short courses, digital academies, ODL, and executive education. And of course, what is important here, and one of the very critical enabler, is the digital learning hub. Secondly, the second pillar is enterprise and commercialization, where we aggressively look at patents, spin-off, contract research, licenses, and special economic zones within the province. And the last leg is engagement and partnerships, which will include municipalities, donors, community development, global collaborators. And once again here, there is going to be a need for a special committee on innovation and investment fund. So for the future of this university, it is my view that it must be shaped through a reimagination of the current system. And for the vision that I've proposed to align, I think it's going to be important to reimagine or to refocus our energy into faculty structures, including departments. We also need to introduce programs, professional programs in futuristic areas like energy law, digital policies, competition law, and of course, insert, for example, engineering. We do not offer a bachelor's degree in engineering, and that would be the area where we focus. So the vision that I'm proposing aligns with all important global and national and continental agendas. For example, the Agenda 2063, the SDGs, and the Africa Continental Trade area. What is also important is to align the vision with the Eastern Cape priorities, economic priorities. And you will see that indeed we align. If you look at agro-processing and food systems, this is the priority of this province. Public health, strengthening, township and rural economy and tourism, oceans, economy and logistics, and the emerging area in the green energy and just transition. So this can only be achieved by adopting a very flexible partnership model, which does not only look into the traditional partnerships like communities, industry, academia, or even civil society. It has to look at the planet as an example, where we ensure that our campuses are energy balanced, water and climate, and we follow necessary standards to ensure compliance. So in my first 100 days, this is what I would do as a matter of priority: conduct a comprehensive governance audit and detailed financial review, convene a stakeholder summit to foster collaboration and shared vision, and thirdly, launch the Student Trust Pledge alongside the inspiring One Wusu campaign, establish an ERP, AI, acceleration and transparency committee to drive accountability. So in terms of the implementation, I seek to first stabilize the university, and at the end, where we are going to see universities thriving. And of course, as indicated in 2040, we should be able to see university that is really doing well. So 2026 is about governance and governance compact and audit. 2027 is reform, financial recovery plan, and technology, ERP, AI, integration. And in 2029, it's about making sure that we create the ecosystem that is very conducive for staff and students. So what are we going to see at the end of the implementation of this pipeline? Is really the institution that is fully digital, data-driven, and operating with zero deficit. Agile governance paired with smart and efficient infrastructure. In terms of people, we should be able to see trust and unity, ethical and accountable leadership driving integrity across all levels and all campuses, and rebuild confidence across all stakeholders. Lastly, in terms of enterprise, as I indicated, it's very possible to generate third stream income as I've demonstrated, and also ensuring that we graduate or churn out students who are able to create work opportunities for themselves. I want to end by saying this, that the freedom I think we seek now is for this university is for this university is really freedom from instability and dependence on all sorts of grants, but we need to move towards innovation and impact. And therefore, my promise is that we need to move from potential to prosperity. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take a seat. Thank you very much, Professor Namavola, for that presentation. We will now allow the audience to interact with that presentation through questions that they will ask. And I will limit those questions to the audience that is present with us in the hall. I had started on the far left. I will now start here in the middle, and so allow for questions to be put. Prof, I will start here with you. You are recognized as number 2, number 3, number 4, and lastly, number 5. Prof. Mabunda.
Thank you, Chair of the session. I have a main question to ask, but then I think it will be unfair if I do not ask this question, and acknowledging that I'm asking my possibly future boss with humility and respect. Is it normal practice when you present that you do not acknowledge the people you are presenting to, at least even greeting us when you start presenting? I found that actually disturbing. But anyway, my question is, with your stay at DUT over the past 2 years, what has the rate of change been in Q1 publications in the institution? Because that is a measure of, the quality of research that the university has been undertaking from your previous your predecessor's tenure to where you are now and probably taking it to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We will have the second question.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. Just a quick question. Your vision of enterprise academic institution is well articulated comprehensively. However, not much has been mentioned on teaching and learning. So how do you see yourself strengthening the curriculum together with teaching and learning, which is often impacted by student protests, especially in the first semester? Thanks, Prof.
Thank you very much. We'll have Mr. Kumba as third, and I'll come back to the third.
Yes. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. My questions are phrased into 2. One is how have you been relating to the stakeholders as a DVC in the university in which you are currently at, between the students and labor and also the external stakeholders of the university? The second one is, I've heard you talking about the enterprise, and what I wanted to check is that I see what you are talking about, but it's lacking examples of projects that you may implement that would quickly turn into millions of money flowing into the university. In relation to that, we're currently sitting at 1.4 billion rand as a student debt for the university. And how can we turn that into for the benefit of the institution? At the same time, the university is attracting students from poor background. And part of that, as long as the society in which our students are coming from is not transformed, the university will always inherit students who are not able to pay for their fees. How do we make sure that a developing university develops with its own society? And how can also these entrepreneurial ways that you are proposing can benefit directly to the university, to the community, but for the advantage of the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuba, Mr. Puka. If you may move the mic, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you very much, Prof. Nimovela, for the presentation. Golani Puka speaking. In your presentation or your research, you might have picked up that we've got one campus of the 4 campuses that is currently underdeveloped, which is Komani campus in Krisani. Do you have any plans in terms of changing the status of that campus? Because in terms of infrastructure, it's one of the campuses that is behind in terms of that development. Number 2, in your presentation as well, you've mentioned the agri-tech, which is also in Krisani, agriculture, and you've picked up that we can harness that through agri-tech. I just want to check, is that the only thing that we can harness in terms of agriculture in that region, or there are also plans maybe of having a campus that is based on agriculture there? Because in your presentation, you also touched on reshaping or reconfiguring campuses themselves. So do you see that one as one of the regions where we can have agriculture campus or not? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the final hand, Doc.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Prof. I am Simiso Matiba, under the Postgraduate Studies Directorate. And my question is on postgraduate students who the university currently is supporting them through the council budget by fee waivering their tuition fee, but the accommodation part is excluded. So I want to check how are you going to assist in ensuring that, one, there's a dedicated accommodation for postgraduate students and there's funding for such. The second one that I wanted to check to ask you, I know you might not be privy to this information. Currently, we do have staff academic promotions, and we have been told for many times that there's a support staff promotions policy that is being developed. But how are you going to make sure that that particular policy is speedily provided to us so that even support staff benefits from these promotions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madiba. Prof. Namavola, you may respond to this.
Thank you very much, the Program Director, and thanks a lot for the very important questions as asked. I may not know or remember all the names, but I will deal with all the questions as asked. Let me start with perhaps the last question, Mr. Madiba. You asked about the postgraduate students' assistance that you get from the university, and currently there is no support for accommodation. I think first of all, it's very possible to offer free tuition for postgraduate students, and mainly because the university is able to recover that from DHET subsidy as paid from the research output units. However, if you look at the finance model of how DHET fund universities for postgraduate student or programs, master's degree will qualify for one research output unit, and doctoral degree will qualify for 3 research output unit. And if you want to talk about the money sense out of these units, you can see that it's still possible for a university to break even if they were to support doctoral students with accommodation. And my view has been that students can be supported provided that they finish their degree in time as stipulated. That's one. So internal funding can be made available. Secondly, I think as universities we need to work with external companies, industries, civil servants to try and raise funding. And the easiest way to raise funding for postgraduate programs is really to solve industry-linked project. And in that way, companies or industries, they're able to support postgraduate students. So all in all, I'm saying that it is still possible for university to have a policy that will support both master's and doctoral students with our accommodation without losing much, if these students are to complete their programs in time. The unfortunate part about postgraduate studies in South Africa is that it is almost always double the time. So on average, PhD is about 5 years in South Africa. Some they take, and very few students, by the way, complete their masters and doctoral degree in time. And that's why if the university was to go through that process of waiving funding, there's going to be a lot that must be done in order to encourage and fast-track students to complete their degrees in time. You mentioned two policies, one called academic promotion policy. In my view, the academic policy should always align with the university strategy, because sometimes I've seen a policy that seeks to promote academics in different ways, but doesn't align with where the university intends to go. For example, if the strategy of the university is to go towards entrepreneurship or enterprise, academics themselves need to align with that, and this policy in particular should assist the university to move towards its own vision. So all I'm saying is that, in fact, before I've seen something when I was reading here that this university has only 1% of academic staff are full professors. And I think that's really a huge challenge, because you may as well say that we are running a university that has a lot of academics but very few scholars. So it's going to be very important that when these instruments, such as this policy, are developed, they speak to that reality. Support staff promotion policy it's always a very difficult policy to develop, and I will tell you why. For academic, it's much easier because we know that you could move from junior lecturer to full professor easily, because these positions are always available. But if you are an administrator somewhere in some department and you are to be promoted to a senior administrator, there may be no position in the other department. There may be no position in the same department that you are in. So it becomes a challenge. What I would propose as a way forward for this policy, because I know and from experience, I understand they cause pain to universities. These promotions could be about moving salary scales, if that is, and I think that's the only way. Because how do we then promote someone from an administrator to a senior administrator when that position is not available? And actually, one of the biggest challenges that I think we need to confront in this university is the ratio of academic staff to support staff. I think at the moment we are at 40-60 split. That has to be the other way around. If we were to support the core business of the university, it has to be the other way around. We need to see more and more academics in terms of numbers, but less and less support. Yes. So yeah, all I'm saying, colleagues, is that universities are about the core business is about research, teaching, and learning, and therefore, to me, it's quite odd to see that picture that is in reverse. That picture should be the other way around. In fact, we should see at least 70-30 split. 70 academics and 30 support, so that we can reduce things like student-staff ratios, which tend to be very high in most universities. And again, you cannot offer quality programs if your student-staff ratio is too high. I think this university is sitting at about 30, 28. I think it could go much lower so that we improve the quality of the education. The Komani campus, I think the best way to manage a multi-campus university is to develop a resource allocation model that may have different factors to look at and different strategies so that the resources are allocated to those campuses that really need more attention. In terms of the agro-tech, yes, I think there are all sorts of programs that should be offered, and especially when we talk about futuristic programs. There are areas that are really, really necessary. For example, smart agriculture, the use of drones for farming and so forth. So I think agriculture or agro-processing is going to be one of the key in that area. And if you remember my presentation, I clearly indicated that it is always best to have core areas of focus in different campuses, so that you have got a special focus on those campuses. Teaching and learning, yes, I clearly stated here that our teaching and learning got to move from traditional teaching, like how students will come in this kind of a hall and the lecturer will stand in front of them and they will scream and try to project information to students. I think that's too old, and in 2025 I could say it's irrelevant. I think knowledge is everywhere now. You know, lecturers are no longer the center of knowledge. Students, and that's why, by the way, Chair, that if you look at the records of students' class attendance, it's going down and down. It's because these students are tired of the lecturers that we used to call them yellow pages lecturers. You know, those ones who will carry the 1963 book and they will come in front. Students can't, no longer, when there are all sorts of tools that are available to use. So all I'm saying is, let's move from traditional teaching to challenge-based learning, project-based learning, problem-based learning, design thinking. These are the methodologies that we must use. Unfortunately, while we move towards that, we also have to reimagine our infrastructure. In terms of protest by students, I think yes, it's not a WUSU problem. I think it's a South African problem where students just tend to strike, and I think the only way to ensure that universities continue, even though there are student strike, and I'm going to say this with utmost respect to students. I understand that in most cases, students who are not happy are much, much less than students who are happy. And in fact, the 10% or 5% of students may disrupt the 95% or 90%. So one method is to simply use technology. So technology could be used to ensure that classes are not disrupted. And we find this as a very, very useful tool to ensure that classes are attended. And I'm not saying, colleagues, that we shouldn't address students' challenges. No, I'm saying when that time comes, students who are willing to continue with their classes should. And should be allowed to continue. In terms of stakeholders, yes, the biggest challenge we have, this issue of student debt, it's a serious challenge in higher education in South Africa, and it could cripple universities. University could go down. If not attended to, universities could really, really go down. There are a number of ways to deal with the issue of student debt. And I think student debt is as a result of so many external and internal factors. So just allow me to start with the external factors, if I can. The issue of the missing gap, it's a real challenge for most students. That's one. The students in South Africa are not finishing their programs in time, and sometimes they get dropout and may not return to university, and as a result, they may not be able to pay going forward because they are not working, they have no means, and as you know, university like this one will have 90%, if not more, of student body funded by government. So, in order to reduce that, the student debt, it's very important for universities to manage teaching and learning to ensure that students' throughput rate is increased, pass rate is increased, so that we avoid dropouts. The other challenge around student debt is what I call an internal issue. It's about process, our systems that are not able to pick up this much earlier. Because I do think that students who are likely to owe the university could be identified much earlier in the process. And once that is done, you are able to manage them, identify them. But also we could work with so many other entities to ensure that we shrink that debt. I mean, for this university, I think with the finances that we have, I think it's going to be very, very important to manage student debt very, very carefully. And that's why we have no choice but to increase the third stream income, so that where possible, some of these students who are really struggling can be, their tuition fees could be paid from third stream income that this university will generate from its own initiatives. Micro-credentialing is something that I said is very important. Short courses that are really focused to the economic pillar of this province. I think I will deal with the first difficult question. But let me start with the easy one, the issue of Q1. At DUT, we are sitting at about 65% of academics who are published in Q1. Majority are Q2. Very few people are publishing in Q4. So there are a number of ways that you could, or strategies that you could deploy to motivate academics to try and publish in Q1. Incentives, you can have design a incentive policy that allows that you appreciate those who publish in Q1. But also it's about the quality of research that is done by academics. It's important to develop ecosystem and system that allows academics to do their research in quality labs where they are able to produce quality results that could be appreciated by the world. I must say this, while I appreciate the Q1 journal, I think as universities move, if you look at the history of universities from mid-val universities, even before mid-val universities in the 1055 thereabout, you will see that we are now talking about developmental university 5.0, which is really about impact. And impact is not about Q1. Q1 will just give you what? Q1 is just some publisher somewhere trying to make money from universities. I think the real impact, as I've presented here, is about working and solving challenges in communities. And I can tell you all sorts of stories about Q1, where a very impactful research done, for example, you go and solve a very problematic challenge in some village where a river, you analyze water in the river and you come up with a design of some system. You can put that together and submit to a very prestigious journal. That work may be rejected. But doesn't mean that the work that you've produced or done is not impactful. So while I appreciate the Q1, but I'm saying that we also need to be cognizant of the fact that Q1 is not God. Yeah, the issue of greeting, I apologize if I've offended you. It could be when I entered here, I thought that has been done, but so I'm very sorry that you feel undermined. I could still greet you. Yes. Thanks a lot. I think I've covered all the questions.
Yes, we have. Thank you very much. I'll take a question or two from this last column, and then we'll close the session. I have noted the hand right at the back and the two hands that are here, and this will be the final one, right in front. Let's start with the hand right at the back. There's a mic coming to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof. I've got two questions. There is an issue of monitoring and evaluation and reporting. How will you go about reporting to regional, provincial, and national stakeholders as well as international? The second question, due to many things that have happened to university from 1st January up to now, there's a commission ongoing. I would like to know if now you become a VC tomorrow, then next week the commission is handling the findings, its findings, wherein some of the people who will be attached to will be implicated in that commission. Then I would like to know from you as a new VC now, with friends being implicated in the commission findings, what will you do? Will you act on the findings of the commission, or will you just ignore them?
Thank you very much. We will then have a question from the former premier. You may have a few student issues of interest.
Thank you very much, incoming VC, if you will come. I just wanted to comment on your presentation. And before I even go in depth in the commenting, but as Water Sisulu in the current state we're in, I'd say we need a Vice-Chancellor who truly knows the Water Sisulu University culture, not just its name or reputation, but also its spirit and also its history of the Water Sisulu University, going back during the merging and where we are today, as we have gone a wild mile to where we are. So we need someone who also understands the heartbeat of this institution, its struggles, and also its community, the surrounding community, the internal and also the external community surrounding the university, and also understand its potential and its goal towards the university. I won't be speaking about other stakeholders of the university, as I'm here coming as a student and saying that, unfortunately, when I was listening to your presentation, you are coming with, I would say, numbers and big things I don't even understand. But you're not talking to the day-to-day issues that us as students or other stakeholders are facing. And also, when you are replying to other questions, we are not seeing that what type of VC will you be if you don't understand what type of people we are? Because we have seen a tendency of administrations before come with the same mentality, telling us that, yes, there are 5% of students who are bending the tire outside, and the 95 wants to go to outside to learn. But they're not trying to find out why are the 95%, the 5%, as you said, are striking, and not trying to address the issues that we have. So if you become the VC, I think that mentality is saying that you must continue while others are behind, but you must, at the end of the day, you must come and address the issues that everyone is facing, because we're not striking just because we would like to strike. There are obviously issues behind those. I think I'll now go to my questions, I think 4 of them. As what is Sisulu, we have got a lot of issues as students in particular. I won't go in the Utabla Basibins. Many WUSU campuses, I can say, I can say all of the campuses were struggling with poor infrastructure and also poor student accommodation. How you, as the candidate of being a VC, will make sure and ensure equitable development across all of these campuses to address this issue of poor infrastructure and also poor student accommodation? I know you're going to say, no, we're going to build, don't, but what is the plan? A lot of VCs have been telling us that, but have not been seeing it happen. Yes, we can applaud the administration of Prof. Songa that there's been development, but we're still not happy, and we wish the VC to come and address those issues, because we cannot be expected to be excelling academically but staying in a loophole. Like, I don't know what I can explain what we're staying in. But I hope you can reply on that. My second question is that currently as the university, I can say on all sides of the stakeholders, we don't have confidence with each other. So how would you restore the confidence within the university leadership, the management, and rebuild trust between students, staff, and also and the management also, and try and mend the broken relationships that we have? And still, as we have a student worker alliance that I believe we have. And there is something that we have been crying for some years, for many years, about the insourcing of workers. So what is your position on the full insourcing of outsourced workers at Sisulu University? And how soon would you begin with that process? And what measures would you take to prevent exploitation of workers by service providers while insourcing is being phased in, if you are aligned with that? And I think you must know, Prof, we are very resolute on this thing. And we believe the day we come out of this university, we're going to be living an insourcing program within this university. And also my third question is that, what are the 3 main issues that you have identified of students of Sisulu are facing most of the time that results in strikes? And what is your plan as the candidate of being a Vice-Chancellor of this prestigious university on addressing these issues to enforce stability and continuity within our university? And then my last questions, Prof, is that, how will you make this slogan that you always like saying, decolonization of education, be a daily reality in our lectures holds, not just a paragraph in a strategic plan as you're always saying here? So that is my submission to you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you. You're not covered, Chief.
No. I'm covered on a number of issues. Just raising a point of interest on one of the things he mentioned in his presentation on the student trust. I believe it's a funding trust. I just wanted to know, so that we can learn for future reference as well, that is the idea based on a merit scholarship, such as the ones that we see in other teacher institutions, or is it a, how can I put it, a destitute funding for those who do not have funding? And it's not only going to be reserved for people with straight A's, but for the fact that you do not have funding for one reason or the other, you can approach the funding office and get some assistance from there. And if so, is it also going to be open to postgraduates? As we've already indicated, most of you, that postgraduates at WUSU struggle with funding. Also, on the question of that fund, the funding model sounds like it's one of direct investment. You go out there, look for money, it goes into the fund. However, it's a similar funding model with the one you plan to use with your other projects. How are you then going to, which ones are going to be prioritized? If you get a huge sum of money from one of your external sponsors, who is then prioritized? Is it your projects or is it the student funding trust? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final question over here, Prof.
I am Professor Kangebe. Yes, there are some things I am failing to come to terms with. I think the presenter did indicate that in Water Sisulu we are experiencing academic decline, number one. And number two, that there are some modules or programs that not inspire future. I was making notes and I think I made a professorial question mark. Why? Yeah, because we understand that we are moving ahead. Yes, when the administrators talk about how we are doing, yes, it is spotted that now we are in number 17 from many, Baha'i. Yesterday, in the interest of this, I was also checking the NRF rating, and I could see every year we are moving ahead. Now, when the presenter talks about the academic decline, I'm wondering really, I'm not coming to terms with that contention. Maybe you need to unpack, because I'm very proud when I say, Water Sisulu, where I am, is moving forward. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. That is the last round of questions. You will then summarize. Thank you.
I think let me start with the last question, because I think it's an important question, and I hope that there is no offense to anybody. I was mainly really talking about the challenges that confront higher education as a sector, and of course including this university, because this university is part of higher education sector. My view is that, and it's backed by lots and lots of research, is that while we may be happy to see NRF rated scholars increasing every year, that I think it's a good indicator. But there's a lot of work that must be done as far as our academic offering is concerned. As we know, 60% or even more of the future jobs are not known by anyone. And I think it's important for universities, especially this university, to reflect on how they want to project themselves as this change happens. I don't think there is anyone who could argue that there's no one that should really argue the other way around. I think it's a well-known fact that universities are really confused, and they are Yes, they are. They are. They are really confused. I can tell you that most of the stuff that we teach here can now be done by technology without anything. I mean, we are confused with so many things. We talk about, for example, this issue of credit, which is 1 notional hour and so forth. In 2025, one credit is equals to 10 notional hours. By the way, these concepts or frameworks, they come a long time ago when learning was still really about you walking maybe 50 kilometers to the library. It's no longer the case. So I'm just giving these examples because I'm sure you'll agree with me that as higher educations, we are really in deep trouble. There's no way that we could stand here and say, well, we are doing the best we can, and therefore we are all happy. No, I don't think that should be the case. I think we should be saying, we don't know what to do. How do we progress? It's an honest reflection of these universities. So I hope you now agree with me that I was correct. The issue of outsourcing, I think let's deal with it quickly. So I think in my presentation or when I was engaging here, I did say that I see that, academic staff ratio to that of the support staff, it's really opposite. It's really opposite. And I'm really struggling to reconcile with the fact that there must be addition. So I really thought it should be the other way around. We should be, yes, we should be talking about how do we add on the other side, maybe not on the other, not on the support, not on the support. So my honest view is that universities got to focus on their core business, and they need to fund and support their core business. Whatever is left over, we can think about. I'm talking as an academic, so I know the struggles that my colleagues go through every day. So that's my response to that. The issue of decolonizing education, I think really it is about transformation, and I don't want to address this question as a single in isolation, because it talks to so many other things within this very complicated system that we are all part of, which is higher education. Should we decolonize? Yes, I think we should. Absolutely. We need to teach content that is relevant, that is grounded by examples that are much closer to our students. That is the fact. We should also move away from Eurocentric lecture or content. I think there's a lot that we can do in order to ensure that we decolonize our education. However, the globe is moving towards one. You know, the globe is, you know, an engineer trained here like myself should also be able to understand and work in other parts of the world. I think that balance is also very, very critical. Let me deal with the issue of, I don't know if it was just, you mentioned student suicide, is that correct? I think that's what I had, on how that could be reduced or resolved. I think it's a very sensitive matter and it affects almost all universities. Students should be supported. There should be systems in place to support students. Those who are in dire need of psychological help should find that help with ease, without any struggle at all. So if there's anything that must happen, is to ensure that there's access for students to be guided. That's one. Two, I think we should create an environment where any struggles by students could be reported without students fearing for their lives, or without necessarily putting it back to students. So university should be student-centered, and in that way we will be able to reduce or even completely turn the tide in this regard. The issue of monitoring and what I will do if one of, I think someone that I report to is affected by the commission. And the question around monitoring and evaluation. So my understanding is it's very simple. Universities are contracted to higher education through the APP, and we will report at the end of the year through what we call the annual report that goes to Parliament and to DHEAD. I'm not so sure what else should happen. Honestly, you know, universities have got, you know, council, senate, very structured. Universities, it's a system that is very structured. So I don't know how I get affected by commissions. So if, for example, I'm affected by a commission, well, the university has got its own rules, processes that will deal with me as someone who's affected by a commission. But it can be about the person. It's not, most university is a system. It's not about what people feel and like. It's about where is the policy, how do we resolve it using rules that we have already agreed upon, already through policies and other documents. Okay, the last one, the issue of funding model. Yes, I think my proposal is very simple, that we need to generate additional resources to avoid a situation where a minister could sanction a university through Section 14 of the Higher Education Act and start, you know, doing. And we, I mean, as WUSU, we have been here before. So I think with these activities that I've mentioned through number of programs, including going aggressively in making sure that we commercialize our research, we develop spin-offs, companies for students, and we can definitely generate funding. And with regards to infrastructure, I think the best way and the best model going forward will be to go through the PPP model, where private entities could have a share in developing a residence, and after some time they can simply hand it over to the investor. That's the best way and the efficient way and the aggressive way of dealing with challenges around accommodation. University at the moment cannot afford, and as you can see in your balance sheet, it's very, very difficult. So we need external hand. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Prof. Lemovola. We have concluded this round of questions. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. We will meet again tomorrow morning. You are now excused. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are at the tail end of the presentations. We will now, please help me welcome Professor Feza. Yes. Prof. Feza, welcome to this session. You will have 30 minutes to cover your presentation. 30, not more than 30. And thereafter, we'll allow for an opportunity to interact with the audience. Thank you very much, Prof. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's not too loud to see. Hey. I will present to you the topic that I received from the panel, Shaping the Future of Walter Sisulu University through Vision 2030 and Beyond. This is my outline of my presentation, my leadership traits, the overview of Walter Sisulu University, Walter Sisulu University's potential aligning with RNC, Walter Sisulu's conceptualized future by the executive deans, deputy executive deans and directors in RNI, strategic roadmap integrated with King 4 principles, a model of student motivation and persistence, food for thoughts for WSU labor, and my conclusion. I have also my strategic risk register that I won't go through with you, but I will share with you because this is a strategic pathway that I will be presenting. My personal traits that are really foundational to my leadership. My key leadership traits include ethical, collaborative, high performance, and transformational leadership within the context of social justice. And when I look at my own leadership traits, they speak very well to WSU's core values, which are excellence, wisdom, and integrity. I'd like to share with you now the overview of Walter Sisulu University. Historically, this university was 3 campuses that were separate. There was University of Transkei, which was highly a scientific university with research excellence, and we call these universities today traditional university. There were 2 technicons. One was Border Technicon, and one was Eastern Cape Technicon. But these technicons, their focus was job-related programs, and I share with you the programs they had. But when we talk now of Walter Sisulu University, we are talking about a comprehensive university. And what does that mean? It means it's a combination of a university of technology and a traditional university. And this identity has its own opportunities, because when you look at the pure sciences that we are getting from the traditional university, we happen to get inventors and predictors of the future. When we look at the applied sciences we get from the University of Technology, we get designers, problem solvers, and innovators. So this is the identity of Walter Sisulu today. The opportunities of this identity is that there is interdisciplinarity, wide range of qualifications from level 6 to 10, diverse articulation possibilities, including TVET articulation, PQM aligned with the new world of work. So this becomes a strength for this type of a university, that it opens doors to all students, including those who felt that they couldn't join university but started at TVET. The new SAQA qualification framework has that articulation that is very clear, that was approved, that those TVET college students therefore need to come to university, especially a university of our nature. There are advantages there. They come with bursaries, NSFAS, and they have done their work integrated learning, making it a cheaper process for us. And there is research that has proven that they perform very well in higher education, those students. When we look at curriculum expectations, we look at disciplinary depth, transferable skills, practical experience, assessment integrity, and societal responsiveness at Walter Sisulu University as a comprehensive university. This therefore means a student that comes out of Walter Sisulu University should be a transformative problem solver who improve lives and advance social justice in Africa and beyond. And if we are not there yet, we need to work hard to make sure that is what we produce. D had also characterized us as a diverse university with accessibility, student mobility, and responsiveness and flexibility. Now, if we look at Walter Sisulu's potential aligned with its rationalization and consolidation, there is a core strength that you get from the traditional university, which is law and medicine. As a South African who has been very fortunate to work in all provinces, I can tell you there in Gauteng, the law used to dominate. The big law firms were products of UNITRA. And we cannot not capitalize on that. And medicine does attract even funding. However, when we strengthen it further, we will build on what they can give us, giving high quality programs that respond to both national and international needs. And national science education, robust programs that foster critical thinking, research excellence, and teacher development. So that is the core strength of Water Sisulu. But when you look at on the engineering side, which is on the applied sciences, the innovation in engineering education, which is rooted on technical expertise, I do not want to shy away from the fact that the technical expertise are sharp in teaching and learning and work integrated learning. And that is a strength that we need to capitalize, preparing graduates for industry and technological advancement, public administration and management practice-oriented programs that serve public and private sector development, nurturing effective governance and leadership. And if we don't have programs that produce people who understand governance, then we are falling short and we need to work on that. When you look at now our identity as Walter Sisulu University, we are quite unique. And our identity lies in its integration of traditional academic scholarship with applied technological education. And this dual character makes it particularly responsive to national priorities such as skills development, socio-economic transformation, innovation, and knowledge production. I happen to work here at Walter Sisulu. I just experienced in the last 3 days an amazing engagement between executive deans, deputy executive deans, and directors of research and internationalization. And I need to share this because I do talk about potential talent this university has. These colleagues came up with amazing 3 niche areas on their engagements, which was not a very easy engagement, but it was rigorous. They are saying to us, Walter Sisulu, that the first one should be sustainable systems, environment, and innovation. And they are saying within this niche area, they are proposing to us to focus on renewable energy and clean technologies, solar, hydrogen, and waste to energy research. They are talking about marine and fresh water economy, blue economy, fisheries, and water systems management. The potential is huge because in the Faculty of Natural Sciences, we do have a pollution lab that focuses on ocean water. Agribusiness and rural enterprise development, food security and agri-innovation, circular economy, process technologies and material sciences. All these are within the first niche area that they have proposed. The second one is health biotechnology and indigenous knowledge system. They are looking at African traditional medicine and drug discovery, cardiometabolic and public health research, clinical and transnational research, health systems, policy and digital health, public health management, indigenous language, communication and knowledge. The last one, they are proposing human development education, technology and social innovation, education for sustainable development and curriculum innovation, ICT and digital transformation in society, creative and cultural industries, human rights, governance and policy, gender and youth empowerment studies, language, technology, and digital innovation. From this high-powered proposal from our colleagues, I couldn't help and see new programs. Although they were talking research, for me, I saw possibility that this university has thinkers and potential for us to grow. And this is what they call this, towards 3 inclusive, transdisciplinary and impact-driven research niche areas. Let's go then to human capital at Walter Sisulu. We have 40% academics, 60% support. That then needs attendance because this is an academic institution. And therefore, this imbalance speaks volume. I'm not going to say more. And when you go then with a microscopic eye on the academic human capital, you'll find out that we have that blue, it's your lecturers. So seniority there is quite little. That green is your senior lecturers. That orange is your associate professors. And that other blue, dark blue there, it's your professors. Then looking at the graph of 40-60, and then when you go to the core people we need in the university to achieve the dreams that I've just shared, we are in trouble. This is my proposed strategic roadmap for achieving Walter Sisulu's Vision 2030. And I start with our strategic goal number 9, which talks about governance, leadership, and accountability. We do have weaknesses at Walter Sisulu. We have strategic misalignment, weak accountability, toxic culture, poor service delivery, lack of integrity, data poor decision making. Those are our weaknesses. There are opportunities, governance reform, integrated planning, risk management, performance management, and there are strengths to leverage, but you can see they are quite small: academic diversity, hidden talent, growing research momentum. These are the strategic actions I am proposing. Establish a governance reform framework integrating planning, budgeting, and accountability. Implement risk management, compliance, and performance monitoring systems. Launch a culture transformation initiative where you have your integrity workshops, consequence management training, and service excellence programs. Build data-driven decision-making capacity with institutional research dashboards. And the key principles for this will be integrity, competence, responsibility, and transparency. The next 2 strategic goals that are covered here is academic excellence and transformation. Our challenges are irrelevant qualifications, weak curriculum transformation, low postgraduate throughput, inequitable resources, and outdated pedagogy. There are opportunities, of course: curriculum renewal, research-informed teaching, aligned assessments, and staff-student dialogue. The strength is our academic diversity that I shared, and health and medical program strength need to be used and capitalized. The strategic actions I am proposing: review and realign qualification frameworks to national development priorities and industry needs. Introduce research-informed problem-based teaching approaches across disciplines. This means we need to make sure that all our academics have done the PG deep in higher education. Strengthen postgraduate pipelines with improved supervision, training, and structured residencies, ensure equitable access to academic resources across all campuses through regular monitoring and redistribution. Make sure that IBICA joins other campuses on health and medical interventions in the community through partnerships with provincial health, private sector, faculty of medical and health sciences, and the IBICA community. Invite labor to engage on the sustainability of the institution's human capital and its role in the sustainability agenda. Have dialogues on how to sustain tenure and staff development to advance the university. This is a legacy agenda on the quality of human capital at Walter Sisulu. Strategic goal 1 and 3, research, innovation, and knowledge production. We have challenges. Weak quality assurance in research, non-compliance, limited postgraduate tracking, and financial instability affecting research support. Opportunities are there. Strengthen research culture, postgraduate tracking, automation, and establish ethics framework. The strength to leverage growing research momentum, medical and health program reputation, and hidden talent. Strategic actions: develop a research and innovation strategy, which we have already done, and we are hoping Council will approve. Prioritizing flagships and flagship projects aligned to national and global agendas. Establish an automated postgraduate management and tracking system, which we were piloting and hoping that the faculties will assist us in then rolling it out. Strengthen the ethics governance framework for responsible research. Provide seed funding and grant support offices to leverage external research funding. Maximize learning through scholarship of teaching, the inclusiveness of research-informed teaching and learning will therefore make our outputs be what we aspire to have. Student experience and employability is covering strategic goal 2. Our weakness is neglect of student needs, inequitable resources, weak employability focus, opportunities, student staff dialogue, curriculum transformation, inclusive of students, voice, and workforce development. Geographical advantage for community-based learning, academic diversity is our strength. Strategic actions for this one are: implement a student experience charter to ensure consistent quality services across all campuses. Psychosocial and academic success integrated. Intense focus should be on our first-year students. Integrate employability and entrepreneurship skills into our curricula. Expand community-based learning and rural development programs linked to location advantages. Enhance support to student leadership by establishing student councils to ensure structured feedback loops in decision-making. I do want to share with you Vincent Tinto's model, he calls it through the eyes of the student. The student, especially the ones that we have, which we see on Saturdays and Sunday in high school, going to school without anyone beating them, but going there willingly. So when they join us, these students, they come with goals. And therefore, they are motivated to be here. And they persist because they have goals. But then if you look at the bottom, it's talking to us, the people they come to. We need to make sure we work hard to make them self-efficacious, to make them self-regulated, so that we can increase that motivation. and eliminate strikes. We need to make sure they have a sense of belonging. Facilities of the university are supposed to be conducive to learning. In all sectors, the laboratories should be relevant to learning and be capacitated. The residencies of students should be conducive to their lives and give them healthy lives so that they feel they belong. When they enter our campus, they need to feel safe and protected. Then they will stay motivated. Perception of curriculum. Students' perception of curriculum, that is why I say when we transform curriculum, the student voice is very important because their perception of curriculum adds to their motivation and so that they can persist. But what does it say to them? What does this curriculum say I will be when I graduate becomes very important. Strategic Goal 5, workforce and talent development. The challenge, we lose skills, lack of succession planning, reliance on consultants, and a toxic culture. Strength, hidden potential, talent, and academic diversity. Opportunities to pursue talent management, staff audit, change management, and postgraduate residency. The strategic actions, conduct a comprehensive skill audit to identify gaps and opportunities. Design a talent management and retention framework. Succession planning, mentorship, leadership pathways. Introduce residency programs to retain postgraduate talent. Establish change management and leadership development initiative to shift culture and reduce dependency on consultants. Labor-initiated staff development programs and talent support for quality service provided and staff retention becomes a must. Strategic Goal 5 and 6. Infrastructure and financial sustainability. Our weaknesses, poor infrastructure maintenance, financial instability, weak service delivery, non-aligned infrastructure to academic project. Strength to leverage geographical advantage for strategic partnerships, medical and health programs as funding magnets. Strengthen the law offerings through will and community. Opportunities to pursue integrative planning, workforce development, performance management. Strategic actions, develop an integrated infrastructure master plan. Prioritizing dysfunctional campuses and urgent maintenance. Smart classrooms for all our students. Diversify income through fundraising. We have an institutional advancement office. That office needs to be activated in a strategic way and be linked to strategic partners to make sure we get funding that will assist us in addressing our financial incapabilities. Strategic partnerships and international collaborations become key. Align financial management with performance-based budgeting. Establish a sustainable office focusing on green infrastructure, energy efficiency, and cost reduction. Enhance law through the MOOC court for students. And it becomes work-integrated learning and community work. We all know that our government sometimes have backlogs on these minor cases. And we have a big role to play in this campus. Natural science and water engineering can collaborate through the water pollution lab, servicing municipalities along the coast, which sustains a third stream income. grab opportunities for growth through the government's existing physical structures. In Seymour, near Whittlesea, there is an agricultural school that was untouched after apartheid. And every time I go there, I jump over the fence and go around and look, and I'm like, this is still intact, but no one is touching it. So we need to take those low-hanging fruits. Bizana Flagstaff College, we can look at how we work there and make sure that we service our people. I'm not going to dwell on this. This is the turnaround strategy for finance. We will look at stabilization from first 6 months, diversification for 6 months to 24 months, transformation 2 to 5 years, and funding resources, smart partnership, research and innovation, and endowment public-private partnerships. Purposeful partnerships, community engagement, and internationalization, our strategic goal 4. Transformative community engagement is very important. We need to make community engagement as a core function of the institution that integrates teaching, research, and service to produce measurable community benefit. Strategic internationalization, grow international engagement that strengthens academic quality, student experience, research collaboration, and institutional capacity, while prioritizing mutually beneficial and ethical partnerships. Deep strategic partnerships, local, regional, and global. Objective here will be to build differentiated partnerships across government, industry, civil society, and universities to leverage resources, scale, intervention, and influence policy. We also need to have sustainable digital ecosystem bridging the digital divide. And our strategy that we have to design will look at digital inclusivity, innovation and agility, sustainability, cybersecurity and data integrity, interoperability and integration, and user-centric design. A message to our labor. UNESCO 2020 says the following: the potential of higher education institutions to impact the shift towards a more sustainable society is significant. By integrating sustainability principles into their curricula and research programs, both university staff and students are contributing actively to a sustainable world. Hence, I'm calling labor to take this serious and student leadership to join actively in sustaining Walter Sisulu University in addressing societal challenges and predicting a better future. Let's join hands and build a legacy together. This is what this strategy will provide our council at the end. Financial sustainable university. If you look at that red part, student-centered approach, working very hard to make sure that everything we do as support staff is to make sure our students are enhanced and make sure that they are treated with dignity. Every practice we have, maintenance will do the same, infrastructure will align perfectly well with their learning needs and the teaching, the governance, and the academics will work together. I don't know if you have my risk, but you can just show my risk register while I am responding to questions.
Thank you very much.
You have it? Yes. Just flag it there. Thank you. No, I won't take you through. It will take time.
Thank you very much then. In that case, We will just keep the risk register of Professor Feza just on the screen, and we'll now allow time for the House to interact with this presenter on her presentation. And I'll start right here on my right and conclude here on my left. I have 1, 2 questions. 1, 2. Come here to the front. That will be number 3. Number 4, Mr. Bonka, and Mr. Montini, 5 and 6. I'll take those questions.
Thank you. My name is Luis Okalada, and before I start with my questioning, I think I just want a bit of framing. So Professor values, from what I've got, values 4 main things: curriculum renewal and alignment with the world of work, research-informed teaching, transformation through human capital, and sustainability. So I have 2 questions then to see how these priorities are going to serve you if you do become our new Vice-Chancellor. When you speak of transformation, what do you truly prioritize? Do you prioritize the curriculum, the institution, or the people within it? Because the reality is, there could come a point in time where you have to prioritize one of these. So are you prioritizing the integrity of the curriculum, the image of the institution, or basically the comfortability of the people within it? And how will you ensure that your tenure as Vice-Chancellor will lead to a lived reality where students are beneficiaries of excellence, while at the same time, staff are not casualties of institutional ambition? So there has to be that balance where we as students are able to benefit from this vision of excellence, while at the same time, the staff aren't overworked and become casualties. Number 2 then, how will innovation go beyond the laboratories and reach lecture halls and the hands of students and staff? Because I ask this because of the questionable technical IQ of our university populace on average. Let's be realistic. We are a somewhat rural university, so a lot of the people within the university rather either do not know how to use technology, or they do, but they prefer not to. We have situations when students can't access maybe their student emails or whatever for 10 months of the year, and they don't do anything about it. So this shows how we are a university that, as much as technology is something that can help us, it's something that is not urgent to a lot of people. So how do we leave innovation to not only be something that we focus on laboratories, on research, on stuff like that, but also on day-to-day activities throughout the university?
Thank you very much, and we'll allow you, Prof, the second question.
Okay.
You, Prof. In universities, one presenter once talked about the difficulty of Q1 publications. Now I'm told you were in the University of Venda. Professor, can you just tell us what rate of change in Q1 publications that can be directly attributed to your presence in the University of Venda?
QL publications.
Q1 publications.
QL programs. Publications. Can you repeat yourself then about QL publications? Oh, Q1. Oh,
Q1.
the Qs. Okay. Okay. Okay, can I take the first 3 first?
Thank you very much. My name is Thabiso Makula. I just want to ascertain or assess or get an understanding, Prof, of your perception or your understanding of the role of the Department of Health with regard to with regard to assisting a faculty of medicine and health sciences in relation to achieving its mandate. I just want to understand as to, should you be the VC, what is your perception or understanding of the role of the Department of Health and how it interacts with the university with regard to the mandate of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Prof requests that we should allow you to deal with that
3 first and then
we'll deal with that next.
while they are still fresh. Thank you very much, colleagues. I will start with the first question about transformation and priorities. And what I like then, he went further, actually giving response by saying this is what happened, what happens in terms of service delivery. So we cannot run away from the fact that we have a toxic culture and we have no sense of urgency in terms of delivering our work as WSU staff members. Hence, for me, performance management system, how I wish we could start it yesterday. Because the first thing that it is going to do for us, we are going to sit together and plan together. And once we have planned together and I know my performance indicators, my line manager have to start monitoring my performance so that students start studying rather than focusing on dysfunctional classrooms with plugs that are not working and all that. So the performance management system is going to empower leadership at all different levels to be able to make people account. I know it will have its own challenges, especially where it has never been implemented before, but it's a starting point and it won't be perfect for the first year. Secondly, you talk about these priorities. So for me, performance management is therefore looking at the people, the service providers to the student. Then the culture will automatically, slowly change to where we are getting that big red in the middle, that we are all student-centered. The security at the gate is student-centered. The cleaner is student-centered. I don't take the toilet paper, but I make sure it's there in the toilet so that students can have it. So that is my role in the university. I make sure the environment is clean to maintain the health of the student. I make sure as a lecturer, I'm in a lecture room 30 minutes before the students arrive so that I can give them quality pedagogy. So we will work the priority on people who are providing the service. Hence, we need labor. Because labor's role have to be to sustain jobs. And how do you sustain jobs of people who are not doing the job? So labor has to have a mandate now of regulating its own people to do what they agreed on interviews they will do. So that will be the first priority. And other things after that will fall into place because now the service providers are giving us the service. We as students are feeling we belong and we are motivated and we do well with our studies and the throughput of the university increases. The university gets the money. It is beginning to be sustained. I hope I answered you. Then we talk about the dual publication, or quantile. Look, we all start by being babies, and then we start crawling. Then we stand up and we walk. That is what the dual system does. At the University of Venda, I allowed staff members to start where they are because you cannot develop people from an angle where they are not. And as they grow and getting confidence, then they started growing and seeing themselves going to the next queues until they are able to get rated. And there is a big need for us to understand what Labour said to us in 2014 about transfer of skills. So if I am the full professor of this university, I need to give birth to more full professors. You can't give birth to a PhD and you say to me, I'm contributing. No, you are a full professor. Give me another full professor. So there will be mentorship and it will be compulsory because we will regulate it using that Act of 2014 and having our transfer of skills plan. I hope I responded because that's how we change Univen to move from the queues that were low to upper queues in publication. I hope maybe you were asking that because I tried to listen further to your question. The third one was about what? Department of Health. The provincial Department of Health has a mandate to work with the research institutions. And the provincial Department of Health has a mandate also to make sure that the institutions are members of their committees. Because when they deliberate, the institutions, because they are conducting research, are able to influence the movement forward and also reflect on the public health that is currently offered. I understand that very well with the relationship. And then the institution can capitalize on that relationship. For example, we have these hospitals that we work with. When there are challenges, because we are part of those hospitals, they get to be attended first, and we can propose and say, in Ibiza, by the way, it looks like there is no health facility that is provided to the people there. If they are sick, they need to run to Amtata or East London and all that. Now we begin to talk with the provincial government and say, do you see this? What can we do together? We bring the skills and knowledge, you bring the money, and we bring the private sector and build something that will serve. And whether it is a clinic in the beginning, but to a bigger thing where we contribute, that's my understanding.
Professor, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, yes, Prof.
Thank you for recognizing the contribution of the deans to your work. Of course, you know that yourself and Professor Linnington are my two bosses at WSU. The context is that I started a program where I was asking somebody to assist me to understand, to evaluate my performance. Why is it that I'm not doing well? So you answered part of my question. But here's my question to you, and it's informed by your presentation and some of the questions that have been asked. SWOT analysis has got different aspects. Take each one of them. Sorry to be, to be a science professor. Take each one of them. Just give a score of WSU using a percentage to give us a view of where we stand. And then close by giving a general statement in the context of the geopolitical landscape that South Africa and the globe finds itself. Am I clear?
You are clear, and that I didn't want to do, but then you are forcing me to do it. In reality,
I apologize. You know,
Prof.
the problem is that the last slide was the one that would have answered my question, and I was going to shut up. But I think to your assistance, I think this is an opportunity for you to assist me to understand that last slide, which was not presented.
No, thanks, Program Director, and thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. Ndikadele appetite ngaka support up. Prof, how do you then envisage to balance the issue of job security while you are also intending to strengthen the academic project, which you have highlighted as the core, of which you are not happy that it's less than the support staff? So how do you then intend to balance that? Because the truth is that not everyone wants to transition to academic. So while you have these people already on the ground, how do you then plan to balance those two? And then number two, what's your view on exclusion of executive deans from the EMC? And also, I want to check your view about not having the campus directors or campus heads anymore and only executive deans, because you'll find out that executive deans will tell you that ours is the academic project, and therefore don't ask me campus issues, ask me academic issues, sorry, faculty issues. So how's your feeling around that? Thanks.
But each person has many. Each person has many.
Right. No, thank you so much, Prof, for that presentation. I've got two questions in the main. The first is, Prof, there's an existing trend in this university of making verbal announcements on your podium. And one of them has been the prioritizing infrastructure issue. In your presentation, you are saying you are going to prioritize dysfunctional campuses and urgent maintenance. One of the campuses that are extremely dysfunctional is Queenstown campus. My question then is, how are you planning to prioritize Queenstown campus, given that it has always been systematically marginalized ever since its existence? I'm speaking specifically in terms of infrastructure. What is your plan? Are you going to have an immediate plan, or do you have a short-term plan, long-term plan? And just clarity on those, because I think it's important that we get that. Two, what's your take on the internationalization in relation to staff as well as students' mobility? Are you going to, is there any criteria that you might want to use to support staff as well as the students in terms of mobility? I think those are the two questions that I just wanted to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Prof. Modi and the score. It's painful, Prof. Modi. I didn't want to do that. It's 36%. And I can give you the overview. And I am taking this percentage from audited reports of the university. And it's not nice to look at it, because I believe in looking at the strengths than the weaknesses. Because I believe this 36% just needs 6 months of change. It will change. And then you want my view on geopolitical landscape of WSU. I call WSU a diamond under the ground, and no one knows where it is. And I always say that we need to discover it, and we need to start mining. Unfortunately, now I'm going to be biased because I'm a Xhosa from the Eastern Cape, but I will never tell you my clan name because I don't want to be relatives. So, we are the most intelligent people I know in the country, and we are very good in being disruptive because of that intelligence. We can use our intelligence to build or to destroy. That is who we are. So when I look at the geopolitical landscape, my role at Walter Sisulu is to expose your Walter Sisulu, which I've started to my global links and my national links, so that people can see this high, beautiful side of intelligence. So that we know we are in a rural setting with intelligent minds. I think our minds are our brains in the Eastern Cape, so that these brains can find space and engage. Secondly, we have land in the Eastern Cape that have become barren because we are not using it. And I'm so sorry, I will make examples because I have friends who own business who will always tell me the thing about Eastern Cape people, they would rather go and get 350 than get the 1,500 I want to give them a week by doing the work. They want the free 350. So we have a mindset shift that we as the university, we need to start collaborating locally with our own people. Contralesa is supposed to be engaged with us on how we build our communities. And there's a lot of work that you are already doing there, taking advantage, you Modi, taking advantage of the resources in the Eastern Cape and turning around the economy. That work needs to be showcased and capitalized in the university because we need to focus on our strengths. And therefore, we will look beautiful to the world because the world will only collaborate with people who are proud of themselves. People who showcase their intelligence and innovative ideas. They will never collaborate with a sleeping person who doesn't want to wake up. So that is the geopolitical landscape I'm giving you. Moving to the next one, which is about exclusion of EDs. My view, you want my view? I need to get first to the documents that were used when the structure was developed, because I haven't got them. I've been asking, but I'm hoping to get there one day. Because my view will be influenced by that. Why did you make them executives if they are not executives? That's my question. So maybe you will read my view in between the lines. But I'm a factual person when I respond. And therefore, that document will tell me exactly what the university was planning. And therefore, we take it from there and go back and revisit what needs to happen. You talk about them being also campus managed. Again, you go back to the model you were using, which I've been asking for since February I arrived. Can you give me the model of change you were using when you were doing RNC? I haven't received it, and I hope it's going to be a free document. Most of the documents I've been asking for. Thank you to the committee. I received them now because I was coming from for this interview. So I am hoping we will be able to get that document that informs all this, because I cannot come with a view that is not informed by the engagements that were made during the RNC. And then we will be able, therefore, to say, why don't we have the campus directors, and you are talking about campus rectors. I was a campus rector. When the conceptualization was done, we were told as campus rectors that we will not be needed. Hence, I left and became a DVC research and internationalization at Venda. So I want that document because that document will inform my view, because it has to be with facts, my view. And you talk about Queenstown, the marginalized. Queenstown, I was born there. That's where I learned to stand up and walk. The marginalized campus. I don't know about being marginalized, but I have good news that are helping me. That there was money that has just been approved by DBSA, and I saw Queenstown was there. So I don't need to do anything. The money is already there to make sure. So that was the question I loved most, because I don't have to do anything. I just need to monitor the work done, that's all, if I am your VC. We talk about internationalization and student mobility. You are talking about my excitement. I've been controlling it. One thing I've learned at the University of Venda, mobility of staff and student benefits the university in the most amazing ways. The mindset changes. The pride, identity pride develops. We do not have a strategy for internationalization yet. The university, when I arrived, was supposed to start developing it. I am hoping to make it an urgent move so that, because again, we need facts. What are our needs as Walter Sisulu University? And when we talk about mobility, I know some of my professors are mobile. They need to talk to me and tell me, your collaborations, what can we benefit from them? Because the good thing is they have organic projects that are coming out. We can tap on those but I do want to expose students to the world so that our culture changes. Because once the students become exposed, they think differently. During COVID-19, at University of Venda, we had a program which I've been begging Gebe to start here, called COIL. We have a lab at Venda where international lecturers from European countries teach my students. While they are there, my students are in the lab. And where my staff members at Venda were teaching international students. And there will be sometimes where they get together, our students, and discuss. That was more powerful than movement. Because now that engagement was really direct on students and staff, and there was a lot of growth between the staffs from both angles. And this is where you start getting respect. I do want to have that mobility. However, I need to understand first, do my SWOT analysis, and understand what we have and where are our strengths, because I'm a strength-based person. There was a question of fear about the 40-60 mandate and the balancing. I am human. When I work with a person, I don't work with you alone. I work with your wife and children and your family. I'm a Xhosa woman, a very rooted one. So I know when I engage with you, you are not alone. Hence, I don't use my claim name because I don't want you to manipulate me through my ancestors. I want you to deal with Professor Fairs. So there is no fear of I will lose my job, but you will reimagine yourself. When I entered the library services of this university, I went to each and every campus. We started talking about what they have been doing and what they need to do to reimagine themselves. And I'm proudly saying they have reimagined. They are leading in AI, and that was not their mandate. There's a lot they are leading in this university. So I think it's all about developing one another and reimagine ourselves so that we can service our students. No one is going to lose a job under my watch because I don't want your ancestors to eat me alive. That I will never be able to do, but you need to be willing to engage and reimagine yourself and reposition yourself for the benefit of the institution you came to serve, so that our students become the best and become our mirror to the world that is attractive, so that we can bring more money.
Thank you very much, Professor, and we'll now have our final round of questions from this end.
Sure.
Of the house. I see now I've got quite a couple of hands than I thought. I will allow number one, number two, Prof, you number three, Mr. Seyele, is that your hand? All right, number four, and Prof Koala. All right, I've noted that three. I'll come back to those. So we'll take four, up to you, Mr. Seyele, and then have Prof Koala in the last round, number two, number three, and then number four. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Edie.
Wait.
Thanks very much, Prof. Thank you so much, Edie. I want to start on the last question that you answered, Prof, but I don't think, I did not hear you answering the how part of the question on the rebalancing, because not everyone imagines or wants to reimagine themselves. Now, the question that comes to the how part is that how do you plan to execute this rebalancing without initiating job losses, given the current WUSU approved organogram, and maintain institutional stability? Thanks, Prof. I think you've touched on that, but not quite on the how part. Secondly, Prof, drawing on your experience, can you please just brief me on the grants that you've mobilized and how much have they assisted you in your previous roles as well? The last one, how will you transform WUSU's safety and governance environment to neutralize the negative publicity emanating from student riots in an attempt to re-establish WUSU as a safe and desirable university of choice? Thanks, Prof.
Those are 3 questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, I just want to thank you for giving us a background on the 4 universities that managed to merge in 2005. And you've mentioned something that our students in the law firms from UNITRA in Joburg, they are the best students. Again, from our former technicons, if you can go around, you will get the best students. My question, Prof, around you, now that our university was currently busy with the issue of rebranding, I just want to check on your plan. Will you be able to continue with that process? Because it seems as if we have not yet finished that one. Whereas as labor unions, we were asking so many questions around it. Will you be able to proceed with that process of rebranding or plan? Again, Prof, you've mentioned something about safety of our students. How would you ensure safety of our students and workers as well to avoid more killings and shootings in our university, so that we can be able to be a university that will be not on the media day in, day out? Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Prof, for a very beautiful presentation. And for me particularly, I appreciate the fact that you emphasize community-based learning and community engagement. One of the programs in the Faculty of Health Sciences that WSU have been praised for nationwide is the Integrated Longitudinal Community Clerkship Program in the Faculty of Health Sciences. Prof, my question is, what's your understanding of the impact of this program and how can it be enhanced? Thank you.
Enkosi Prof, ndiyabulela nge-presentation. I think one question is covered, but I request that when you answer, you put on as simplest terms, because the issue of support staff and academics, really, abantu bawo stress. But I also want to check on that one. What is your view in terms of insourcing? Because I'm worried that already you are saying you need to pay attention. But somewhere, somehow, I also want to check what is your stance on the issue of insourcing. Lastly, my professor, generally from February up to now, what have been your experience, if you can share? Because on your presentation, you keep referring to labor, this, labor, that, of which it's a good thing, Prof. But I want to check, what are your experiences in interaction with labor unions from February up to now, also the structures of students? Just share us your experience. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the first one. The best students, I agree with you. My own niece is the best engineer from Walter Sisulu when it was a border technicon. So there are many. And she got the best female in the Eastern Cape engineer. So I can go further and further. Some of my family members studied in Butterworth during the technicon time, and I have excellent stories. So I agree with you. Now you are talking about rebranding. Rebranding is a concept that I arrived, you were doing it, and I arrived here in February. I think it was a concept that was completed. That is my assumption. You want to know if I will continue with it. Everything for me has a context. I think the first rebranding will be what this other person talk about, student safety, staff safety. That to me is rebranding. Providing an environment for everybody that works at Walter Sisulu, so that then we rebrand first through our deeds. Then we have the dresses, you know? Because I don't think a beautiful dress is beautiful on a person you see is unhealthy. It doesn't become beautiful because you start thinking, I wonder who gave this person this dress. Because you can see the person didn't have food, didn't have this and this and that. So that's how I look at rebranding. We rebrand ourselves first as individuals at Walter Sisulu. And then I want to go to, so therefore the plan will be informed by us rebranding ourselves. And then this is not a VC's mandate, rebranding. It becomes an institution's mandate because we want those colors. So it will be your mandate to work so hard that the colors you qualify for them. Safety of students and negative publicity. Let me say, go back to my presentation when I was talking that model of students through the eyes of a student. The safety starts with me as the WSU staff member. The fact that the student must fight with me for them to have water is a problem. Because the safety when I studied the space is about poor service delivery that triggers an unsafe environment. So we need to look at the mirror and see, I need to see Unosisi in the mirror, I can't see you in the mirror. And I need to look at what is happening in my face and clean my face properly. So when we talk about safety of students at Walter Sisulu, we need to talk about the student health at Walter Sisulu. And we need to talk about the education we give the student. Remember my example, I see them on weekends when they do matric going to school, during holidays going to school, highly motivated. But when they enter Walter Sisulu, they want to be at the gate and burn tires. What have we done to them? That makes them want to burn tires and burn things and fight. What have we triggered that was not there? Why are these teachers able to make them enjoy learning to an extent that they sacrifice their weekends? That we can't do. There's something wrong with our teaching and learning, something wrong with our provision of services that creates this anger. Let us respect students. People will talk about pedagogy of care. It starts with respect. You know, when you respect me, you have high expectations of me. The day I come to your class, I have an assignment because you don't want me to have time to play. I came because I said I want to be in a university. So already you as a lecturer, you give me work and say tomorrow you bring me the product. And I'm like, okay, I'm at university now. I start working. But if we allow our young blood to have time of leisure to talk about business that doesn't need them, then we won't have a safe environment. Because I want us to reflect on that. Yes, we will have safety, we will have our securities. Let me tell you what I saw during the time I was told they are paraclavs. So me, I dress like students when things are bad. So I passed them. I'm wearing my jeans, I'm a student. And went to my office. The most amazing thing was to find security scared and they locked themselves. Then I asked myself, hey, if they lock themselves, they are scared of the student. Who is not safe here? Those are the things we need to ask ourselves. There's a lot that we need to engage. We need to talk to one another. We need to have a different culture. We need to bring students to tell us what is going on and what they think we should do to change the environment. It's the environment that they live in for years. We need to be honest and allow them to tell us where we are weak. We can't bully them. So there's a different discourse that needs to happen in the university. And we need to be present to students. We can't run away from them. We need to go and face our khokos. If we've created a khoko, go and face it, it's your khoko. So don't run away from students. Go, let them tell you what they think so that you can find solutions. Because through talking with them, you will be able to work with them and find solutions. So as you are hearing me, I don't have that specific solution. Let me go back to the fear of 60-foot. It worries me if it is a fear, because recently I've been working with Mr. Mdanyane, who is supposed to be support, but he has been doing quite a lot of academic work through the talent we've noticed in him. And it's amazing. He is an amazing academic. But I don't think if that talent was hidden, we were going to find that. Let's allow people to bring their talents on fore. But let me be honest and say there will be staff auditing so that we can align people. There are hidden talents in this university. I can badge with you and give you 100 rand if I don't find them. I'm beginning to find them the more I bulldoze and enter in certain spaces, and I'm like, chop! And I take them and I run away with them. I just told you the most powerful thing that has been done by the executive deans for the last 3 days. So give them more time to conceptualize and come together. We are going to have an amazing space when we allow brains to do what they are meant to do. The muscle is meant to think beyond what the eye can see and beyond the body and beyond and dream beyond. But if you don't allow that muscle to do that, then you will have angry people and you have a toxic environment. We have amazing people in this university. And I told you they are intelligent, I know them. So I think if we focus on what we are going to do with 4060, I don't know. We need to do audit first so that we can know together. And then we sit together and we talk about it together. And then together we take decisions and take our university focus forward because we have a common interest. Walter Sisulu University. Sorry, I didn't give you the answer you wanted. But I think me and you, we will talk together. Now we talk about impact. Somebody wanted to understand my understanding of impact of programs. When we talk impact, we are talking about scientific impact, and we also talk about societal impact. So, we have two positions because we are a university. When we talk impact, we either have a scientific impact on what we are doing, but we need to prove it because it can be measurable, Prof. Modi, am I right? We measure scientific impact. So if you say your work has scientific impact, you will give me the impact factor for me to agree with you. The societal impact, we will measure it by the society telling us, not you telling us that I went to Mkanduli and did, that's not impact. But the society, the people of Mkanduli will give their story of impact. Then we say it has societal impact, and we will have evidence to see their stories. I hope I helped you there. And in sourcing, that one, because it was linked with the, I think, as I said, Labour needs to engage with executives about the future. We need to talk. If you talk in sourcing, tell me the advantages. What are the benefits for WSU? How is it going to sustain WSU? We sit together, we engage, and please read about how Labour can uplift or downplay the institution, so that when we engage, we are both learned about what can be done. We need to talk about insourcing. I can't say I will insource. What benefits? Let me tell you, I'm a selfish leader. I do everything that benefits the university. I make sure the students are doing well because it benefits the university. I make sure the staff members are working hard because it benefits the university. So you're insourcing, you will bring it, and we will argue because I want it to benefit the university. So that is where I am centered on the university, not on myself, not on friends, but on the university sustainability. If you have a story that will make us sustainable, we are together. But we will engage together. And then, what is my experience interacting with Labour? It has helped me a lot. That's why I'm looking forward to it. I want to have a conference, by the way. I proposed it when I arrived to Mnyaeza, and I've been waiting. Now I'm going to lead it. The reason why I want us to engage, I don't know if you know how our HDIs are vulnerable. I don't know if you have looked out there and saw how vulnerable are our universities. We need to talk, colleagues. We need to lead. I want Walter Sisulu to lead Labour in the country because it's innovative, it's forward thinking. This is higher education. This is where we create talent, but this is where we create knowledge. So Labour needs to create knowledge for us that will take other universities out of trouble. We are going, that will be my first conference if you make me a VC. The Labour Conference, where we will be telling South Africa how to sustain a university as Labour. What are the key areas that we need to focus on as Labour? I have interacted with Labour at Univen. I have interacted with Labour at CUT. And my interaction has given birth to professors where there were no professors. My interaction has made sure that there was not a single academic with no master's program. My interaction with Labour has made sure that there is stability in the university. Because Labour is powerful when the resources are channeled in the positive direction. So that's the floor I will enjoy to have. Labour interactions. If you want more, I can make a long list. But through Labour, I managed to make sure that University of Venda has reserves financially. You can call them, they will tell you, I brought everybody together. I said, let's talk. Why are you not approving the lecturers' trips overseas. Why are you sitting on them? Why are you cheeky? It's not your money. But it's going to benefit the university. Stop doing that. Let's work together. If we all do what is the best, we will all enjoy working and we will love the university and we will be proud to keep the flag. Maybe we might brand Vice-Chancellor because we will be looking beautiful. There are other questions? Interaction with labor, yes, I think I've answered all those questions. That was Professor Twala and you've got another one. Mike.
Actually, thanks so much, Program Director. Thanks so much, Professor Feza, for the presentation. I think my question is around the issue of Senate. I think to me that one is one of the imperative things.
Senate. Senate.
Yeah, Senate.
Yes.
You see, as an academic.
Yes.
So I think you'll find now, how, if you're appointed as a VC, how would you ensure that Senate doesn't become a rubber stamp? A Senate that is strong, where we see executive management, so issues come, Senate just rubber stamp. So it defeats the goals, the particular goal of academics. So even going to the different faculties now, because Senate is the one who must lead the particular project so that we become a great university. So I think the question is straight, how are you going to do it? And maybe you can just give us an experience with regard to that, to say, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, ED. Maybe those who are doing maths will assist me. These of percentages, that's what caused a war in Marikana of 60-40. I'm not sure at which context is this thing of 60-40. Why am I asking this? Let's say there's a lecturer for GIS at environmental department. There are 2, right? We are comparing these lecturers while we have 5 or 10 ICT technicians. Are we comparing this as warm bodies or as positions that are similar in the university? Because we live with a picture here that says it's 60-40. But when you check the position of lecturers attached to a module and the position of a technician being 10, but the same position, now we are calculating warm bodies. You need to clarify this 60-40. Is it of the warm bodies? Because if it's that way, there's no way you're going to defeat it in an institution like ours, because we have 4 campuses. Because you have 7 faculties. You have 1 lecturer or 2 for GIS, but we have ICT in all these 4 campuses. We have admissions in all 4 these campuses. Maybe then the university might have to check its model that it says unitary, if it's unitary in this function. Because, for example, the only department that I know it's operating unitary is that of postgraduate, because it cuts across all campuses. But other departments are still on the federal way of operating. The second question, I want you to put it clear on that. Second question, how do you bridge a gap of communication from the top to the bottom to avoid gossips?
Yeah.
Because this is a problem of having management that is dealing with reports. I always make an example that if I commit something at admissions, it goes to the chief, to the HOD, to the deputy registrar, to the registrar, to the vice-chancellor. If you take the report that I crafted of the incident and take the one that is the VC, are 2 completely different things. And if you deal with that, that's why many people will end up taking misinformed decisions, because you are ill-advised, because you are there at the top while things are happening on the ground. This year was an evidence, clear evidence. So how do you bridge the gap in information in terms of flowing from management to staff members to students,
so that you don't wake up tomorrow and see Amaparete Valley Gate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor, for the address. I've got two questions to ask. So the one is about people-centric leadership and how you propose to ensure that there is support and encouragement in terms of productivity in our academics. And I think I want to highlight that there's a big gap between us as a historically disadvantaged university and the other universities. So we speak about the metrics that we want to achieve in terms of publications and productivity. And we are aware that there are big gaps between us and them. And I think what is not addressed in the gap is that we have to be realistic about what is achievable. And any vice-chancellor or leader who wants us to produce more must also address how they will support us in terms of producing more. Then the second one is about you being a lady vice-chancellor, and I'm also an academic who is a lady. And at Walter Sisulu, since I've arrived here, I see that even though we talk about transformation, we don't talk about a deliberate, metrics-driven transformation of gender inclusivity. And I think I would like you to address how you are going to make sure that this is not an issue as we go forward. And also things like bullying, academic bullying, general bullying, reporting structures for staff retention, all very important. I would like you to tell us how you'll address that. Then the last one is whether I don't know if you recognize that there is the staff in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, the majority of clinical staff is actually under the salary of Eastern Cape Department of Health. And I see that as representing a risk for sustainability in terms of the programs and research in that faculty. And as a Vice-Chancellor, how do you propose to mitigate that risk and ensure sustainability? Especially there's a relationship that has been established by our current leader, and then making sure that the relationship is taken forward and it's not a risk for the university. Thank you.
Yeah, there are many.
Our Chair, I've got a moria of questions here. However, I will try and eliminate some. One, I just want to check, what is your view, Prof, on giving an autonomous status to faculty deans, precisely on the aspect of academia? That's my first question. The second question, I hope it does not cast aspersions, because the Chair of Council has already cautioned us in that regard. How would you assure us that even if you are not appointed in this VC-ship, we do not lose the treasure such as yourself in this institution, a person who still wants to contribute and take this university forward? Can we have those, perhaps, assurances? The last one, Chair, is that you've referred to time frames as you were elaborating on your answers, but I just want to check your footprint in the research directorate from February up until now.
Okay.
One last one, ED, is that I believe that when you assume the responsibility of becoming a VC, you are a change agent by default. Now, how do you apply transformative measures without provoking resistance and imposing fear into the internal stakeholders? That question is derived from the transition that we've been into, which is called RNC, of course. Thank you, Chair.
There was this one, take it because it's the last one. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Although Prof, I'm so much glad that you are not promising us about reinventing the wheel. You are just, if you can be a VC, I can see that you will be just carrying on with the work
That has been done.
that has been done. That is very important. Then, Prof, if you can be a VC or appointed to be a VC, are you going to promise us that you are going to supply us or provide us with a grid of those strategic goals with time frames? Remember, we are going to have 5 years here. So you will need to time frame those achievement of those goals. The second question, which is going to be the last question, how are we, if you can be a VC, how would we intending to achieve these goals? Are we intending to achieve them all at once, or you are going to rank them according to their order of priority? Bear in mind, as I said, we are talking about only 5 years. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I should have had my techies. Where do I start? Senate governance, ne? You are touching on a very important thing that I've observed, Prof. Twala. I will just share an example with you. There was a resolution taken at Senate, and I wanted a resolution register for that. And it was not there, but the process was not approved at Senate, but it ended up being approved, not approved. So I saw the Senate integrity that you are talking about, and on top of that, Senate as a rubber stamping space. It cannot be. I thought you have experienced me in other Senate committees. I don't rubber stamp naturally. I don't know how to do that. And therefore, Senate will learn to have rigor, because Senate is the most important body of the university that when we mess up, senators will account. Senate is the body that is even trusted by CHE and DHEAD. And CHE is having a plan to make Senate approve programs, but ours won't qualify because of the way we do. So we need to focus on the governance. The governance is very important. We need to make sure our governance processes are very clear. And also then, I've also learned that faculties will submit on the last day. When you do that, who has read that? So there's a lot that we need to improve in terms of the processes and be strict on that, because we are maintaining our integrity, our quality. So you are challenging us, including you and me, to join hands and look at our Senate and focus on how do we make Senate strong, and what are our terms of reference telling us, and what is it that we need to do to make sure senators read. They don't just say, I support. And if you ask, what are you supporting? That document. What is the document about? So I hear you very clearly, but as the Vice-Chancellor, I will be able, you know how harsh I can be, but it's not always nice to be harsh alone, but we have to work together as senators and say, this is the Senate we want, and this is how we are going to regulate, and we work with our committee session and teach them how to make sure this governance is strong. I'm answering on that. Somebody said there is no way when you were asking me, and I wrote immediately, there is always a way, ne? We must never say there is no way. There is always a way. It doesn't matter if it is under the chairs or under the bed. There is always a way to come out of any situation. The communication gap from top to bottom. Of course, if you are not transparent, there is no communication. There will be a communication gap. But I don't want us to focus on your history. But I want us to focus on how do we build a communication strategy that works for all. It is important for the security at the gate to understand the strategy of the university, so that as I make sure that it is safe, I know why I need to maintain safety. As a security, I'm not talking about youth, support staff, academics, but even as a cleaner, I need to understand that why am I cleaning? So that I do my best, because I know that when that students walk there and get a degree, I contributed. So communication has to go through everybody. I have experienced communication challenges. But we need to come together and work on that and have a communication strategy that makes sure consultation is very important in a university. But when we do consultation, I've done consultation. I go to faculties, but you don't attend. Please attend. I consult. I can't work alone. I was not born like that. But attend, so that we talk together, make these decisions together, so that you own decision making. So consultation is the key, so that we don't have misinformation. Now you were talking about DC. That is HR policies. We need to attend to them and have proper structures, so that when there is a challenge, there are no communication problems and unfairness in the practices, as you were saying. But that a VC cannot do, but a VC can facilitate that it is done properly. And there was another question. When you said, man, there is no way, there is a way. When you were talking about 60-40 and numbers in one board, that's why we need an audit, so that we don't talk about 60-40, we talk about the real context. You bring all those things that you are talking about in the audit. Because what I like about staff audit, which we did in my previous job, is that it tells us what we have versus what we don't have. And if we have a warm body that is there but unable to do, it also informs us we need to create an environment that builds this particular person to deliver. Maybe we are for doing one thing, and in terms of impact, we are not impacting according. You know, in research it's easy. The reason why it's easy for us to say, at this university, we are operating at 40% in research, because we count and calculate the staff members who can produce versus those who can't produce. So staff audit is a key in this university, so that we start working together and talking together about our way forward, so that I, as a staff member, feel that I'm contributing and I am known and I am seen and I'm respected. So that decision cannot be taken by one person. That's why a university is full of intelligent minds. Then, people-centric leadership. I love people, I do. I even love them when they fascinate me with manipulation, because I get fascinated. I capitalize with people because they are the capital, human capital. If you hear me, I say human capital. They are the capital. You know what capital is? It's something that brings interests. That's why I call you human capital. You cannot be liabilities. So I want all of us to know I add value, you add value, we add values. We are accumulating interests. That's people-centric. And we will talk about Ubuntu. I want us to have some symposium about Ubuntu, because I know it's one of the principles, but it's not known. What is Ubuntu if a student comes to your office and try to get some of her records, but you are cheeky and you leave them? What happened to Ubuntu? Where did Ubuntu go? We will talk about what Ubuntu means. Ubuntu means, I am because you are. I therefore respect you, the land, the air, and the environment around us. That is Ubuntu concept, that we need to engage as the university so that we start respecting each other, respect your student, respect your colleague, respect your senior, you respect your junior. Relationships are about respect, and once we do that as people, we are going to shine because we are working together. I believe in teams. I'm not an individualistic person. That's why I was fascinated about the executive deans and deputy executive deans, and I know I'm not understood. I will force you to work with one another. Some of you were resistant, and I was like, you are going to bring your brains together and come up with something brilliant. And it happened. So I will continue doing that, building teams, so that we become the best university. Is that not our own dream? This is my university, named after my person, Honorable Walter Sisulu. And therefore, when I say I am from Walter Sisulu University, I need to be very tall than my height, because it is doing amazing things. So my people-centric is on that. I will never disrespect you by saying do minimum. I will always respect you by expecting more than what you are giving me. That is respect. High expectations. That's my belief. Immediately somebody asks you to do mediocre, you must know they disrespect you. I mean, I will respect you because I will always expect the highest expectations. And because I respect you, you can. I believe in you. And we will talk more about these concepts that we are bringing because I like them. I must deliberate on gender inclusivity. I don't know what does that mean. Because I haven't done audit and see that there is certain gender that is excluded. But what I've learned in the research space for the last 8 months is that the leaders in research are men, and I'm not happy. So I already deliberated there and said, I can't, my face is not there, and therefore I'm not existing. And I'm telling you, by next year you will see, I'll be existing, you will see the girls. So I am intentional about the female agenda. But I'm also intentional about the boy agenda as a mom. I want you to watch what is happening in the Eastern Cape. Who is not going to school? Who is on drugs? As a mother, I can't sit and do nothing. So I have double intentions, women leadership, and I want my boys to be the best husbands to my daughters. So I can't leave them behind because there is something we lost as we were liberating one another. We lost the husband in the home. So I need to rebuild that. So I want us, when we look at the intentions, to also not look at not damaging, but enhancing and supporting. Academic bullying, I know what you're talking about. That's why we need to engage. You know, academic bullying happens when people are silenced. Silencing is the worst thing you can do to people. We are going to engage, and I'm going to be in your faces, not because I'm a micromanager, but because I want to understand you better. I want to engage. I want to see what is happening at FNS. The executive deans, I've already warned some. They are my friends, so that when I visit, they will see a friend, not a VC, and we start engaging, and I see what's going on. And then we fix things. That is my character. Those who know me will tell you, I bulldoze in a very nice way. And I find a position, and I find friends, I hug people, and I know things, and we fix things. I'm a problem solver. I know about academic bullying, and I've seen it in supervision. I've seen it in many things already, and it is going to be eliminated. We are going to work together in doing that. Academic in medical science dual work I'm going to tell you what I have learned in the academia. We need them. What has happened globally is that people can multi-do things, and it's allowed. We just need to be strategic about it. I do want that person who start by going and seeing a patient and come back and teach my student. Because that is the person, when I am introducing assimilation, when he's conducting operation in the hospital, my students will have direct access. We cannot do away with them. But we will talk because our fields are different. I want Prof. Twala to have that too in BCC. I want Prof. Twala to have academics from the industry that are teaching my students there and go back to the industry. I want Prof. Nguza to do the same. It is very important in our future. Our future is no longer the traditional future, but we will engage again. I will go to the health people and make you understand how we can do it without losing, but with all the benefits it gives. Multitasked people seem to bring the best into the space. But we will talk. I want to have lawyers that are practicing and come and work with my students, so that in that MOOC court, we have real cases and my students are there. That's my crazy mindset, but I know it's possible. Thank you. I think that was the last one. Oh no, go Mr. Machov. There are others. View on autonomous status of ED for academic project. That one needs a debate. What do you mean by autonomy? I'm coming from a cognition background. Autonomy is described in cognition as two things: intellectual autonomy and moral autonomy. I don't know which one we are talking about. Is it intellectual autonomy or moral autonomy? Therefore, we need to debate and look at these autonomies and look at the benefits that we will get. If we give them autonomy, what are we going to get? Remember, I told you, I love gains for the university. So everything we will do will have to benefit the university. And before I trust you with that autonomy, you have to prove to me you are worth the trust. Everything is earned. Skill retention, I think there was something like that. How do you make you to keep people like me? If you are ugly to me, I will leave you, I'm human. We need, therefore, to learn to work with each other. We need to respect each other. We need to understand that we are different. The difference is not a problem, it's an asset. I'm not lying. When you ill-treat people, they leave you. I was here and I left and I will leave again, and I'm not shying away. I love this university, but let's love each other enough to love the university. I want us to focus on loving the university, not ourselves, the university, so that the alma mater, because we have amazing alma mater, will come running back to our alumni and say, we see the things you are doing, I want to invest. That is the love I'm looking for, ne? Love the university, you would have loved me if you loved the university. So, but if you don't love the university, why do you want me to have an ugly face with you? It is the same with other skills that we have here. We will keep them if we all have pride about our university. Then we will have a skill retention. We will have a skill retention policy. We will be intentional in keeping skills. But those skills should be treated with respect, supported. Because if it's worse with academics. Let me tell you, researchers are in demand and they are prostitute to the highest bidder. So you have to make sure your university, if it wants to keep researchers, it takes good care of them. Footprint on the directorate from February to now, wow. In March, I arrived in February. This one, I love talking about it. I arrived in February 2025. In March, February, Council was approving 10 policies from that directorate. After that, we designed a research and innovation strategy that was highly needed for us to be able to apply for chairs and be able to collaborate with international partners. Already, we have international partners in Ireland that we are working with. The beauty of it is that they are also learning from us. During this time, I worked with my colleagues to make sure that our supervision is international by bringing my international colleagues to come and assist us and enhance our supervision. We have also worked in making sure that we look at Vision 2030, but we integrate our 5-year plan. We're done. I implemented performance management system in the directorate. We signed contracts, people performed. We just completed our mid-year review where we performed at 70%. I can go on and go on and go on. And we just got excited now because we have 3 niche areas that we will bring to you and consult that were designed and co-created by executive deans and deputy executive deans and research and internationalization directorate. Do you want me to go on? I have worked with the postgraduate students physically to see their needs and address their needs and work with the directorate. I'm always on the ground because I love people. That's it. That was my last question. I hope so. No. Zawubethwa nguMatshova, I'm telling you. Supply us with the strategic goals. I did supply them. Ne? There they are, lucky me. Governance, leadership, and accountability, academic excellence and transformation. There they are, my colleague. For time frames. Oh, governance, we are going to hit the road running because without governance, we are nothing. And it's doable. When we come to research, we are far. So that on its own, we have our strategic goals there, we have our research strategy, we have our performance management system on the go. So that space can do without me. We will work then with other entities to make sure we are on board. We will have integrated planning. We will sit together, talk to one another, plan together, challenge each other, and have a united plan. And everybody will know about it. Each academic in this university will know what is expected to them if I become your CV February 2026. Your CV, yeah. Your CV. Yeah, your CV will be the best one. Yes, so by February 2026, if you want time frames, you will know exactly what I want you to do.
Thank you very much. That was the last round of our questions. Thank you very much, Prof, for the time that you've taken to be with us. You now are excused.
Thank you.
I will now invite the chair to come and close today's session.
Thank you, Edie. I don't intend to close the session. I will ask Dr. Tebelele to close. What I want to do is just to outline the themes that have emerged from today's discussions that we will be taking up with the Vice-Chancellor applicants tomorrow. The first one is the 4 core challenges that face the university that have been identified. One is what one candidate referred to as financial fragility. Number 2 is cost pressures, which include unreliable NFSAS and an undue dependence on the state for funding. Number 3 is the academic decline, perhaps the failure of the academic project to take off, characterized by low throughputs, low research output. And then the 4th one is a systematic problem of failure of governance, executive leadership, administration, and associated with that is a lack of trust. So those seems to be the 4 key challenges that remain. Then there were 15 specific themes that all speak to these 4 challenges that have been raised that we will be taking up with the candidates tomorrow. Number 1 is the relevance of the curriculum, the current curriculum of the university for the employability of our graduates. Number 2 is the research output and whether there are any strategies to make it better or improve it. Number 3 is the poor relations between management, students, Senate, and inter those bodies. Number 4 are the weak financial controls and lack of financial accountability. Number 5 is the discrepancy of the ratio between labor and the academic staff. This is the whole 60-40 debate. Number 6 is the financial sustainability of WUSU. That must be separated from the weak financial accountability model. This is about the future of WUSU. Where is WUSU going to get its money from? Because it's currently 86% NFSAS dependent. If NFSAS stopped funding us tomorrow, are we going to close down the university or not? Number 7, it is the implementation of Vision 2030, bearing in mind that we only have 5 years before the end date of that vision. Number 8 are the low student throughputs. So our students are failing in certain faculties. They are spending more time in the university, and that has knock-on effects on attracting funding, and it has knock-on effects on employability. Number 9 is the role of the executive deans in the executive management. And the new Vice-Chancellor needs a strategy of how to integrate the executive deans into the executive management, if that is their proposal. Number 10 is a new programs, whether one is dealing with the Faculty of Agriculture or whether one is dealing with a completely new campus, the proposal made being the introduction of a 5th campus in Eastern Pondoland. Bearing in mind, the factual basis of that is that we actually recruit a substantial number, I think it's 60% of our students from Eastern Pondoland. Number 11 are campus-specific issues. Mthatha is different to Queenstown, Queenstown is different to Butterworth, Butterworth is different to East London. The question is, if you want to create a single university, what is the strategy of integration of these 4 campuses? Now that means that the work we have tried to do in rationalization and consolidation is only a start, but not the end point. So we want a vision to how to take it to the end point. It's actually the first time I heard today that the systems are not yet aligned. The systems are not yet aligned. The systems still reflect the 4 campus model. So we want the Vice-Chancellor to explain how that will be taken care of. Number 12 is a linkage between the strategy of the university and the provincial, national, and international or global strategy. One candidate spoke about the unemployability of our graduates also being reflected in a high unemployment rate of the province, because we are producing these youth that constitute the 60% youth unemployment. We graduate 7,000 of them, but we are graduating them for unemployment. Number 13, whether we should have flagship programs and where. Some people are saying there should be flagship programs, but there is an issue around whether they should be located in Mthatha only or located elsewhere. Number 14, the question of the style of leadership. Style of leadership that's visible, that's accessible, that's contactable. So the VC needs to tell us their own style that they will embody. And then the last one is giving concrete meaning to the concept of decolonization or transformation in the context where the university has already decided that it is going to be an Afrocentric, Pan-African university. But what does that mean in practice? So these 15 items, the plan is we will circulate them to the candidates. When they present to us tomorrow in the closed session, we will ask them to address them so that we don't repeat the exercise that they've done today, but we take the feedback from all of the discussions into the discussions tomorrow, because the feedback is what will inform our own thinking, because it's a form of a stakeholder feedback. If we are able to employ by tomorrow, we will announce the winner to the meeting. I think the registrar will announce all of those things. I don't know when he's arranging the meeting. Can I ask Dr. Tebelela to come and do the closing?
Program Director, the chairperson of the panel, let me take this opportunity to thank the panel first for being here. Through you, chairperson, let me thank HR and the team from HR, all the familiar faces and the support team. Thank you very much. Reg, as the center of the university and the engine of the university, together with your staff and all your wings, thank you for putting this session together, and all the wings. The people abase Postdem, siyanbulela apho. The people abase Komani, thank you very much for being part of the session. The people abase Butterworth, we thank you very much for your loyalty. Siyanbona. Maybe people don't know how crucial and how important this moment is in terms of building this university. As a medical doctor who is a product of this university, allow me to use a parable or an analogy of a body. There is something called a tissue. A group of tissues come together to make up an organ. Organs work together and they create what is called a system. Then a system is what comes to produce a full body. A lot of our interviewees here were referring to the university as a system. Thank you very much for that recognition, because in the Bible, there is a verse I like as a preacher in closing. It's in 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 26. If one part of the body suffers, then the whole body will suffer. The reason we're here is to make sure that all the parts of this body are working together like a system. Together, we shall win. Then, before I sit down, chairperson of the panel, the executive deans, the council at large, labor, students, the entire leadership of the university, stakeholders, well-represented communities. Sibulela nobakho kakumkani. Andazi HR bakuthene ngekho ukumkani wami apha. Ukumkani wabaThembu, ukumkani uDalindyebo, ummelwane wethu nohleli kumhlaba wethu apha othi ngowakhe. Uba bekufanele bukhona apha ngoba i-community yakhe le sakha i-future of abantwana bethu. There is a generation that relies on the decisions we are taking today. Thank you very much, Professor Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, for leading this council and this university to where we are. You couldn't have done it alone, but through your efforts and your second coming to this university, we are where we are because of your sacrifice. As I close, there is an African leader that I like and I enjoy. The only thing I don't like about him is his prolonged term of office. Umwalimu Julius Kambarache Nyerere. On the 2nd of October, 1969, addressing the University of Toronto in Canada, in a speech entitled Stability and Change, he says, I quote, "It took 100 tribes of Tanzania to destroy and lose the freedom they had. But it took the whole nation as one to regain that freedom. It will take a united university, a united WSU, with all the organs functioning, with no labor that is pulling east, no student that is pulling west, and no management that is pulling south, and no council that is pulling north, but all pulling in one direction to achieve as we are in pursuit of excellence." Thank you very much.